Wang Xiaowen traversed to become a servant disciple of the Qingyang Sect. Initially believing that the path to immortality was hopeless, he unexpectedly obtained a daily opportunity system, gaining one chance each day, thus ensuring an abundance of resources. As opportunities continued to increase, Wang Xiaowen's cultivation speed gradually improved, attracting the attention of other disciples. Once looked down upon, he began to earn respect from some, with even a few disciples approaching him for advice on cultivation methods. However, as his strength grew, Wang Xiaowen discovered that internal conflicts within the Qingyang Sect were becoming increasingly intense. He had to find a balance between opportunities and interpersonal relationships to ensure his safety and development. By chance, Wang Xiaowen learned of a hidden secret that would completely change his fate. He began to cultivate more diligently, preparing to face the upcoming challenges. Chapter 1. Opportunity System. Looking up, he saw darkness all around, the air filled with the scent of medicinal ointment. Moonlight streamed through the wooden window, revealing a hazy scene. Though he couldn't see clearly, he was certain that everything here was very unfamiliar to him. Suddenly, a rush of information flashed through Wang Xiaowen's mind. What? I've actually traversed to a world of immortals. Through the fusion of memories, he learned much information. First, that the previous owner of this body was also named Wang Xiaowen. This place was called the Mountain Gate of the Qingyang Sect, where the previous owner had been a small fry, a newly arrived servant disciple. Due to issues with resources, he clashed with Li Lin, the head of the servant disciples, who was both ruthless and unscrupulous. Li Lin beat him nearly to death, leaving him severely injured, and without any good healing medicine, he was eventually dragged to death. The root of the conflict between the previous owner and Li Lin was the Baichao liquid, a potion that accelerated cultivation and the only resource allocated to servant disciples by the Qingyang Sect. Baichao liquid was a low-grade yellow-level potion, and servant disciples could receive 2 bottles per month. Spiritual medicine was divided into 4 categories: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with yellow-level low-grade being the lowest tier. Each servant disciple relied on these 2 bottles of Baichao liquid to enhance their cultivation, making it extremely precious to them. Li Lin, relying on his own strength and position as the head of the servant disciples, forcibly extorted an additional bottle of Baichao liquid as a protection fee from each disciple every month. Any disciple who refused would be beaten by him and his lackeys. It was unclear why Li Lin, who usually only demanded 1 bottle as protection fee, suddenly increased it to 2 bottles this month, effectively robbing some servant disciples of all their cultivation resources. Li Lin's actions were tantamount to cutting off others' futures. The previous owner naturally refused to comply, but after a few words, he was beaten by Li Lin and his followers. The 2 bottles of Baichao liquid were taken away, and the injured previous owner was forcibly made to do menial tasks for 3 days. Just earlier, he had died from the injuries. This world is so cruel, it's a world where the strong prevail. After reviewing the previous owner's memories, Wang Xiaowen silently made a note of Li Lin, vowing that if someone like him fell into his hands, he would ensure his demise without anyone noticing, given the opportunity. But this world requires cultivation resources. Without them, there is no strength. Not to mention the deceased previous owner. Even I would face great survival risks. Wang Xiaowen contemplated his situation, rubbing his fingers as he pondered how to become stronger. Beep, the daily opportunity system has been successfully bound to the host. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Wang Xiaowen's mind, bringing him immense joy. In his previous life, he had read various works, so he naturally understood what a system was. It was like a cheat. Now he had received his cheat. Li Lin and his ilk will be dealt with sooner or later. The system was currently scanning, detecting a white opportunity appearing 1,000 meters to the southeast. Does the host need navigation? It inquired. Of course, I do, Wang Xiaowen replied without hesitation. The navigation signpost has been activated. A white signpost appeared before Wang Xiaowen's eyes and then vanished. Since there's such a great opportunity, I must go get it. Just in case, Wang Xiaowen took a shovel and ran outside following the system's white icon. Although he still bore scars from his injuries, after traversing here, his wounds were no longer severe and did not affect his speed. Time passed as he ran. 15 minutes later, Wang Xiaowen stopped, looking at the white icon pointing to the ground. The opportunity is right here. He gazed at the unremarkable yellow earth, his bright eyes filled with fervor. He hoped to unearth resources that would be immensely useful to him, preferably something that could allow him to contend against Li Lin's formidable strength. Hopeful as he was, Wang Xiaowen remained very cautious when it came time to dig. After ensuring no one was watching, he began to dig into the yellow earth with fervent anticipation. Chapter 2. Breakthrough Success. Wang Xiaowen was still an ordinary person with limited stamina. Digging down 3 meters, he was already sweating profusely, his body radiating heat, yet under his fervent anticipation, he surprisingly did not feel too tired. Crack! Guided by the white arrow, Wang Xiaowen finally unearthed a black cloth bag. A crisp sound immediately caught his attention. The contents of the black cloth bag were hard. Even the shovel could not move them. Wang Xiaowen set down the shovel, crouched down, and opened the black cloth bag to take a look. Wow! In the night, the freshly dug pit shone with dazzling light. It's actually low-grade spirit stones, and there are so many. This is truly a treasure. With excitement, Wang Xiaowen stuffed the black cloth bag into his embrace, not minding the dirt. Spirit stones are crystals that absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, containing rich spiritual energy that cultivators can absorb and refine into their own cultivation. The value of spirit stones is far more precious than Baijiao liquid. Even low-grade spirit stones are incomparable to mere Baijiao liquid. The current environment was not very safe, so Wang Xiaowen did not take the time to count the number of spirit stones. He understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. After quickly hiding the black cloth bag on himself, Wang Xiaowen climbed out of the pit he had dug. He observed once more, confirming it was safe, and then buried the newly dug earth back in place. To cover his tracks, Wang Xiaowen carefully placed a layer of old soil over the new earth and disguised the digging site with weeds, trying to eliminate all traces of his excavation. In case these low-grade spirit stones were hidden by someone with ulterior motives, it would also pose a problem for him. Once he finished tidying up the site, Wang Xiaowen cautiously returned to his own room. This system is really powerful. Having so many low-grade spirit stones will provide me with spiritual energy for cultivation. In this survival-of-thefitist world, strength was the greatest guarantee. To be safe, Wang Xiaowen decided to absorb all the low-grade spirit stones at once. Only by fully converting them into his cultivation could he feel completely at ease. Without delay, Wang Xiaowen immediately sat cross-legged, took out the black cloth bag, and happily counted the low-grade spirit stones, totaling 20, each shining brightly. Then he closed his eyes and activated the strengthening technique, allowing the cultivation method to circulate through his meridians, passing through the dantian, running the great circulation, and cycling repeatedly. The strengthening technique is a basic postnatal cultivation method, not very precious, used by the Qingyang Sect to lay the foundation for newly initiated mortal disciples. The starting cultivation realm is the foundational realm, also known as the postnatal realm. Soon, the low-grade spirit stones in Wang Xiaowen's hands became dimmer and gradually lost their luster. The spiritual energy within the low-grade spirit stones had been completely absorbed by Wang Xiaowen and brought into his qi meridians, strengthening his own spiritual energy. As time passed, the number of dim low-grade spirit stones around Wang Xiaowen increased, and he quickly reached the 18th low-grade spirit stone. The spiritual energy accumulated within Wang Xiaowen also grew more and more, continuously piling up. Almost there. When the 20 low-grade spirit stones were nearly exhausted, Wang Xiaowen sensed an opportunity. He forcefully suppressed his anxious feelings and calmed himself down. Break through for me. With a burst of determination, all the accumulated spiritual energy surged towards a barrier. Crack! With a crisp sound from within his body, he broke through the barrier of the first level of the postnatal realm. Wang Xiaowen immediately felt a power he had never experienced before, as if he had endless strength throughout his body. After breaking through the first level of the postnatal realm, it seemed as if a lock had been opened within his body, making him feel much lighter, and he could hear more clearly. Is this the state after cultivation? It's simply amazing. Wang Xiaowen was overjoyed, and he immediately threw a punch, the force of which was like a tiger roaring, filled with a sense of power. Wang Xiaowen's current strength was at least 100 kilograms before him. An ordinary adult male could be knocked away with a single punch, completely unable to fight back. Chapter 3. Li Lin. It's dawn. Time has passed so quickly. After Wang Xiaowen opened his eyes, he found the sky bright, and sunlight was shining on him. Dawn. A clear morning bell rang, and the Qingyang Sect, which had fallen into a deep sleep, seemed to come alive. Countless disciples began to appear, moving towards various places within the Qingyang Sect. The order within the sect began to operate in an orderly manner, and Wang Xiaowen, as one of the lowest-level screws in the Qingyang Sect, also stood up, tidied up, and walked outside. Wang Xiaowen headed to the kitchen. The kitchen matron, seeing Wang Xiaowen in the attire of a menial disciple, showed a hint of disdain in her eyes. Both she and Wang Xiaowen were menial disciples, but among all the menial disciples, the kitchen's menial disciples lived the most comfortably, second only to the menial supervisor, Li Lin. Every meal was the best for the menial disciples in the kitchen. Your waste token. The matron, around 40 years old, glanced at Wang Xiaowen with small eyes and pulled a long face. Here, Wang Xiaowen didn't mind and showed his waste token to the matron. This is your meal, that's all. The matron rudely scooped a spoonful of the near-empty green porridge into a bowl, roughly pushing it towards Wang Xiaowen, spilling some porridge in the process. Wang Xiaowen pretended not to see it. As this was the matron's attitude toward menial disciples, it was not the first day he had experienced this in his predecessor's memories. Wang Xiaowen took the bowl and walked away. Not long after Wang Xiaowen left, someone else came to get breakfast from her. Hey, Master Lin, you're up so early. Your breakfast has been prepared and is still warm. I'll go get it for you. The matron was very enthusiastic when she saw the newcomer and went to get breakfast for him. Wang Xiaowen turned his head at the sound and saw 2 fragrant meat buns and a bowl of very thick millet porridge, which had been simmered for a long time and smelled delicious. Master Lin, you've worked hard. If this isn't enough, there's more to fill you up. After delivering the breakfast, the matron's chubby face was filled with smiles, and even her small eyes seemed to disappear. You're quite good. Li Lin was very satisfied with the other person's service attitude, and his laughing eyes gave a sense of familiarity. In reality, how many menial disciples had suffered under those smiling eyes? Perhaps Li Lin himself could not count. Wang Xiaowen observed all this silently. This kind of sycophantic behavior was too normal, not just for a 40-year-old matron. The problem lay with the porridge in such a large cultivation sect. Allowing menial disciples to go hungry was hard to believe. There must be some issue here. Even if he were to die, Wang Xiaowen would not believe it. However, his current strength was insufficient, and his primary goal was to enhance his power. After eating breakfast, Wang Xiaowen still felt a bit hungry. This thin porridge was simply not enough, and he was only 6 parts full. This level of hunger would not kill him, but to feel full, he would have to rise in status or catch the matron's attention. After drinking 2 large bowls of plain water, he finally felt a bit full, albeit from the water. Feeling somewhat better, Wang Xiaowen then headed towards the menial hall. The menial hall of the Qingyang Sect was where menial disciples were assigned tasks, presided over by Li Lin. When Wang Xiaowen arrived, the menial hall was already crowded, with 7 or 8 out of 10 menial disciples from the entire Qingyang Sect present, both male and female. Some menial disciples were stationed at important posts and could only be replaced by specific menial disciples after assignments were made. A few minutes later, all the menial disciples who were supposed to arrive had come, and there were about 300 menial disciples gathered in the menial hall, making it very noisy. Wang Xiaowen was very inconspicuous among the 300 menial disciples. As Li Lin entered the menial hall, the scene fell silent. Li Lin was a round-faced, chubby man in his 30s. He also wore the attire of a menial disciple, and a badge indicating he was the head of the menial disciples hung on his chest. The aura of someone in the 4th level of the postnatal realm erupted, like waves crashing down, nearly knocking the surrounding menial disciples off their feet. Most of the menial disciples looked at Li Lin's smiling eyes with deep fear, daring not to offend him easily. This fat figure often appeared in their nightmares. Li Lin looked at the menial disciples who had been intimidated by his aura and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 4, Menial Tasks. Zhang Feng, are all the people here? Li Lin asked the tall, thin man standing next to him. Zhang Feng was one of Li Lin's subordinates, skilled in coordination and supervision, a strong man in his 30s with a cultivation level of the 2nd level of the postnatal realm. Zhang Feng had a pale face, a clean appearance, and was relatively handsome. Reporting to Supervisor Li, apart from Xiao Chong, all other menial disciples are present. Zhang Feng respectfully bent down. Xiao Chong, like Wang Xiaowen's predecessor, was also a menial disciple who had been beaten by Li Lin's subordinates due to the Baichao liquid, suffering the same treatment as Wang Xiaowen's predecessor. We don't need to worry about that waste. Xiao Chong, the menial morning meeting is about to start. After the meeting, you can go check on Xiao Chong's room. Li Lin said these devilish words with a calm expression in his smiling eyes. His suggestion to check was basically equivalent to going to collect a corpse. Li Lin noticed Wang Xiaowen among the many menial disciples and was a bit surprised. In his estimation, Wang Xiaowen would end up like Xiao Chong today. Seeing Wang Xiaowen looking fine now, he was greatly surprised. Although still injured, he was basically alive. You brat have a tough life if you dare to oppose me again next time. I won't mind letting you die like Xiaochang. Li Lin's smiling eyes held a hint of malice, as if a devil resided within. Still the same old saying, I've already received the points tasks in the sect's task square, and these points tasks will be among the menial tasks I assign you shortly. Li Lin looked sternly at the menial disciples below, speaking fiercely. Sect points are the certificates for exchanging items within the sect. Important resources like cultivation methods, elixirs, talismans, and treasures within the sect must be exchanged for sect points. The only way to obtain sect points is by completing contribution tasks for the sect. Otherwise, the sect would not provide resources to its disciples for free. The 300 servant disciples below fell silent, their eyes filled with sorrow. We work, you gain points. If we weren't afraid of you, we would be the first to deal with you. Although they felt unwilling in their hearts, their limited strength made them not want to die, so they could only yield. Wang Xiaowen remained silent, trying to suppress his aura, not giving Li Lin a chance to provoke him. Very well, the next step is to arrange some tasks. I will call out names, and the disciples whose names are called should go to the tool room to get tools and work for me. Zhang Qing, you go execute the cleaning task outside the sect's mission square. Li Lin continued assigning tasks. Yang Hai, you go execute the task of cutting ironwood. This task includes sect points, so don't make things difficult for me. Wang Xiaowen, you go execute the task of cutting spiritual wood in the spiritual wood garden, which also includes sect points. Don't cause me any problems. Wang Xiaowen picked up a sharp axe and headed towards the spiritual wood garden. His strength was still inadequate. His current strategy was to prioritize survival, so his steps towards the spiritual wood garden were very decisive. Upon seeing Zhang Feng coming out, Wang Xiaowen felt the cruelty of this world again, as Zhang Feng was holding a shroud and heading towards Xiao Xiaoqiang's room. Xiao Xiaoqiang is dead, Wang Xiaowen muttered to himself, and his resolve to become stronger solidified. Without strength, even in death, one would only be wrapped in a shroud and taken to a mass grave, like livestock. Xiaowen, wait for me, I'll go with you. A big fat man behind Wang Xiaowen called out to him while holding an axe. The fat man was named Zhao Kaishan, referred to as Big Fat by Wang Xiaowen's previous self. He was very robust, with a square head and big ears, 20 years old, and a good buddy of Wang Xiaowen's previous incarnation. Thank heavens, you finally survived. I was almost worried to death yesterday, afraid you wouldn't make it. Big Fat patted his chest in relief. Chapter 5, Cutting Spiritual Wood. Yesterday, I accidentally stumbled upon a century-old ginseng and saved it with medicine. Wang Xiaowen pretended to look fearful. You're really tough, it's as if the heavens won't take you. Don't be so stubborn, in the future it's not worth it for 2 bottles of herbal liquid. Big Fat looked at Wang Xiaowen with anticipation, his eyes filled with eagerness. Such a great medicine, who wouldn't be tempted? I've already finished it. At that time, I was prepared to die, so how could I leave any behind? Wang Xiaowen shook his head. Well, surviving a great calamity means there will be future blessings. Big Fat replied. As the two talked, they reached the spiritual wood garden, where many servant disciples assigned to this area were already hard at work cutting spiritual wood. The spiritual wood was very hard, causing the wrists of those holding axes to tremble. Most of the servant disciples present looked dull. Many had been worn down to dull edges. Even living humbly was better than being dead. Hurry up, why are you dawdling? Crack. A burly man with a tiger-like back and bear-like waist, dressed in servant disciple robes, lashed out at Wang Xiaowen and Big Fat as they walked behind him. The man's name was Shan Kuei, one of Li Lin's trusted subordinates. His task was to supervise work progress, and if he caught any servant disciples slacking off, he would whip them. Wang Xiaowen was quick-witted and pulled Big Fat away to dodge far from him, moving to the furthest point from Shan Kuei and began diligently cutting spiritual wood. Humph, at least you know your place. Shan Kuei coldly snorted as he watched Wang Xiaowen behind him. Seeing them behave so obediently, he didn't pursue further. Xiaowen, thank you. Big Fat's heart was still racing. He was genuinely scared. That whip wasn't just for show, it could cause real harm, and anyone hit would certainly end up with a bloody gash. Suffering was inevitable. It's nothing, Wang Xiaowen replied calmly, shaking his head. Everyone cut faster. If anyone fails to meet today's task quota and causes Manager Li to trouble me, I'll be the one to trouble you first. Shan Kuei patrolled fiercely with his whip, and wherever he passed, the nearby servant disciples instinctively trembled. Who among the servant disciples had not been struck by Shan Kuei's whip? His whip was soft, with barbed tips at the end, and a single strike would leave a bloody mark, very gruesome. Shan Kuei's copper bell-like eyes scanned the servant disciples cutting spiritual wood, holding the whip with a predatory gaze. The servant disciples in the spiritual wood garden could only rest when Shan Kuei went to relieve himself. They were truly exhausted. Wang Xiaowen didn't feel too much pressure. He wasn't using all his strength. Although the spiritual wood was hard, if he truly wanted to chop it, it would only take 2 strikes. Currently, he couldn't even cut through a single piece of spiritual wood in 10 strikes. He was just following along, chopping as others did. Only by fully integrating into the group could he work smoothly without leaving traces. Big Fat had a robust build and was also a strength-type disciple, cunningly choosing to cut halfway and then rest. When Shan Kuei was watching, he would chop quickly. When Shan Kuei wasn't looking, he would slow down, pretending to work hard. After chopping all morning, even his breathing was faint. Wang Xiaowen observed this and nodded continuously at Big Fat's impressive physical fitness. Time passed as they chopped wood, and after a morning of labor, everyone was extremely hungry. They hadn't eaten much in the morning, and after expending so much energy, their ironclad bodies couldn't hold up. It's time to eat. The kitchen lady, wearing a gray sun hat, dragged a wooden cart of food to the spiritual wood garden. Looking at the working servant disciples, she spoke impatiently. The servant disciples, seeing the food they had been eagerly awaiting, rushed over in a swarm. Fortunately, there weren't many servant disciples, including Wang Xiaowen and Big Fat. There were only 20, so it wasn't crowded. The kitchen lady didn't help serve the food to the servant disciples at all. She completely let them serve themselves. Watching the servant disciples scramble for food, her horse-like face and small eyes were filled with mockery. Go ahead, grab it. After all, it's just rough rice boiled with leaves. The leaves are everywhere, and you can finally eat your fill. Sitting on the cart with a horse-like face, the kitchen lady smiled, and those who didn't understand might think it was a friendly smile. Chapter 6. 2-century-old ginseng. The task of cutting spiritual wood finally ended, and soon it became dark. Wang Xiaowen dragged his exhausted body back to his room, cleaned off the dust, and although he was still a bit tired, it was within a bearable range. Wang Xiaowen sat cross-legged and began his cultivation for the day. As time passed, it soon reached midnight, and without resources to assist his cultivation, the progress was painfully slow. Ding Daily Opportunity System is automatically detecting. The system has detected a white opportunity 2 kilometers to the northwest. Does the host need navigation? Wang Xiaowen's long-awaited system finally appeared. Of course I need it. Wang Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Something good was coming, but he didn't know what it was. Navigation icon has been successfully activated. After the system opened a white directional arrow in front of Wang Xiaowen, it disappeared. Wang Xiaowen smoothly picked up a shovel and headed towards the white arrow. Outside, the night was quiet, with frogs croaking and insects chirping. Wang Xiaowen ran for 20 minutes with the shovel before reaching the destination indicated by the white arrow. This was the central garden of the Qingyang Sect, where many precious flower species had been transplanted. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaowen had no mood to appreciate them. This is it. Wang Xiaowen looked at the spot where the white arrow stopped, his eyes sparkling. After looking around to ensure no one was paying attention to him, Wang Xiaowen decisively began digging in the central garden. Wow. Struck it rich. This is a good find. This time, he dug up 2 meters, and 200-year-old ginseng appeared before Wang Xiaowen. Wang Xiaowen was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. These 2 were great medicinal herbs, and to find 2 at once was even better than his last opportunity. He quickly tucked the 2 ginseng into his clothes for safekeeping. Then, he buried the newly dug soil back, camouflaged it again, and hurriedly ran back. Upon returning to his house, Wang Xiaowen's smile almost reached his ears. The system was indeed reliable. The resources on him could only be truly trusted when transformed into real strength. Wang Xiaowen immediately cleaned the 2 ginseng. Sitting cross-legged, he directly consumed one of the ginseng, allowing its medicinal power to transform into pure spiritual energy, which he absorbed. Part of the medicinal power also penetrated into Wang Xiaowen's limbs and bones, deeply transforming his body. Wang Xiaowen calmed his mind and safely refined the surging medicinal power of the 100-year-old ginseng. Cultivation itself required patience, consuming Wang Xiaowen's endurance. As he focused, he was refining the powerful medicinal herb. Due to the potent medicinal power of the 100-year-old ginseng, before he had completely refined the first one, Wang Xiaowen felt an opportunity to break through to the next level. He took a deep breath. Break through for me. Boom! In an instant, a crisp sound echoed within Wang Xiaowen's body, as all the spiritual energy accumulated finally broke through the second barrier. I've reached the second layer of the acquired stage. Wang Xiaowen was overjoyed. The surging spiritual energy had directly broken through the next barrier effortlessly. The 100-year-old herb was indeed extraordinary. Wang Xiaowen forcefully steadied his excited mind. He still had resources left, with one more whole ginseng and a small piece of the 100-year-old ginseng, which gave him hope for further progress. Wang Xiaowen closed his eyes again and continued to refine the 100-year-old herb in his hand. As he continued cultivating, only a small piece of the 100-year-old herb remained. With the transformation of the medicinal power, the spiritual energy within him surged crazily, gradually becoming vast. He didn't know how much time had passed when the sky was about to brighten. Wang Xiaowen suddenly took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide. Break through for me. Crack. As the surging medicinal power attacked once again, the barrier stuck at the third layer was shattered, directly splitting open, and the surging power flooded into Wang Xiaowen's body, making him even stronger. Haha, I've reached the third layer of the acquired stage. I really didn't expect to break through 2 layers in one night. It's truly a cause for celebration. Wang Xiaowen's bright eyes almost turned into crescent moons, with joy clearly written on his face as he punched the air, releasing a burst of fierce power. It was as if a surging bull's strength charged down, with force reaching 1,000 pounds. After the excitement, Wang Xiaowen steadied his emotions and completely concealed the aura of the third layer of the acquired stage. In Qingyang Sect, there were too many people stronger than him. He still didn't have the capital to be arrogant. When he noticed some black spots appearing on his body, he was even more surprised. He had been indirectly purified by the fierce medicinal power, expelling some impurities from his body. With this, his physical quality improved significantly, bringing him even more joy. Truly worthy of the name of a 100-year-old herb, it really lives up to its reputation. Wang Xiaowen happily moved his shins, and his whole body crackled like fried beans, feeling extremely refreshing. His body felt as if it had evolved again, with the power lying in wait within him, ready to unleash a swift strike at any moment. Chapter 7. Selection of the Steward. As dawn broke, Wang Xiaowen was assigned by Li Lin to undertake the task of felling ironwood. Despite having attained the strength of the postnatal third layer, Wang Xiaowen still felt unsafe within the Qingyang Sect. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. The happiest moments for Wang Xiaowen during these days were the times when the system would arrive at night. With the system's help, he had found 30 low-grade spirit stones, an 80-year-old flesh spirit mushroom, a gathering chi pill, and a marrow cleansing pill, among other cultivation resources. All these resources were absorbed by Wang Xiaowen, which directly elevated his cultivation level to the postnatal 7th layer. Recently, Wang Xiaowen discovered that the system's navigation distance was increasing. Just yesterday, it had reached as far as 8,000 meters. If it went any further, it would be outside the Qingyang Sect's territory. In the Qingyang Sect, servant disciples were not allowed to leave the sect on their own. Every time they went out to buy supplies, they needed to be accompanied by outer disciples. If the opportunity point designated by the system was outside the sect, and if Wang Xiaowen remained stagnant in his status, he wouldn't be able to leave the sect to seize the opportunity. Wang Xiaowen entered the servant hall, which was still bustling because Li Lin had not yet arrived. The servant disciples gathered together to chat, making the atmosphere lively and unavoidable. Xiaowen, why are you so late? That ma shui tong is getting stingier. The porridge for breakfast has become less and less, barely enough to eat. Depang complained as he approached Wang Xiaowen. Ma shui tong referred to the kitchen lady. If it's not enough, we can go gather some wild vegetables tonight. There are often wild game in the back mountain of the sect, Wang Xiaowen suggested. Many servant disciples who were hungry at night would go to the back mountain to find something to eat. Depang was not simple. He had already cultivated to the postnatal third layer. If it weren't for his unstable aura being noticed, he might have kept it hidden. Wang Xiaowen thought to himself, but didn't point it out on the spot. He looked around the hall filled with servant disciples, with one Depang. There would inevitably be a second, and among these people, who knew how many were hiding their cultivation levels. As Wang Xiaowen chatted with Depang, Li Lin led a gray-haired old man into the servant hall. Li Lin stood half a body behind the old man, nodding and bowing, almost kneeling to flatter him. It was very obvious that this gray-haired old man was definitely a major figure in the Qingyang Sect. The old man, with folded hands, concealed his aura completely, appearing just like an ordinary elder. He held his head high, exuding an imposing presence without anger, standing on the main stage. Li Lin, bowing slightly, stood behind the old man, showing great respect. From the moment the two entered the servant hall, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. The gray-haired old man on the stage was none other than Ouyang Zi, one of the powerful figures in the outer sect of the Qingyang Sect. Very good. All good children. Ouyang Zi expressed his satisfaction towards the 300 servant disciples below, unable to help but praise. I am here today for the annual selection of the servant steward, and the selection time is now. The selection will ensure fairness and justice, and no serious injuries or deaths are allowed. This year, I, Ouyang Zi, will preside over it. Any servant disciples who are interested can stand up boldly and compete for a bright future. Ouyang Zi looked down at the servant disciples with an imposing expression. As soon as Ouyang Zi's words fell, the 300 servant disciples burst into discussions, with all sorts of opinions. The atmosphere was lively, yet no one dared to take a step forward. Li Lin's reputation was not to be trifled with. Once provoked, the consequences could be dire. I hope today's selection will see some interesting servant disciples, otherwise it will be too dull. Ouyang Zi thought to himself as he observed the various expressions of the servant disciples below. Chapter 8, by Li Hao. 2 minutes later. None of the 300 servant disciples dared to step forward to challenge Li Lin. Ouyang Zi was somewhat dissatisfied. Li Lin stood behind Ouyang Zi, remaining silent. But inwardly he was sneering. It was indeed strange that the servant disciples dared not step forward. He had cut off their cultivation resources. So what could they use to compete with him? Even if there were a couple of talented ones, he had secretly sabotaged them. Li Lin had dominated among the servant disciples for many years. To maintain his position and ensure his safety, he had to be proactive in eliminating potential threats. To solidify his position, he was willing to ruin the futures of some servant disciples. Since the servant disciples had poor cultivation talent, they were not valued by the sect. Thus, even if his actions were somewhat extreme, the sect would turn a blind eye. My time is tight. I can't waste too much time here. If you think you can't beat Li Lin, then let him continue to lead you. Do you have any objections? Ouyang Zi said, somewhat disappointed. Realizing that there would be no good show today, just like in previous years, which was quite dull. The 300 servant disciples below felt very unwilling. They also wanted to challenge Li Lin and pull him down from the steward position. However, Li Lin's strength was too formidable, and he had gathered a group of elite servant disciples under him. Coupled with a lack of resources and the fear of retaliation from Li Lin afterward, who would dare to step forward? If they didn't pull Li Lin down, the consequences they faced were unimaginable. How many servant disciples had died at Li Lin's hands? Li Lin, standing behind Ouyang Zi, remained silent, bent over, and was coldly sneering. Ouyang Zi was not surprised. This was basically the result every year, and the selection had become a mere formality. The servant disciples below sighed repeatedly, feeling hopeless for the next year, trapped in an endless cycle of nightmares. I challenge Steward Li. A rough male voice rang out among the 300 servant disciples, cutting through the murmurs like a bell. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Li Lin gazed at the person who spoke. There was a sharpness hidden behind his smiling eyes, wondering who dared to provoke him and if they were tired of living. Good kid, you've hidden deep enough. If you had continued to hide, I might not have been able to do anything about you. But since you've exposed yourself, that's seeking death, Li Lin thought, already plotting how to deal with him. Very well, finally someone who can stand up among the 300 servant disciples. You, young man, are quite impressive, Ouyang Zi remarked, his face beaming with satisfaction. The situation was about to become interesting. Ouyang Zi's wrinkled eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. He wanted to see if this young man would qualify to earn his respect. Howzy, are you crazy? Challenging Li Lin could cost you your life. Depang quickly urged the young man, looking worried. Wang Xiaowen was also surprised that Bai Li Hao would stand up. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Among the 300 servant disciples, there were not a few who had secretly cultivated. What exactly gives Howzy the courage to stand up? Well, let's first observe the situation. If it really doesn't work out, I can still step in later, Wang Xiaowen thought to himself. I really didn't expect that Bai Li Hao would actually stand up. Is he out of his mind? He even dares to touch Li Lin's bad luck. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Good job, take down Li Lin. Among the 300 miscellaneous disciples, there was a lot of talk, with all sorts of opinions. However, most of the miscellaneous disciples did not have high hopes for Bai Li Hao. They had been oppressed by Li Lin for too long and had developed psychological shadows. Li Lin, today, I will throw you down from the position of the head of the miscellaneous disciples. Bai Li Hao stepped forward, his sharp eyes fixed on Li Lin, exuding a strong aura. Chapter 9. The selection begins. Bai Li Hao had a fair face without a beard and a tall figure. looking like a handsome young man. Xiaoqiang, you go ahead first. I will help you take revenge, Bailey Hao sighed inwardly. When Bailey Hao entered the Qingyang Sect, he thought he could cultivate immortality, but unexpectedly, he was thrown into the miscellaneous hall and became a miscellaneous disciple. It was Xiaoqiang who helped each other, and their bond was very deep, like that of real brothers. Later, he was fortunate enough to gain an opportunity, caught someone's eye, and was granted resources, allowing Bailey Hao to qualify to challenge Li Lin. Very well, the challenge is established. Both sides enter the arena. I will witness it. Friendship comes first, the selection second, and neither side should sustain serious injuries or death. Yangzi said seriously. He originally thought this year's selection would just be a routine process, but unexpectedly, there was a twist, making it interesting. Bailey Hao walked to the arena and stood still. Li Lin also stepped down, looking very composed like the Maitreya Buddha. Good, you have guts. But you shouldn't challenge my authority, Li Lin said coldly. His expression looked like a smile, but the 300 miscellaneous disciples below were very wary of that gaze. Since I have stepped forward, I have the strength to face you. Go ahead, head stewardly, Bailey Hao said, anger visible in his eyes, though he did not show it. If it were before, he would have been 3 parts cautious. But now he had a backing and was no longer afraid of Li Lin. If Li Lin dared to make a move against him, he wouldn't mind fighting back to see who would be the last one laughing. Boom, Li Lin was not polite. The aura of the late stage of the Hotian 4th layer erupted, causing the surrounding miscellaneous disciples to quickly retreat. Bailey Hao also unleashed his own cultivation. The aura of the late stage of the Hotian 5th layer erupted, standing firmly in place like an unyielding pine tree. So that's how it is. No wonder you have the confidence to confront me. You really have hidden it well. Li Lin's Maitreya Buddha-like smile narrowed, and his mouth opened in a hint of disdain. Bailey Hao is impressive. He has actually cultivated to the late stage of the Hotian 5th layer. Where did he get so many resources? I really can't believe that the usually quiet Bailey Hao has reached this level. It's truly remarkable. As Bailey Hao unleashed his aura, the miscellaneous disciples below were in an uproar, filled with envy. Such strong cultivation, why don't they have it? Haozi is impressive. Where did he get the resources? Da Peng nudged Wang Xiaowen beside him and said, I don't know either. Wang Xiaowen shook his head. He really didn't know where Bailey Hao's resources came from. Xiaowen, who do you think will win? Da Peng asked again. We'll see, Wang Xiaowen replied. Yangzi looked at Bailey Hao, a satisfied expression appearing on his stern face. No wonder he dares to compete with Li Lin. He has quietly cultivated to the late stage of the Hotian 5th layer. This child's temperament is quite good, the Yangzi commented. You think just because I show the late stage of the Hotian 4th layer every day, that I truly am at that level? How naive. You, with decent talent. But unfortunately, too naive, Li Lin shook his head dismissively. Open up. Boom with a roar from Li Lin. The pressure of the late stage of the Hotian 6th layer immediately spread throughout the arena, forcing the ordinary disciples nearby to retreat once again. If they didn't retreat in time, they might end up being crushed on the spot, which would be embarrassing. So this is your true strength. You're truly sly as a fox. Bailey Hao furrowed his attractive brows on the spot. Things were becoming a bit troublesome. He had thought he could directly overpower Li Lin with his cultivation. Unexpectedly, Li Lin was also a cunning one, hiding his true strength all along. It seems I must leave this territory of the miscellaneous disciples. Offending Li Lin while staying here will surely lead to trouble sooner or later. Bailey Hao muttered to himself. Things were becoming tricky. Chapter 10. No martial virtue in the end. He was still too young, thinking that having some strength meant he could act freely. Do you really think I, Li Lin, can't wield a knife? Daring to provoke me comes at a cost. Otherwise, anyone could bully me, Li Lin. Li Lin coldly laughed to himself. The strength of both sides in the challenge was already crystal clear, and the situation was very unfavorable for Bailey Hao. It's over. Li the evil ghost's strength has increased again. Who can get rid of this evil ghost in human skin? I will set up a longevity tablet for him. Damn it. It seems that my situation will only get more difficult in the future. Li Lin has been occupying the steward position, and I have no chance to stand out. Damn Li Lin, why don't you just die? If I had known this, I shouldn't have entered the Qingyang Sect. This isn't living like a human. It's worse than being livestock. The Qingyang Sect is a place that devours people. One can only enter, not exit. The miscellaneous disciples are like livestock. It's truly too much. Seeing Li Lin's strength growing stronger, most of the miscellaneous disciples felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. The stronger Li Lin became, the more stable his position in the Qingyang Sect, and their future days would be even harder. Although the miscellaneous disciples felt wronged, they only dared to complain in their hearts and did not dare to show it on their faces. Once Li Lin caught them as an excuse to find trouble, they would be very close to death. Li Lin, this man-eating ghost, has already caused the deaths of many miscellaneous disciples. How's he is in danger? Do we have any way to help him? Daping said anxiously, nudging Wang Xiaowen quietly. Hey, Xiaowen, what are you going over there for? Are you looking for death? Come back. Daping looked at Xiaowen, who was also walking towards the challenge arena, suddenly feeling very anxious. This guy's stubbornness is back. He barely escaped with his life last time. Is he going to seek death again? Fortunately, there were other miscellaneous disciples blocking the way in front of Xiaowen, giving Daping the chance to rush over and pull him back. If you go over there like this, you're just sending your life away. Why haven't you made any progress? Daping hurriedly chased after Wang Xiaowen. Yangzi stood majestically on the stage, watching Li Lin reveal his strength at the late stage of the Qingyang 6th layer. After a moment of surprise, he nodded in satisfaction, stroking his graying beard. Not bad. He is ruthless enough in his actions, thoughtful enough, and knows how to hide his strengths. It's just a pity that his talent is a bit lacking. And he is somewhat older. Otherwise, it would be fine to take him in as an outer disciple. Yangzi's pair of wrinkled old eyes looked at Li Lin standing in the arena, his mind racing. To him, a miscellaneous disciple was not very important. If it weren't for the sect's rules every year, and this year it was his turn, he wouldn't have stepped into the miscellaneous hall at all. You will pay the price for your recklessness. Suddenly, Li Lin launched a punch at Bai Li Hao, a fierce force driving straight toward Bai Li Hao's chest. The momentum was grand, like a raging bull charging, a punch capable of splitting mountains. I concede. Bai Li Hao immediately recognized Li Lin's strength at the 6th level of acquired realm and surrendered without hesitation. Li Lin guessed that Bai Li Hao would give in, but he didn't intend to let Bai Li Hao off so easily. So he immediately struck with the mountain-splitting punch, aiming to severely injure Bai Li Hao. Once hit, Bai Li Hao would at least have several ribs broken. He couldn't just provoke him without paying a price. Damn it, you deceived me. Bai Li Hao was shocked. His opponent was not adhering to martial ethics, launching an attack without giving him a chance to react. Stop. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, filled with anger. Unfortunately, the voice was too far away to be of any help. Boom cracked, the sound of bones breaking echoed, and the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 11. Li Lin's defeat. A heart-wrenching scream rang out. 3 of Li Lin's ribs had already broken. Clutching his injured chest, his body bent like a bow. Engulfed by intense pain, Li Lin's entire body was convulsing, shaking uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. The intense pain made it impossible for him to straighten up, forcing him to bow humbly, half kneeling on the ground. In the next moment, a streak of blood flowed from the corner of Li Lin's mouth. He was now internally bleeding, his condition deteriorating rapidly. His overall strength was diminished to almost nothing. You really didn't expect to fall at my hands in the end. I'm so unwilling. Li Lin looked at the person before him, unable to believe that his opponent had hidden his strength so well. He should have noticed it long ago. Unfortunately, he had been too careless. I'm fine. This is really too thrilling. Bai Li Hao was extremely relieved. If he had been hit by Li Lin's punch, he would have been left with severe injuries, and there would definitely be no good outcome. Thankfully, he was lucky, and the tragedy did not happen to him. Impressive. Truly unbelievable. I owe you my life. Bai Li Hao expressed his gratitude, realizing that without this opponent, his outcome would have been completely different. Once he lost his value in the sect, he would definitely be abandoned. Once abandoned by the sect, as a miscellaneous disciple, he had no other path to take but death. Xiaowen, are you still Xiaowen? Daping rushed to the side, staring blankly at everything happening. Once he reacted, his big eyes were filled with joy. Good days are coming, Xiaowen. You've brought hope to all the miscellaneous disciples. The small miscellaneous hall was indeed a place of hidden talents. This time, it was worth coming, full of twists and turns, truly exciting. Standing on the stage, Yangzi looked at everything with authority. It's time to stop. If this continues, it will violate the sect's rules, Yangzi thought. When did this guy become so powerful? How did I not know? Yangzi was pleased to see Li Lin finally brought down. He had hated Li Lin to the core, wishing to crush him to dust, but unfortunately, Li Lin couldn't die just yet. It would have been better if he could. He just hoped he wouldn't become the second Li Lin. This guy is called Wang Xiaowen, right? When did he become so strong? It really hasn't been easy for him. He must have endured a lot to hide his strength until now. Ouyangzi was surprised to find that Wang Xiaowen had reached the 7th level of acquired realm. Li Lin was no match for him. After a brief silence, the 300 miscellaneous disciples erupted into a noisy discussion, their voices growing louder. The nightmare that had been hovering over them was finally dispelled. They felt an indescribable lightness, as if the heavy stone weighing down their hearts had been lifted. Ah, Wang Xiaowen, you are ruthless and cunning. Have you been waiting for this day for a long time? Li Lin closed his eyes in pain, shrouded in a great sense of despair. He had lost this time, and what awaited him next was unimaginable. Damn Wang Xiaowen. He secretly cultivated to the 7th level of acquired realm, and I am no match for his punch. How can I fight for my life? I have committed so many sins in the past. Once they explode, I will definitely have no place to be buried. I must think of a way to save myself. Otherwise, there's no doubt I will die. Even if they don't kill me now. Once I'm out of the rules, I will eventually be killed. With so many debts from miscellaneous disciples, how can I repay them? I must think of a way to save myself. Li Lin furrowed his brows in pain, his face full of worry. Right now, his injuries were not the main issue. The key was that he might not survive the night. In this world, one must always repay their debts. Don't worry, this is the selection venue. Your safety is guaranteed. Wang Xiaowen had only thrown one punch, exuding the pressure of the 7th level of acquired realm. With just that simple punch, he had sent Li Lin into an abyss. Looking down at Li Lin, who was half kneeling on the ground, Wang Xiaowen showed no mercy. Li Lin's misfortune was just beginning. Chapter 12. Li Lin's defeat 2 by Li Hao. How are you? Are you hurt? A young woman approached, dressed in green, standing beside by Li Hao. The green-clad girl had a round face with a few freckles, big eyes, and a relatively full figure, with long, shiny black hair. To pursue a more defined figure, she had altered her green outfit to be much smaller, accentuating her curves. She was the one who tried to stop Li Lin when he attacked by Li Hao. But unfortunately, she was too far away. By the time she arrived, Li Lin had already been struck by Wang Xiaowen's punch and was seriously injured. Yuan. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Bai Li Hao replied generously. That is good to hear. I've been around the sect recently. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Yuan looked at Bai Li Hao's handsome face, momentarily lost in admiration, but considering the public setting, she said little and left. Wow, how's he? Yuan is an inner disciple of the sect, and she is so nice to you. Could it be she has a crush on you? Depang joked, enviously punching Bai Li Hao. My charm is boundless. I clearly could rely on my looks to get by, yet I choose to grow stronger on my own. I just don't want to be called a freeloader. Bai Li Hao felt very proud inside, but of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. How could that be? We're just acquaintances. Bai Li Hao responded to Depang. Everyone quiet down. Ouyangzi spoke up, reminding the 300 miscellaneous disciples that the selection for the miscellaneous overseer was not yet over, and they shouldn't forget the rules. As Ouyangzi spoke, the 300 miscellaneous disciples stopped chatting and turned their gazes toward him, eager to hear what he had to say next. The selection of the steward continues. Are there any disciples who feel confident in their abilities? Feel free to come up and challenge. There is only one opportunity to challenge each year. If you miss today, you will have to wait until next year for another chance. My time is precious, and I will only give you 3 minutes to consider. If no steward disciple comes up to challenge after 3 minutes, I will announce the end of the selection. Ouyangzi spoke sternly to the 300 steward disciples. The 7th level is coming soon, and even Li Lin isn't his opponent. How can I fight? Whoever wants to fight can go ahead. I won't fight. My strength is insufficient. Who would dare to voice any objections? It has nothing to do with me anyway. That scheming Wang Xiaowen, such a sly person. Who would dare to provoke him? Moreover, he only threw one punch throughout the process. Who knows if he used all his strength? The risk is too great. Who would dare to take that risk? The 300 steward disciples below discussed among themselves, but no one dared to go up and challenge Wang Xiaowen. Li Lin, you are no longer the steward. You should leave. There is nothing for you here. Ouyangzi looked at the disheartened Li Lin without much emotional fluctuation. Even life and death seemed trivial in his eyes, let alone a steward disciple who had only suffered a setback. The disciple obeyed. Li Lin limped away. He had committed too many wrongs, and now that he was injured, someone would definitely seek revenge on him. Therefore, he had little time left and needed to find a lifeline. He planned to seek refuge with the outer gate steward, Li Kuan. Li Kuan had received so much tribute from me every month. If he doesn't help me, then don't blame me for reporting him to the outer gate elders and exposing all his ugly deeds. Even if I can't survive, I will drag someone down with me. As Li Lin walked, he was still calculating. His current situation was extremely dangerous. He needed to find a strong backing for himself. Seeking Wang Xiaowen was simply impossible. He had almost died at his hands last time. It would be good enough if he didn't attack him. Now his strength was barely 1/10. And among the 300 steward disciples, there were too many who posed a threat to him. Time is of the essence. Delay may lead to disaster. He must hurry to Li Kuan, or he would face endless troubles. As Li Lin walked, he didn't notice that the steward badge pinned to his chest had already shattered. 3 minutes for consideration had passed. Are there any challengers? Ouyangzi stood on the stage, looking sternly at the 300 steward disciples, reminding them once again. Unfortunately, even with his continued reminders, none of the disciples dared to step forward to challenge Wang Xiaowen. This was someone who could defeat Li Lin. Provoking him would be far more serious than provoking Li Lin. If even Li Lin had been taken down by him, what chance did they have? Chapter 13. Becoming the steward, what is your name? Ouyangzi asked sternly, looking at Wang Xiaowen. The disciple's name is Wang Xiaowen. Wang Xiaowen responded with great respect. His strength was still insufficient, so he had to maintain a facade to gain time for his development. Wang Xiaowen, huh? You are quite impressive. Ouyangzi nodded in praise. If no one is willing to challenge Wang Xiaowen, then I will appoint Wang Xiaowen as the steward. Ouyangzi said with authority to the 300 steward disciples. His words carried spiritual power, reaching the ears of every steward disciple. I never expected that the steward hall would undergo a change. I wonder if Wang Xiaowen will become the second Li Lin. He doesn't seem too arrogant in his usual dealings, but one can never tell. Perhaps everything on the surface is just an illusion. I hope Wang Xiaowen won't exploit us like Li Lin did. I'm just afraid that power will corrupt him. The expressions of the 300 steward disciples varied, and thoughts raced through their minds. Among familiar disciples, there would occasionally be exchanges. Some steward disciples looked toward Wang Xiaowen, envisioning a bright future and hoping for a good start. Others were skeptical, thinking it was just a change in management. For them, life might still involve being exploited by those above them. Although the atmosphere was lively, after a minute passed, no steward disciple was willing to step forward to challenge Wang Xiaowen. Fatty looked at Wang Xiaowen with excitement. If Wang Xiaowen became his direct superior, it would be a great blessing for him. The facts of being exploited and oppressed in the past would finally become history. Meanwhile, Zhao Kaishan could rise slowly under Wang Xiaowen's protection, and he could finally see the light ahead. Bai Lihao looked at Wang Xiaowen, not feeling jealous, but rather ignited with a stronger fighting spirit. He believed that whatever Wang Xiaowen could achieve, he Bai Lihao could achieve one day as well. I announced that the annual selection for the steward has concluded, and the final winner is Wang Xiaowen. Ouyangzi declared solemnly. Great. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Fatty exclaimed excitedly. Good job. If you don't perform well, don't blame me for challenging you one day. Bai Lihao said proudly. Anytime, Wang Xiaowen replied without concern. The era of Li Lin has finally passed. I can finally sleep peacefully without nightmares. Wang Xiaowen has become strong. It's truly amazing. Wang Xiaowen, you're great. I want to have children with you. A female steward disciple shouted among the steward disciples. There was much discussion, and the scene was lively and noisy. The spirit of the 300 steward disciples had completely transformed. The oppressive atmosphere of despair had become a thing of the past. You are quite good. I am entrusting this to you. Manage the steward hall well, and do not cause trouble for the Qingyang Sect. Ouyangzi handed a steward badge to Wang Xiaowen, his hands filled with wrinkles, and instructed him. Please rest assured, Sect, I will not disappoint Elder Ouyang's trust. Wang Xiaowen responded eagerly as he accepted the steward badge. With the steward badge in hand, he could leave the sect openly and no longer worry about distance issues for the opportunities provided by the system. Good. I hope you remember what you said. If there's a problem, it will be on you. After giving a few more instructions, Ouyangzi walked out of the steward hall with his hands behind his back, heading towards the outer gate hall where another outer gate selection awaited him. Although this steward selection had experienced so much, the specific time hadn't passed long. It was now only 9 in the morning, and a total of 2 hours had passed from start to finish. Wang Xiaowen walked onto the stage. Looking at the task list on the table, which was the specific list of tasks prepared by Li Lin for today, Wang Xiaowen didn't change the details and temporarily followed Li Lin's original work arrangement, taking the task list and beginning to distribute the specific tasks for today. Chapter 14. Dusk Outer Gate Hall, the residence of the outer disciples of the Qingyang Sect. Outer disciples can leave the Qingyang Sect to train. which is completely different from the lifestyle of steward disciples. Outside one of the rooms in the outer gate hall area, Li Lin stood there quietly waiting. This room is the residence of the outer gate steward, Li Kuan, who is the main lifeline Li Lin plans to grasp. Li Lin was just very disappointed that Li Kuan's room had been locked. The house was empty. Li Kuan had already gone out, and it was uncertain when he would return. There was no need to wait any longer. Li Kuan had gone out to hunt down bandits and wouldn't be back for at least 2 days. A female outer disciple in a green outfit, seeing Li Lin waiting in vain, kindly suggested that he stop waiting. After that, she left him alone and went about her own business. Click. Li Lin's mental support collapsed. What should he do? It couldn't be. There must be other ways. I refuse to believe that I can't escape this disaster. Li Lin fell into unprecedented panic. Most of the servant disciples hated him immensely, and now that he had fallen from grace, the consequences were unimaginable. Escape? He could only flee now. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the routes outside the sect. As long as he acted in secret, there wouldn't be a problem. As long as he got out of Qingyang Sect and into the outside world, with some caution, he could still survive. Wang Xiaowen, when I recover, don't let me run into you again. Once you two fall from power, I'll make sure to kill you at the first opportunity. Li Lin gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Wang Xiaowen's rise was far beyond his expectations. That guy had just arrived not long ago, with limited resources. And he had exploited most of the resources. Where did he get the strength to improve? This situation was filled with anomalies that Li Lin couldn't comprehend. But no matter what, the situation was clear. The victor takes all. He had committed too many sins, and if he didn't escape early, he would lose his life. Since waiting was no longer hopeful, Li Lin headed back to his own room. He needed to prepare as soon as possible to slip out of Qingyang Sect. During the day, these guys didn't have the guts to act. Their best time to move would be at night. By then, I might have already slipped away. So, my best departure time would be in the evening, to ensure that no one notices. As Li Lin walked back to his room, he calculated which servant disciples might attack him and the possible locations where they could strike. He needed to be vigilant and prepared. Wang Xiaowen had just taken over as the head of the servants. Without any backing, he naturally had to stabilize this hard-won position. This head badge allowed him to go out and seek opportunities, so he couldn't treat the role of head of the servants casually. Thus, on the first day, he diligently performed his duties, supervising the servant disciples, but he wasn't as harsh as Li Lin, leaving some leeway for them. This way, he could manage both sides, completing the sect's tasks while receiving fewer complaints and hatred from the servant disciples. He didn't ask for much, just the opportunity to go out of Qingyang Sect. Everything else didn't concern him much, maintaining a laissez-faire attitude. Time passed, and night was approaching. Having endured most of the day, Li Lin had already packed his belongings, reset his ribs, and applied his medicine. As long as he rested for a year, his body would recover, provided he had the fortune to survive. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Li Lin's eyes flickered. Were they so impatient? It was still daytime, and there were often big shots passing by. He wanted to see if they had the guts to act now. Li Lin pondered while walking over to open the door. Boss, how is it going? I've brought you some good medicine, a bone-setting ointment, just right for you now. Zhang Feng entered, bending slightly and speaking with a flattering tone. You're thoughtful. Li Lin reluctantly accepted the ointment. He knew this ointment was specifically for bone injuries and could be taken internally. He already had some and had used it, so this bottle would be for backup. Regardless, since it was brought by a little brother and there was no issue, he might as well take it. Take care, boss, I'm off. Zhang Feng said his pleasantries and then left. This guy is so cautious even when giving a gift, Li Lin sighed. He was no longer the same as before. Even Zhang Feng was afraid of being too entangled with him, which was very realistic. On the outer door side, Li Kuan returned to his room with a group of subordinates. Li Kuan was a robust middle-aged man, wearing a green outfit with blue edges, the standard attire for outer disciples. He had a rugged appearance, exuding an air of a bandit, and his large copper-ringed eyes carried a sense of authority. Have there been any matters related to me in the sect while I was away? Li Kuan asked his capable subordinate Lin Yao. Li Kuan had just returned from hunting down bandits and felt an indescribable fatigue. He planned to rest for a few days. Lin Yao had an aura of femininity. His body unusually supple, difficult to distinguish between male and female. He looked more like a woman despite being a man. He held a folding fan, appearing somewhat shy. This was not his intention. It was just due to his cultivation technique and special physique that resulted in this change. He was very strong, yet also very abnormal. Thus, among the outer disciples, he was nicknamed Fairy Lin. However, few dared to say this nickname in front of him. Many only gossiped behind his back. Lin Yao was strong, but Li Kuan was even more formidable, which allowed him to subdue Lin Yao, making him one of his subordinates. There aren't many things related to you. Just that Li Lin has fallen and been kicked out of the position of head of the servants. Lin Yao spoke boldly, not even using honorifics with Li Kuan. Li Lin had committed too many sins. With his downfall, that banner was no longer useful. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it was best not to give him a chance to bite back. Lin Yao, you handle this matter. Li Kuan relaxed in a recliner, wanting to rest for a few days after all the hard work. He would deal with future matters later. Lin Yao received Li Kuan's orders without surprise. This was something Li Kuan often did, killing the donkey after the grinding. However, Li Lin still thought Li Kuan was his best support, treating him as a brother and believing he had leverage over Li Kuan, thinking he had grasped a lifeline. Little did he know, among those wanting to kill him, was Li Kuan himself. After Zhang Feng left, Li Lin looked at the sky, which was getting darker, and closed the door, ready to grab his belongings and flee. Suddenly, he felt a stream of dark blood dripping from his nose, falling to the ground and corroding the soil, producing black smoke. Then it spread to his mouth, eyes, ears, and every pore of his skin. The bone-setting ointment was poisoned. Zhang Feng, you traitor, how could you betray me? Thud. By the time Li Lin reacted, it was too late. He was already lying on the ground, his body filled with dark blood, powerless and lifeless. Don't blame me. I've waited for this day for a long time. Did you think I was staying by your side to honor you? You're wrong. I've been looking for the opportunity to kill you. You brutal beast. Not even the woman I secretly liked was spared by you. Forcing her into a relationship and then taking no responsibility, ultimately leading to Lu Er's self-termination. You are a devil. If you don't die, who will? Zhang Feng looked at the already dead Li Lin with madness. God knows how hard he has endured, and thanks to Wang Xiaowen, he finally had the chance for revenge. This poison is called black blood powder. It is not contagious, and the source of its extreme toxicity lies in the powdery substance attached to the surface of the bone-setting ointment. Zhang Feng only dared to use the highly toxic bone-setting ointment after taking the antidote in advance. Usually, Li Lin was surrounded by people, and with the power of his title as the head of the miscellaneous management, he had no way to act completely, so he didn't dare to take action. Now, with Li Lin shunned by everyone, it was the best time to strike a drowning dog. Zhang Feng had studied Li Lin thoroughly while lurking by his side. Just to be safe, he chose this crucial moment. He knew that if he missed this rare opportunity, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to seek revenge later, to ensure that Li Lin died at his hands without exposing himself. Zhang Feng had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Chapter 16. The rooms tunnel people like you are not worthy of a burial. The best outcome is to die without a grave. After Zhang Feng gradually calmed down, he looked at Li Lin's pitch-black corpse, and his gaze shifted from hatred to complete indifference. This place would definitely become a site of trouble. Who knows how many eyes were watching here? Now that night had fallen, this room was about to become the focus. He could not expose himself, especially not while carrying Li Lin's corpse, which was extremely dangerous. If Li Lin's body was left here, it would surely alert the sect. As long as the sect investigated, it would be easy to uncover the poisoning. The most likely person to poison him would be those close to him, and if the sect continued their investigation, his exposure would be inevitable. Therefore, it was safest for Li Lin to simply disappear. Zhang Feng crouched next to Li Lin's corpse, coldly observing the warm body, his eyes flickering as he calculated the pros and cons. The only option left was to dig a tunnel. Zhang Feng slowly came up with a win-win solution. Only by quietly digging a tunnel to dispose of Li Lin's body could he not only destroy the evidence, but also take revenge for Lu Er without incurring any karma himself. Once he thought of it, he acted quickly, finding a shovel in Li Lin's room and starting to dig. When he had dug a hole over a person's height, Zhang Feng carefully wrapped Li Lin's body in a burlap sack and tossed it into the tunnel. He also carefully sprinkled a layer of old soil on the thin wooden board surface to disguise it and covered the tunnel with the boards. Zhang Feng entered the tunnel with the shovel and completely sealed the tunnel entrance with the disguised wooden boards. After finishing all this, Zhang Feng headed straight towards the sect's back mountain with Li Lin's corpse. After Zhang Feng disguised Li Lin's room, it appeared as if nothing had happened. Only the air was filled with the scent of fresh soil. This flaw was beyond Zhang Feng's control. He could only leave it to time to dissipate the scent of fresh soil. Zhang Feng dug tirelessly in the dark underground, calculating the time and distance as he worked. When he reached a suitable position, he would go up and destroy the evidence. Above ground, night had fallen. Lin Yao walked into Li Lin's room, which appeared empty. He guessed that Li Lin must have fled and that he had come too late. Lin Yao was a very perceptive person, with a sniff. He detected something was off. The room had a scent of fresh soil. Not simple at all. This guy Li Lin actually thought of digging a tunnel to escape, which could evade detection and allow him to get away. This trick of crossing the sea under cover of fog was quite clever. Unfortunately for you, your luck is bad. You ran into me, and I will turn your cleverness into a turtle in a jar. Lin Yao patiently knocked around the room, hoping to uncover the digging entrance. The room was small, and it couldn't withstand Lin Yao's probing. After just a few knocks, he discovered the disguised tunnel entrance Zhang Feng had created. Lin Yao wore a playful smile as he closed his folding fan and slipped inside. Not long after Lin Yao entered the tunnel, another figure in black appeared in Li Lin's room. The black-clad person had their face covered with black gauze and noticed clear digging marks around the thin wooden boards. Cunning Li Lin actually thought of digging a tunnel to escape. However, from the traces on the surface, it was evident that someone had already chased after him before me. Should I also go down? After all, it was a murder case, full of unspeakable matters. Going down was easy, but escaping would be difficult, and there might even be the risk of falling. After pondering for a while, the figure in black decided to pry open the tunnel. Just because I don't go in doesn't mean others want tea. With a cold smile, the black-clad figure left Li Lin's room. Not long after the first black-clad figure left, another one entered, seeing the tunnel on the ground, wearing a cold smile filled with hatred, and dove into the tunnel. I hope it's not too late. If Li Lin has already dug through, then there's no way to take revenge. The black-clad figure quickened their pace with such thoughts. Chapter 17. No bones left. I hope no one discovers that tunnel, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Zhang Feng dug with all his might while praying, always feeling a sense of unease. I hope nothing goes wrong. Zhang Feng comforted himself. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, a sharp object pressed against his throat, startling him. Spare me, I'm not Li Lin. Zhang Feng quickly dropped the shovel and assumed a surrendering posture. Although he couldn't see what was happening behind him, he felt the coldness at his neck clearly. It was definitely a dagger. Where's Li Lin? A soft voice came from behind, cold and piercing. I have already poisoned him. He.s. in the sack. Zhang Feng even kicked the burlap sack with his foot. Don't move, let me check. The soft voice warned. All right, I want to move. Zhang Feng could only yield. His life was in the other's hands. What else could he do? After a rustling sound came from behind, there was silence. Turn around. The voice continued. Zhang Feng had no choice but to turn around. It was you. You actually killed your master. Interesting. The person behind was Lin Yao, who knew Zhang Feng through Li Lin, as Li Lin was Li Kuan's lackey. Since you've already killed Li Lin, then I have nothing to do with this. You can continue, and I will leave. After Lin Yao finished speaking, he walked towards the exit. His task was also to kill Li Lin. Since Li Lin was dead, why bother? Phew, you scared me. Zhang Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the other party did not kill him. Otherwise, he would have met his end today. Who are you? Lin Yao walked in the tunnel and saw a large man in black staring at him warily. Someone here to kill you. The forest spirit walked towards the man in black with a playful demeanor, while the man stood defensively, holding a lumberjack's axe, his body tense and not daring to breathe. Just when the man in black thought they were about to engage in a life-and-death duel, the forest spirit simply knocked him unconscious and lifted him with one hand, as if carrying a chick, heading toward the underground passage. On the back mountain of Qingyang Sect, Wang Xiaowen was foraging for wild game. He had often gone hungry in the past, so catching wild game had become a habit. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. While near a rabbit hole, he observed the surface of the ground shifting slightly, a subtle movement that quickly caught his attention. With a rustling sound, Zhang Feng finally emerged from the tunnel. Gasping for fresh air, staying underground had almost suffocated him. Next, he lifted Li Lin's corpse. As the dark night and strong winds made it an ideal time to dispose of a body. Zhang Feng, who's inside? Wang Xiaowen asked, pointing at the sack. Reporting to the steward, it's Li Lin, Zhang Feng replied, feeling nervous. He had worked hard to kill someone, and now disposing of the body seemed so difficult. This is interesting. Li Lin had just begun to show signs of decay when you ended his life. Aren't you Li Lin's loyal lackey? Can I assume you are biding your time? I don't care why you killed him. I have evidence of your crime, and you know what to do, right? Wang Xiaowen smiled at Zhang Feng while while shaking the recording stone in his hand. I am willing to follow Steward Wang's orders, and from now on, if you point east, I will never go west. Zhang Feng immediately knelt before Wang Xiaowen and said, I can't accept you. What if you turn on me one day? Who would I turn to for justice? Wang Xiaowen said seriously, managing 300 miscellaneous disciples is too troublesome. From now on, you will be in charge of their tasks. Don't cause any trouble for me, or you know the consequences, Wang Xiaowen instructed sternly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't his life on the line, everything was negotiable. All right then, you do your thing. Just make sure to keep it clean and leave no evidence. Wang Xiaowen added. Understood, Zhang Feng replied, remaining kneeling humbly before Wang Xiaowen. After giving his orders, Wang Xiaowen ignored Zhang Feng and continued searching for food. Zhang Feng dragged Li Lin's body deeper into the back mountain, knowing that there were wolf packs deeper in the forest. He took Li Lin's corpse out of the sack and then quickly stabbed it multiple times, and in the next moment, black blood began to ooze from Li Lin's body, filling the air with a strong metallic scent. Zhang Feng then climbed a tall tree and waited quietly. Sure enough, it wasn't long before wild wolves were attracted by the scent of blood and began to feast on Li Lin's flesh. The wolf packs soon descended, and within moments, Li Lin's body was devoured, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Zhang Feng watched all this with indifference. Li Lin's fate was deserving of such treatment. Chapter 18. Li Ku in the sky was still dark. The crackling flames burned, and the oil dripped into the fire, sizzling and releasing the aroma of cooked meat. Wang Xiaowen sat outside, watching the delicious roasted rabbit meat, swallowing hard. You must be Wang Xiaowen, the newly appointed steward of the miscellaneous tasks. A rough-looking middle-aged man with a hint of a bandit aura said as he approached. The bandit aura exuded by the middle-aged man was so strong that it made Wang Xiaowen squint his bright eyes. Coming in here to assert dominance right away. This visitor is not friendly. Wang Xiaowen cautiously observed the middle-aged man, secretly on guard. Accompanying the rough-looking man was a dark-skinned man, gaunt and seemingly fragile. But the large knife he casually dropped easily split a hard stone in two. The dark-skinned man lagged half a step behind the rough-looking middle-aged man, carrying a hefty machete on his shoulder as if it weighed nothing, without any sense of heaviness. His bulging eyes regarded Wang Xiaowen with cold indifference, as if he were looking at a corpse. I am Wang Xiaowen. I don't know who you are or what you want from me. Wang Xiaowen steadied himself and said to the bandit-like middle-aged man, I am Li Kuan, the outer sect steward. I am here to inform you of something. Since you have taken over Li Lin's position, you must bear the consequences of Li Lin's actions, Li Kuan said, looking down into Wang Xiaowen's eyes. Li Lin is Li Lin, and I am me. Please understand the difference. Wang Xiaowen replied calmly and assertively. Haha, do you think my temper is good? Dare to negotiate with me? Black monkey, go teach him a lesson, Li Kuan sneered. All right, boss. The black monkey stepped forward, his aura expanding, and the pressure of someone at the 9th layer of the acquired realm immediately bore down on Wang Xiaowen. He raised his hefty machete and advanced towards Wang Xiaowen. Wang Xiaowen's expression turned cold. This was pure intimidation. If he didn't comply, he would face a painful lesson. Li Kuan stood by, motionless, a cold smile still on his face, eagerly anticipating how much this guy in front of him was worth. What kind of consequences does Li Lin have with you? Wang Xiaowen thought it best not to suffer a loss at the moment. After all, he was just at the 9th layer of the acquired realm. Give him a few more days, and he would make them regret it. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Only then can I feel your sincerity. Seeing Wang Xiaowen's submission, Li Kuan laughed heartily, for pride crumbles in the face of absolute strength. Li Lin's consequences here are not many. It's only a monthly protection fee of 290 bottles of herbal liquid. You too will have to pay this fee for your safety. You will also benefit, receiving 10 bottles of herbal liquid each month, which is not a loss, compared to the miscellaneous disciples who only receive 1 bottle a month. Your deal is already quite generous, Li Kuan said with a smile. Black monkey, no need for more discussion. Little Wang has understood, Li Kuan instructed the black monkey calmly. Got it, boss, the black monkey responded, retreating behind Li Kuan, his cold eyes still indifferent. I understand. It's not the right time yet. We'll talk again on the day the herbal liquid is distributed. Wang Xiaowen remained calm and composed. When that day comes, I will crush you. Whatever you do to me now, I will return it tenfold that day. Wang Xiaowen sneered inwardly. Your roasted wild rabbit is quite good. I will gladly accept it. You have worked hard, Li Kuan said as he took a bite of the golden-brown roasted rabbit, savoring the flavor. Not bad, you have some skill. Black Monkey. Let's go. Satisfied that the negotiations were concluded, Li Kuan returned to the outer sect hall, content to rest for a couple of days. Chapter 19. The skeleton in the cave. A little patience can prevent major upheaval. I will hold back my anger for now, but when the time comes, I will demand interest. Wang Xiaowen thought to himself with a cold smile. After a hard-earned roasted hare was intercepted by Li Kuan, Wang Xiaowen had no choice but to go back to the back mountain to catch some game. Time passed, and it was already midnight. Ding! The system has detected a white opportunity point 10,000 meters to the southeast. Does the host need navigation? The mechanical voice of the system reminded. Of course I need it, Wang Xiaowen responded. In the next moment, a white arrow appeared before Wang Xiaowen's eyes, pointing the way. He grabbed a shovel and ran towards the white arrow. At midnight, the night was quiet. Wang Xiaowen climbed mountains and crossed ridges, and when he reached 9,000 meters, he encountered the protective formation of the Qingyang Sect. This protective formation required a token from the Qingyang Sect to pass through, and within the formation, there was an array spirit that could identify the information of those holding the token, effectively eliminating potential impersonation threats. As Wang Xiaowen passed through the protective formation, the badge on his servant manager's chest flashed, allowing him to pass through the array spirit's inspection. Wang Xiaowen knew about the existence of the protective formation because many servant disciples who attempted to sneak away from the Qingyang Sect were intercepted by it and could not escape. The protective formation was not a secret in the Qingyang Sect. When Wang Xiaowen passed through the protective formation, he felt a chill all over his body, as if he had been completely seen through, but then it returned to normal without any anomalies. This thing is really advanced. Modern scanning technology is nothing compared to it. Wang Xiaowen naturally understood that the chill was the array spirit scanning his information. If there was no threat, it would allow passage, and if there was a threat, it would alert the entire sect. He was out, finally outside the Qingyang Sect. Wang Xiaowen was only happy for a moment before continuing to run towards the white arrow. Soon he reached 10,000 meters. The final destination of the white arrow was inside a cave in a small mountain. The cave was pitch dark, with faint sounds coming from inside. No way, the system can't be that unreliable. The final target is actually another creature's den? This carries a certain degree of danger. Does the system want to change hosts? Wang Xiaowen was filled with suspicion. Despite his doubts, he lit a torch and bravely walked inside. Outside the cave, the vegetation was lush, but inside it was cold and damp. Wang Xiaowen held the torch and walked into the cave, the fiery light illuminating the entire cave. Roar, a black bear, 3 meters long, with shining eyes, roared angrily at Wang Xiaowen. Fortunately, it was just a wild black bear. The system is keeping up with the times and finding opportunities. Could it be selecting opportunities suitable for me based on my strength? Wang Xiaowen looked at the black bear before him without a trace of fear, instead mulling over the system's matters. Roar, the black bear immediately stood up on its hind legs and roared at Wang Xiaowen. Its warning very clear. If Wang Xiaowen dared to take another step, it would attack directly. Boom! Wang Xiaowen unleashed his aura, the pressure belonging to the postnatal 7th layer directly pressing down on the black bear, as if it felt a tremendous force weighing down on it, making it unable to stand. Awoo! The black bear, feeling threatened and knowing it was no match, let out a cry of surrender and quickly ran away. This territory is yours. I'm leaving, all right? The black bear thought, feeling aggrieved. You're quite sensible. Seeing the black bear behave this way, Wang Xiaowen did not strike it down and continued to walk deeper into the cave with the torch. The cave was not deep, and soon he reached the end. Inside the cave, Wang Xiaowen saw a skeletal frame, a rusty knife, and a ring. Is the opportunity in the ring? Wang Xiaowen focused on the ring on the skeleton's finger, pondering. Could it be a space ring for teleportation? If it really is, then it would be a great treasure. There are not many people in the entire Qingyang Sect who possess space rings, as they are quite rare. Wang Xiaowen was overjoyed and directly approached the skeleton. Chapter 20. Postnatal 9th layer predecessor. Your merits are boundless. I, a junior, did not mean to offend. Wang Xiaowen solemnly paid his respects in front of the skeleton before pulling the black ring from the skeletal finger. Wang Xiaowen probed his consciousness into the ring and immediately discovered a space of about 100 square meters. Upon discovering such a space, Wang Xiaowen's eyebrows nearly flew up with joy. He was simply overjoyed. It really is a space ring. It even contains so many useful good things. Inside the ring were 15 medium-grade spirit stones and a knife manual for the Thunderblade, which is a top-notch martial skill of the mysterious tier. This truly made the trip worthwhile. The key is this space ring. This is the most practical treasure. Wang Xiaowen withdrew his consciousness from the space, his eyes nearly turning into crescent moons from smiling. Martial skills are divided into 4 categories: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. And each category is further divided into 5 levels: inferior, medium, superior, top-notch, and perfect. The ratio of medium-grade spirit stones to inferior-grade spirit stones is 1 to 10. Thus, 15 medium-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 150 inferior-grade spirit stones. Very well, from now on, I will seclude myself here. The sect's miscellaneous tasks have been handed over to Zhang Feng. Let us see how capable he is. If he dares to mess things up, I'll make things difficult for him. When Li Lin was the servant manager, Zhang Feng often took over task distribution, and the 300 servant disciples were quite accustomed to it. Wang Xiaowen found a clean spot and began to cultivate the strong body technique. Time fast-forwarded, and a whole night passed. Dong, the morning bell of the Qingyang Sect rang, and Wang Xiaowen was still cultivating in the cave. He had already broken through to the postnatal 8th layer, consuming a total of 6 medium-grade spirit stones. Wang Xiaowen still had 9 medium-grade spirit stones left, so he continued to cultivate diligently, until he consumed another 8 medium-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from his body. Boom! The cultivation level of the postnatal 9th layer surged directly into Wang Xiaowen's body, filling his dantian with surging spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, giving Wang Xiaowen an incredibly full feeling. Haha, this feeling is amazing. Wang Xiaowen was filled with confidence from the powerful sensation. Boom! Then, he punched the mountain wall on the spot. In the next moment, Wang Xiaowen's fist directly punched into the mountain wall, which had no resistance at all, burying half of his arm into it. After all, it was just dirt. The strength wasn't enough. If it had been a hard rock, his physical strength could have split it apart. His flesh might not withstand it and would be dripping with blood. Wang Xiaowen's physical strength had now reached 4,000 kilograms, and he was not far from punching with 10,000 pounds. If only there were a technique for cultivating the body. Then, when he encountered hard rocks, he could smash them like tofu. That feeling would definitely be very exhilarating. Wang Xiaowen's eyes shone with eager light. He believed that day would not be far off. He walked out of the cave and found the sun shining brightly. It was already noon. Wang Xiaowen held the rusty knife he found in the cave and headed towards the Qingyang Sect. This rusty knife was the accompanying weapon of the skeletal warrior in his lifetime, and it fits very well with the Thunderblade. Using the rusty knife as a weapon is already sufficient for Wang Xiaowen at this point. With his enhanced strength, his speed naturally increased as well. It took him an hour and a half to get there, but now it only takes half an hour to return. Wang Xiaowen returned to Qingyang Sect and checked the arrangements for miscellaneous tasks, finding everything to be running very smoothly. In the miscellaneous tasks, whether he presided over them or not, they were basically the same. He was very satisfied. This is the kind of talent he wanted. If he had to personally arrange everything, he wouldn't have time to cultivate. Manager Wang, you finally arrived. There was almost a riot this morning, but fortunately, it was suppressed later. Otherwise, it would have been a big trouble, Zhang Feng said as he rushed over to complain upon seeing Wang Xiaowen. Which people caused the riot? Wang Xiaowen asked curiously. They really have guts to cause trouble on my turf. Don't they fear offending me? It was by Li Hao and Zhao Kaishan. Those disciples who have a better relationship with you, Zhang Feng cautiously replied, as he wasn't too familiar with his superior and was being very careful. I see. You go ahead and busy yourself. I'll have a good talk with them. It's nothing serious. Wang Xiaowen waved his hand to Zhang Feng, instructing him. Zhang Feng withdrew after saying his thanks and turned back to his tasks. He had a lot of work to do, which had originally been Wang Xiaowen's responsibility, but had now all fallen on him. Being a higher official really crushes the lower ones. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. He had no choice. Wang Xiaowen had a firm grip on him, with such damning evidence in Wang Xiaowen's hands. He couldn't fight back, so what could he do? After Zhang Feng left, Wang Xiaowen headed towards Bai Lihao's location. Bai Lihao had also been vying for power for Wang Xiaowen this morning. After having been such a good brother, Wang Xiaowen wouldn't blame them. He was grateful instead. He just really didn't want to manage the affairs of the miscellaneous disciples. If he didn't want to manage them, he could only leave them to his good brothers. Bai Lihao was a good candidate. He was a bit proud and liked to show off, but he had a strong sense of righteousness, and, Most importantly, his conscience hadn't gone bad, which made Wang Xiaowen feel more at ease. Wang Xiaowen initially thought Zhang Feng was also a good choice, as Zhang Feng's abilities were quite good. However, after seeing Zhang Feng kill Li Lin, he became somewhat wary of him. Zhang Feng gave him the impression of being scheming and overly calculating. With great patience and acting skills, he truly embodied the nature of a hero. If used well, such a person could be a sharp blade that clears obstacles. But if not, he could also be a blade that directly stabs into one's own heart. Wang Xiaowen only let Zhang Feng handle some things within his capability and didn't plan to involve him too much. Such a person was too toxic and had to be guarded against. In Qingyang Sect, in the Ironwood Forest, Bai Li Hao was chopping ironwood. "Haozi, I have a task for you. Are you willing to take it?" Wang Xiaowen called Bai Li Hao out of the Ironwood Forest and spoke to him in a quiet place. "What task? Also, what was going on this morning? Everyone was waiting for you to issue tasks, but you just handed them over to Zhang Feng. That's impressive." Directly becoming a hands-off manager, Bai Li Hao said, not in a good mood. "I really don't want to manage these matters. I'm planning to hand over the management of the miscellaneous disciples to you and Zhang Feng together. What do you think?" Wang Xiaowen said. "You're dragging Zhang Feng down with you, and now you want to drag me down too? It's not that easy," Bai Li Hao disagreed. "These are all thankless tasks. You can deceive Zhang Feng, but you want to deceive me too," he thought to himself. Distributing tasks in the miscellaneous hall is the hardest job. It's difficult to divide fairly, and the differences are too great, which is why a strong person is needed to suppress it with strength. Handing it over to him. His strength isn't enough. He wouldn't want to do such a thankless job. Bai Li Hao, won't he fall for your tricks?" Wang Xiaowen, Bai Li Hao muttered inwardly. 3 bottles of herbal essence a month, Wang Xiaowen offered. "That's not enough. I can't suppress it," Bai Li Hao shook his head. 5 bottles. Wang Xiaowen held up 5 fingers and said, "Since that's the case, I'll reluctantly agree, but you can't go back on your word. 5 bottles. Not a single one less." Bai Li Hao looked at Wang Xiaowen and agreed. "If it really doesn't work, I can still ask Sister Yuan to help with the situation." Bai Li Hao calculated in his heart. "That's right. You've taken my task, so you don't have to do any work. What a great deal. And you still have the nerve to ask me for herbal essence." Wang Xiaowen shot a sideways glance at Bai Li Hao and said, "Are you planning to go out and have fun? You're not even doing the manager's job. This is a communication jade. Take one. If there's anything in the sect, I can send you a message, so you can go out and have fun," Wang Xiaowen said. Bai Li Hao wasn't stupid and was quite proud. He didn't have many friends, so he would help if he could. "This communication jade is a good thing. Where did you get it?" "Sister Yuan?" Wang Xiaowen said meaningfully. "Do you want it? If not, I'll take it back." Bai Li Hao immediately straightened his face, somewhat unhappy. He hated it most when others said he was living off of others. After Wang Xiaowen finished explaining the matters in the sect, he walked alone towards the outside of the sect. Half an hour later, he arrived at the cave where he had been in seclusion last night. He took out the Thunderblade martial arts secret scroll and began to carefully ponder the blade's momentum of the Thunderblade. The blade is a fierce weapon that opens and closes with great force, grand and imposing, emphasizing a great momentum. No matter how strong the martial arts, it requires practice, one stroke at a time, to achieve success. Over time, the body naturally develops muscle memory. Thus, if Wang Xiaowen wants to reach the entry-level realm of the Thunderblade, he must practice diligently. This is an unavoidable step. After finishing reading the Thunderblade martial arts secret scroll, Wang Xiaowen calmed his mind to summarize the key points of the scroll. After reading so much, it was really all about that one stroke, the thunder. The concept of thunder is like thunder from the heavens. Before the blade arrives, the enemy's courage is broken first. Swift as thunder, a single stroke can cut through rivers. If the thunder is executed during a thunderstorm, its power increases, reaching 150% effectiveness. Those major moves that unleash the thunder are still too far away for Wang Xiaowen at present. His realm isn't enough. Right now, he must first practice the blade diligently, and that's just the beginning. Swish. Wang Xiaowen gripped the rusty knife, following the Thunderblade's power techniques. Practicing stroke after stroke, and even if he was drenched in sweat, he did not stop. At the beginning, when Wang Xiaowen executed the thunder, it was only in form. Lacking spirit. He could feel his clumsiness, but he wasn't anxious. Without achieving it in a day, it would take a year. One day, he would surely master the thunder to perfection, and that would be his shining moment. Time passed, and half a month had already gone by. Apart from seeking opportunities from the system, Wang Xiaowen spent all his time practicing the Thunderblade stroke by stroke. During this half-month, most of the opportunities Wang Xiaowen found were ordinary resources like spirit stones and spirit herbs, which he kept in his space ring. Wang Xiaowen's cultivation level has also upgraded from the 9th layer of postnatal to the 10th layer of postnatal, and his strength has taken a significant leap. Now, Wang Xiaowen possesses the power of 10,000 pounds, which is undeniably formidable. However, he is aware of a hidden danger. He has upgraded too quickly, leading to an unstable foundation without sufficient accumulation. It is easy to build a tall building in the air that collapses at the slightest touch. Therefore, Wang Xiaowen is not in a hurry to enhance his strength, but is instead focusing on consolidating his cultivation. Coincidentally, he can also practice the Thunderblade, achieving two goals at once. After practicing hard for half a month, Wang Xiaowen's execution of the Thunderblade has completely transformed. The previous flashy practice has turned into a fluid motion, cutting wherever he desires. Now, the rusty blade has almost become Wang Xiaowen's third arm, fitting perfectly into his body and usage. Very good. He has already mastered the Thunderblade to a minor extent. With the assistance of the rusty blade, I can finally unleash my full strength of 10,000 pounds. With the added damage from the rusty blade, a single strike concentrates power on the blade's edge, resulting in at least 10 times the damage. I am no longer a weakling. Black Monkey, Li Kuan, you better stay far away from me, or else I won't mind getting rid of you two obstacles if you dare to extort me. Feeling bold now, huh? After practicing for so long, it's time to go outside and see how the 300 miscellaneous disciples are doing. Wang Xiaowen walked to the cave entrance and saw the first rays of dawn. Another morning had come. At this time, the morning bell of Qingyang Sect had not yet rung, so he hurriedly went to attend the morning meeting of the miscellaneous disciples. As Wang Xiaowen rushed towards Qingyang Sect, the morning bell rang. He entered Qingyang Sect and walked directly to the kitchen, where he saw the kitchen lady again. Manager Wang, you're here. It's been a while since you last came to the kitchen. I've prepared your ingredients long ago. I'll bring them to you right away. The kitchen lady said with a warm smile. Chapter 23. Sect Affairs. This gentleman, I had previously made things difficult for him. It hasn't been long since he was promoted to the head of the miscellaneous disciples, and I was worried for a while. I wanted to mend our relationship, but I couldn't find him anywhere, so I'm still feeling uneasy, afraid he might come looking for trouble. I inquired about his situation and only learned that he is a very stubborn person. I must be careful around him, otherwise, he could easily give me a reason to get into big trouble, and that would be too costly. The kitchen lady appeared enthusiastic, but she was actually very cautious, fearing she might offend this gentleman again. In the miscellaneous kitchen, offending a superior is bound to lead to bad consequences. Wang Xiaowen glanced around at the food of the miscellaneous disciples and found it still to be plain porridge. However, it seemed a bit richer than before. With this amount of food, the 300 miscellaneous disciples should be able to eat to about 80% full. The kitchen lady had some issues. She wouldn't dare to shortchange the food for the 300 miscellaneous disciples without instructions. If there was a rebellion, she wouldn't be able to control it. From 6/10 full to 8/10 full was only because she didn't exploit it, as Qingyang Sect wouldn't allow its disciples to go hungry. Therefore, there must be another layer of exploitation above her. Wang Xiaowen stood at the porridge window of the miscellaneous kitchen, contemplating. Manager Wang, here is your breakfast. The kitchen lady enthusiastically handed him her own breakfast, smiling ingratiatingly. Ah, my breakfast. It seems I'm only having plain porridge this morning. The kitchen lady sighed inwardly. I can take the food. You don't need to give me any money. Your task is to ensure every miscellaneous disciple can eat enough, Wang Xiaowen said, surprised that the kitchen lady would attempt to bribe him. He had already anticipated that she was not easy to deal with, and it turned out to be true. Wang Xiaowen received 2 eggs and a bowl of thick porridge, which were actually prepared for himself, but he ended up eating them. The kitchen lady primarily hadn't expected the manager to come to the kitchen, so she hadn't prepared food for him. However, now that the manager was here, she wouldn't dare to say she hadn't prepared anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stay in Qingyang Sect. After finishing his breakfast, Wang Xiaowen walked towards the miscellaneous hall. This hurdle had finally been crossed. As long as he didn't hold grudges against me, everything would be fine. With this attitude, it would be impossible for them to cut food rations in the future. That's good. The worst fear is that once you gain power, you'll come back to settle scores, and then I would truly be in trouble. Wang Xiaowen entered the miscellaneous hall and saw Zhang Feng and Bai Li Hao distributing tasks. The 300 miscellaneous disciples were receiving tasks and leaving one by one. Before leaving, they would glance at Manager Wang's expression, and upon seeing his calm demeanor, they felt relieved to carry out their tasks. It seems that Manager Wang is delegating authority. It's a pity that if I had established a relationship with him earlier, I might have had an easier time. I wonder which guy said that Manager Wang's authority has been undermined. This is completely unfounded nonsense. The 300 miscellaneous disciples murmured to themselves as they walked away with their newly assigned tasks. Xiaowen, do you want to take on the sect's points tasks? Bai Lihao asked Wang Xiaowen. Yes, I can exchange points for medicinal liquid. Those who work hard on the sect's points tasks will be rewarded in return. Wang Xiaowen replied straightforwardly. He had plenty of opportunities and didn't he feel secure about extorting labor from his subordinates for points. Therefore, he simply chose to give back these resources to the miscellaneous disciples, helping them grow stronger and giving them hope. Once people have hope, they tend to be more settled, allowing Wang Xiaowen to avoid many troubles. Chapter 24. Bandits attack the village. Wang Xiaowen has already made some achievements with the Thunderblade, and with Bai Lihao and Zhang Feng helping him with miscellaneous tasks, he plans to consolidate his cultivation further. Wang Xiaowen's cultivation has reached the 10th layer of postnatal, and if he breaks through again, he will become an innate expert. To become an innate expert, he needs to draw the innate cyclone into his dantian. Only by compressing the qi si in his dantian to the extreme can he successfully draw in the innate cyclone. His 10th layer of postnatal has only been a breakthrough for half a month, and the qi si in his dantian has not yet reached its limit. He is not in a hurry. During this time, he can consolidate his cultivation. Only by establishing a solid foundation can he rise higher. Wang Xiaowen walked down the mountain, planning to experience some worldly affairs. 2,000 meters down the mountain, there is a small village called Dongshan Village on the outskirts of Linan Town. The villagers in Dongshan Village are simple and honest, with fragrant rice fields outside the village. With a population of 1,000 families, it is considered a prosperous village. Next to Dongshan Village is a mountain called Dabi Mountain, which is lush and extends endlessly, encompassing the entire Linan Town. But it is not favored by the people of Linan Town. This is because there are bandits living in Dabi Mountain, and every once in a while, they come down to rob food. Now, it happens to be the harvest season in Dongshan Village. The villagers of Dongshan Village were joyful, but secretly on guard, as nearly every household had hidden knives, ready to confront the bandits. Wang Xiaowen entered Dongshan Village and sat on a stool in a tavern. He had been walking for 2 hours, not in a hurry, and did not plan to stray too far from Qingyang Sect. Feeling a bit hungry, he decided to rest at a tavern in Dongshan Village. "Innkeeper, bring the wine," he said. Wang Xiaowen watched as the innkeeper, who was meticulously calculating, looked up and asked, "Young man, besides wine, what else do you need?" The innkeeper was an elderly man dressed in fine clothes, with graying hair, still looking quite strong. Beside him sat a young girl of about 10, with big bright eyes and a cute, chubby face. "A plate of peanuts, a roasted chicken, and a pot of fine wine," Wang Xiaowen replied. "Okay, please wait a moment," the innkeeper said as he went into the kitchen to place the order. Wang Xiaowen looked around. It was very lively, and he noticed some guests liked to gather in groups. There were also some guests like him, who had ordered food at their tables. Some patrons were not there to eat, but were instead drinking and chatting, more like a gathering. From their conversations, Wang Xiaowen could almost tell they were all familiar villagers. He listened closely to their discussions, which revolved around trivial matters, such as whose daughter-in-law had given birth or who had married. However, in the eyes of these villagers, he could see a common thread: sorrow. Wang Xiaowen himself was just a traveler. He did not want to meddle in others' affairs. His purpose for coming here was simply to treat himself to a meal. "Big brother, here is your food," a young girl with big eyes said as she served Wang Xiaowen. "What a good girl," Wang Xiaowen complimented her casually before starting to eat. Just as he was halfway through his meal, the sound of gongs filled the entire Dongshan village. The bandits had arrived. As soon as the gongs sounded, an intense anger surged in the tavern. The mood shifted. Those who had been drinking tea and chatting were now filled with rage. "These beasts are coming down the mountain to rob us again. Who knows how many will die this time before they stop?" The villagers cursed. Their previously worried expressions replaced by fury. Their fears had become reality. "Xiao Linger, quickly hide. Go to the cellar." The tavern owner immediately picked up his granddaughter and rushed to hide her in the already dug cellar. Chapter 25. Bandits attacked the village too. As soon as the gong sounded, the lively tavern erupted in chaos. "I want to make these murderous bandits pay dearly. I want them to experience that we common folk are not to be trifled with." A burly man in gray clothes stood up, his muscles bulging beneath his outfit. Burning with rage, he strode towards the tavern's exit. Daniel, are you out of your mind? What will happen to me and our child if something happens to you? A woman in plain clothing desperately pulled at her husband's arm, her eyes filled with concern and her heart aflame. The bandits attacking the village naturally fueled her anger. But an even bigger source of her frustration was her husband's short temper, which never seemed to improve. She regretted marrying him, feeling anxious every day. Sigh. Then hurry and hide in the cellar. Daniel, burdened with worries, felt his fiery blood cool. With children at home, he could no longer wield a knife. As the bandits attacked the village, most of the strong men in the village had to take their families to the hidden cellar for safety. The tavern was mostly filled with young men, who, full of youthful passion, were enraged at the news of the bandits' attack. They were strong and numerous, feeling emboldened. We have so many people in Dongshan village. We can overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Even if we die, we will take a bandit with us. Brothers, to protect our Dongshan village, we must fight the bandits to the end. After a rallying cry, most of the young men, pumped with adrenaline, rushed back to retrieve their hidden weapons, calling their companions to confront the bandits. However, in the entire Dongshan village, these hot-blooded youths were still a minority. Most were the elderly, women, and children, along with some timid strong men who couldn't even lift a knife. The once lively tavern hall fell into chaos as people hid and sought cover from the bandits. Moments later, only Wang Xiaowen remained, still eating his chicken leg. Wang Xiaowen was just a traveler. Even if the sky were to fall, he would first finish his meal. Grandpa, should we not bring that big brother over to hide from the bandits? In the tavern's cellar, the cute granddaughter looked at her half-gray-haired grandfather, puzzled. That brother who came today is really impressive. He doesn't need to hide in the cellar. The old tavern keeper replied, in the face of disaster. Who can afford to think of anything else? As long as my granddaughter and I are safe, what does anything else matter? If we must blame someone, it can only be that young man's bad luck. Young man, don't blame me. It's not that I don't pull you along. But the cellar is not a place to easily expose. The old tavern keeper sighed. Did I just eat a free meal? Wang Xiaowen finished his lunch and looked around. There was no one to collect his payment. I never eat for free. He placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table before stepping outside the tavern. As soon as he walked out, a strong smell of blood hit him. In the wilderness, the bandits are causing chaos. This saying is indeed true. Wang Xiaowen, bold and daring, followed the scent of blood and soon spotted a group of black-clad bandits, their faces covered with black masks, storming into homes to rob. Any man daring to intervene, regardless of age, was ruthlessly slaughtered on the spot. Young women were knocked unconscious, thrown into sacks like property, while those deemed unworthy faced the same grim fate. They also carried the village's grain away, loading it onto carts. The ground was littered with bodies of all ages. Young men, fueled by passion, charged in with sharpened machetes, trying to protect their village and families, but the bandits had grown strong through chaos. And the villagers were no match for them, merely hoping to use sheer numbers to wear down the bandit strength. Ha! A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. Anyone who comes will die. A bandit, masked and laughing wildly, looked at the struggling villagers with disdain. Chapter 26. Blood at the scene. The scene of the robbery was still ongoing, filled with wails and cries, the sounds of lamentation and curses rising and falling, mixed with the arrogant laughter of the bandits. They were all a bunch of worthless peasants. The masked bandits rode through, targeting wealthy households. And when they encountered men trying to block their way, their large blades would thirstily drink blood on the spot, killing the householders instantly. The masked bandits even complained that the householders were obstructing their path, cursing them with filthy words. This bandit was just a microcosm of the entire group. There were more than 100 bandits in East Mountain Village, all riding large horses, committing murder without blinking. East Mountain Village was suffering greatly, with many dead and injured. It was truly unfortunate. Just when I finally got out for some fresh air, I encountered such a situation. I couldn't have come at a worse time. Just as I came to visit, the village was attacked, treating me to such a bloody gift. I am not a saint, but I have a strong sense of right and wrong. You are committing murder and creating chaos in front of me. It would be better if I didn't know. But once I do, if I don't return the favor, my heart will be unsettled. Therefore, to keep my heart clear, those of you who create chaos must die. It is only right to eliminate evil and protect the good. I'm simply returning the favor. No need to thank me. Wang Xiaowen tore a piece of black cloth from a woman in a black dress who had already been slaughtered and covered his face with it. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, and a chilling aura emanated from him as he reached for a rusty knife. Holding the rusty knife, Wang Xiaowen erupted like thunder, heading straight for the bandits who were in the midst of killing. Ha! Just a bunch of ants. All worthless peasants. Those who block me shall die. One of the masked bandits, wielding a large knife and carrying a bag filled with stolen goods from the house, heard the pleas of an old woman. Please, that's our last food. If you take it, what will we do? We have a whole family to feed. The old woman knelt before the bandit, desperately begging. If their family's savings were taken by the bandits, how would they survive? You old hag, are you cursing me while kneeling? Get out of my way. The bandit had no understanding of respecting the elderly and children. Anyone who stood in his way was an enemy. He kicked the old woman, sending her flying 2 meters, causing her to spit out blood, her face turning crimson, struggling to breathe, and then she fainted. Grandma, a 5-year-old girl, delicate and beautiful, was terrified and cried out, running to her grandmother, shaking her desperately. Unfortunately, the elderly woman's body remained motionless, her breathing weak, which only made the little girl cry harder. You're so noisy. The bandit sneered, feeling the little girl was in his way. He approached her with his large knife, a cruel smile on his face. Thinking that such a little girl was the most delicious at this age, any older and the meat wouldn't be tender. Suddenly, a flash of deadly light cut through the air, and the bandit was terrified, sensing a powerful presence. Not good. A master has joined the fight. I must flee. The bandit no longer cared about the little girl, turning around with his stolen goods and running away. Swish, with a flash of lightning, a head fell to the ground, blood splattering across the sky. The bandit collapsed, eyes wide open in death. Big brother, thank you. The little girl, still in shock, finally reacted after a moment of daze, expressing her gratitude before bursting into tears again, crying beside her grandmother. Wang Xiaowen did not linger. After killing one bandit, he continued to make his way toward others. For him, with his innate 10th level, hundreds of bandits were no different from ants. Although the bandits were numerous and skilled, their cultivation was at most at the innate 3rd level. In front of ordinary people, they were masters. In Wang Xiaowen's eyes, they were no different from sheep awaiting slaughter. In an instant, the killing erupted, blood staining the sky. Wang Xiaowen's involvement was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, his long knife flashing, blood splattering everywhere. Not good, a master. Surround and kill him. He killed our brothers. He must die? The bandit leader was a bald man dressed in black, despite having his face covered. His shiny bald head made him very conspicuous. Chapter 27. Blood at the scene 2. You're simply looking for death. So what if you're strong alone? We have hundreds of people. 1 knife per person can chop you into pieces. The bald man looked cruelly at Wang Xiaowen, then coldly observed the scene of slaughter, directing the attack. Under his command, 20 bandits moved as one, emboldened by their numbers, brandishing their bloody long knives, charging at Wang Xiaowen with fierce bravery. Come on. Since you've come, you won't be leaving. Wang Xiaowen gripped his rusty knife, moving it freely as if thunder were crashing, swiftly entering the encirclement meant to kill him. In an instant, knives flashed, and slaughter continued. With every swing of his knife, one bandit fell into a pool of blood, convulsing before finally dying with unclosed eyes. He was covered in blood, the warm blood of the bandits splattering on him. In no time, the ground transformed into a pool of blood. Within just a few breaths, Wang Xiaowen, like a reaper of lives, had killed all 20 bandits surrounding him. Around Wang Xiaowen, the bodies of fallen bandits lay scattered, the scene a river of blood. Exceedingly gruesome. You devil, run. This is a monster. In an instant, the bandits, terrified by the slaughter, were scared out of their wits. And even the air was filled with the stench of urine. In the face of life and death, the bald man's commands were ineffective. Da-da-da. Dozens of bandits scrambled onto their high horses, fleeing toward the Dabi Mountains, never daring to return to East Mountain Village. It was a disaster that had befallen them. They had initially thought they could rob easily, and everything was going smoothly, but then they encountered such a devil. Killing these vicious bandits was like slaughtering chicks. A one-sided massacre. Faced with such a monster, they dared not fight back. In the face of such a great evil, not fleeing meant waiting for death. Now, there was only one opponent, and with so many bandits, since they couldn't win, they thought if they wanted to escape, the opponent couldn't manage both hands and feet. So the chance of escape was still quite large. Thus, most of the bandits scattered outside East Mountain Village, fleeing in all directions, not daring to waste any time. Is it really that easy to kill? They're already fleeing? Wang Xiaowen saw this situation and felt helpless. He could only pursue some of the main bandits. Dogs eat toothless. Big Black, we must avenge the villagers. The ruthless killers who have taken so many lives in our village cannot just leave without consequence. Now that we have this rare opportunity, it's time for us to take revenge. Kill them. Eliminate this group of scoundrels. Yes, avenge our fallen. Leave no life for these bastards. Wipe out these black-hearted beasts. In an instant, the young and strong villagers of Dongshan village seized the rare chance while the bandits were fleeing and took the opportunity to stab them from behind. Suddenly, 4 or 5 villagers, regardless of gender or age, brandished their weapons and charged at the bandits. Those who could kill horses killed horses, and those who could kill people killed people, all reveling in the slaughter. At the scene, one bandit met a gruesome end at the hands of the villagers, dying with a knife through his heart. At this moment, the bandits had become like defeated roosters, their aggression drained by Wang Xiaowen's fierce courage, no longer daring to stay. Although they were being besieged and found it difficult to deal with Wang Xiaowen, they were still fierce and decisive against these lowly villagers, just lacking patience and unwilling to waste time with them. The bandits' current mission was to escape as far away as possible. If they were unlucky and Wang Xiaowen caught up with them, their fate would be sealed with a single blow. Therefore, even if they had the ability to kill villagers, the bandits chose to flee at the first opportunity, prioritizing escaping this perilous place. Great, I killed one here. I also killed one here. The young villagers of Dongshan village were mercilessly beating the fleeing bandits, seizing the opportunity to strike as the bandits fled in panic, and the villagers repeatedly achieved success. In no time, a wave of cries echoed as they ruthlessly took down the defeated bandits. Chapter 28. The Bald Man. Damn wild kid. Do you think you are impressive just because you have some strength? Just wait and see. The bald man was now all alone, with all his subordinates having fled. He was just a bareheaded leader. With his own strength, he would only be sending himself to death, so he joined the fleeing bandits, becoming part of their escape. After a few breaths, the scattered bandits really did manage to escape from Dongshan village, and many of them were dealt with by the opportunistic villagers, dying in the village. What terrible luck to encounter such a brutal fiend, almost dying in Dongshan village. Fortunately, the fiend did not chase him here. The bald man, riding a tall horse, saw that he was not being pursued by that damned kid, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was really terrifying him. You wild kid, just wait. One day, bald man will come to take revenge on you and clear my name. The bald man, with his shiny bald head, did not carry any looted goods while fleeing. This time, he suffered significant losses, getting nothing while half of his men were gone. His legs were still wet, and his whole body was filled with an unpleasant smell, making him very unhappy. This matter isn't over. I must report it to the big boss. Does he really think there's no one in the horse-riding stronghold who can deal with you? You wild kid are too arrogant. Seeing that no one was around, the bald man started to vent his anger. Only by cursing that wild kid could his restless heart settle a bit. What did you just say? You have a big boss? A voice like that of a malevolent spirit suddenly appeared in the bald man's ear, instantly making his previously somewhat calm heart drop into an ice cellar. Shaking as if he were being threshed like chaff, his previously determined eyes now filled with panic. Drip, drip, a foul smell spread around, yellow liquid dripping onto the back of the tall horse. Off the tall horse he was sitting on snorted uncomfortably and flicked its tail, trying to disperse the strange smell. So it seems you are just a small fry after all. Now, tell me, who is the person behind you? Where is your stronghold? Wang Xiaowen stood next to the tall horse, looking at the bald man trembling in fear, with disgust appearing in his clear eyes. Cutting the grass without uprooting it will only allow it to grow back with the spring breeze. Since I have taken action, I will cut to the end. If I leave a tail, the innocent villagers of Dongshan will suffer. As long as you spare me, I can tell you everything. The bald man thought quickly, looking at the fiend in front of him, pleading. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. You should know. So many bandits know the location of your stronghold, not just you alone. I'll give you 2 choices. The first choice is to honestly tell me the answer to the question I just asked, and I might reluctantly spare your life. The second choice is to refuse to answer, and I will kill you on the spot and go find other bandits to ask the same question. You decide. Wang Xiaowen waved the rusty knife in his hand, smiling as he watched the bald man. I choose the first option, on the condition that you keep your promise and let me go. The bald man said helplessly. Is this really giving me a choice? I have no choice at all. The bald man bitterly smiled in his heart. But now the situation was special. He had to choose even if he didn't want to, because the consequence of not choosing was death. He was still young and wanted to live a few more years, and even if there was only a slim hope, he had to grasp it. The bald man also knew that the other party might betray him, but just for a possible way out, he still chose to speak. Humph. You wild kid going to find our big boss is the best thing that could happen. Even if you kill me, I believe you will die a terrible death soon after. Our big boss will take revenge for us. Go ahead and find him, and hopefully, you'll find him. Then die in the Dabi Mountains, and not come back. The bald man appeared weak and terrified on the surface, but in reality, he was very scared, even wetting himself. However, the hatred in his heart was not fake. Even if he died, he wanted to drag this wild kid down to die with him. I truly want to tell you the location of our big boss. I hope you don't get it wrong. If you do, how can our big boss kill you? And how can I die with a smile? The bald man secretly hated but pretended to be a pitiful creature. Chapter 29. Worse than pigs and dogs. Our big boss is named Zhang Long. He is in the horse-riding stronghold 5 kilometers southeast of Dabi Mountain. The bald man weakly spoke. At that moment, as he lowered his head, the hatred in his eyes was about to burst forth. How do I know if what you said is true or false? What if you casually mention a place name in an attempt to deceive me? Wang Xiaowen looked at the bald man, unsure. What I said is all true. If any of it is false, may the heavens strike me down with 5 thunderbolts. The bald man hastily defended himself. Whether you live or die is not my concern. If you want to prove that you are not lying, it's very simple. You can personally lead the way. If the place you mentioned doesn't have the horse-riding stronghold, you know the consequences. Wang Xiaowen's cold eyes stared at the bald man, making him break out in a cold sweat. You lead the way, and I will naturally follow behind you. If you dare to play tricks, I can kill you on the spot. Do you understand this? Wang Xiaowen looked at the bald man and warned him. The latter understood. If the bald man wanted to live, he had no choice, and at the same time, he hoped that this wild kid would die in the Majai. There were 3 powerful leaders at Majai, each with exceptional martial arts skills. With just you, you are truly a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. My life is very likely to end here. However, you probably won't last long either. The bald man cursed silently while leading the way. An hour and a half later, he had brought Wang Xiaowen to the vicinity of Majai. Just as they were about to reach it, Wang Xiaowen knocked the bald man unconscious, making sure not to kill him just in case he had led him in the wrong direction, which would cut off the clues. I'll spare your life for now, but if I find out you led me into a trap, I will still kill you. Wang Xiaowen said coldly, looking at the unconscious bald man. He then started digging, pushing the bald man's body into the ground, burying him alive. However, Wang Xiaowen left an air hole. Keeping the bald man alive served some purpose, and he did not kill him outright. I want to see what kind of people are inside and what events have turned them into such cold-blooded beings, committing these heinous acts. Wang Xiaowen quietly approached, revealing no trace of his presence, and soon arrived at Majai. Observing the ruins of old houses and soldiers sharpening their knives and practicing. They were actually soldiers turned bandits, impressive. Directly leading a group of soldiers to set up camp in the Dabi Mountains, becoming mountain overlords. Then, dressed as bandits, they went down the mountain to pillage and kill, committing every kind of evil. This was truly the style of a local tyrant. Black-hearted and ruthless, they regarded human life as worthless. Wang Xiaowen sighed inwardly, wondering what they had been through to have fed their conscience to the dogs. I don't care what you have experienced, since you are willing to become beasts. Don't blame me for treating you like one. The cycle of heaven will have its retribution. Who can escape in this world? And I am your terminator. Wang Xiaowen jumped onto the roof, walking on the tiles as if on flat ground. As he lifted a tile, he nearly exploded with rage, his eyebrows twitching in anger. They were simply worse than pigs and dogs. Wang Xiaowen cursed loudly as he saw a shiny young man, only in his teens, forcing a woman to perform indecent acts. Beside the young man stood an old woman, calm and steady, teaching the young man the positions. This was the 2nd generation of bandits. The women they plundered were treated this way. A fire burned in Wang Xiaowen's heart. Since someone was not acting like a human, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Wang Xiaowen continued forward and lifted another tile, only to see soldiers trampling the women they had captured. There were even several bodies of women trampled to death, callously discarded to the side, and the soldiers continued trampling as if they saw nothing. Such is the king, such are the soldiers. Wang Xiaowen's eyes were filled with indifference. He no longer regarded the people before him as human. Chapter 30. The three leaders of Ma Zhai Wang Xiaowen coldly replaced the tile, having already sentenced these people to death in his heart. Suddenly, a splash of water reached Wang Xiaowen's ears. He looked up, and his eyes turned icy, as if covered in frost. The bodies of the women who had been trampled to death were cruelly thrown into a well. The splash he heard was the sound of their bodies hitting the water. Wang Xiaowen's expression remained unchanged. Beasts act without morality. He continued to walk coldly on the roof, lifting another tile, and then saw a room full of yellow and white substances. The door outside was locked, indicating that this place was likely a storage location. Wang Xiaowen continued to walk, lifting another tile, and saw the grain storage below, but there was hardly any grain left. No wonder, the granary was empty. They did not grow food themselves, so they had to rob it, which led to the disaster in Dongshan village. Here, the nature of evil was fully unleashed. Wanton oppression and trampling. It was simply a shell of sin, not an exaggeration to call it a hell on earth. Wang Xiaowen muttered coldly. He replaced the tile and continued moving on the roof when he was drawn in by a conversation. Lifting a tile, he saw three figures. Who? Among the three, one was very alert. He noticed even the slightest movement Wang Xiaowen made. Big brother, what's wrong? A chubby man with frizzy hair and a round face, exuding a sense of authority without anger, gripped a pair of large iron hammers and surveyed the surroundings. Seeing nothing unusual, he turned to the middle brother and inquired. You fool, look above. A gaunt man with bulging eyes and dark circles, as if he wore a smoky makeup, had a pair of prominent buck teeth. He held a pair of black daggers, skillfully flipping them between his fingers without injuring himself. His beady eyes were fixed on the pair of bright eyes on the roof, which, although originally beautiful, were now filled with frost, chilling the heart. Little kid, coming uninvited isn't following the rules, is it? The speaker was a burly middle-aged man with a handsome face but aggressive hawk-like eyes. The most striking feature was the ugly prison character scar on his left cheek, which gave off an oppressive feeling. This single character made his otherwise ordinary face strikingly terrifying. He held a long gun that was taller than himself, the barrel appearing to be forged from some extraordinary material. Rules? Do you still have any rules left? You're just three beasts wearing human skin. Wang Xiaowen sneered. It seemed these three were indeed the leaders of Ma Zhai. What nonsense are you talking? You're simply looking for death. The man known as Ma Henins was enraged by Wang Xiaowen's words, unable to tolerate such an insult, as he had always been proud. You little brat, come down. If you don't come down, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Ma Henins glared at Wang Xiaowen and shouted angrily. What? You've already done it, and you still don't want to talk about it? Wang Xiaowen looked at Ma Henins coldly. It seems you are not here with good intentions. The middle-aged man with the prison scar, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, stared at Wang Xiaowen, making him feel as if he were being hunted by a hawk. You must be the big boss of Ma Zhai Zhonglong, right? Truly extraordinary. Wang Xiaowen spoke coldly. I am. What do you want to say? Zhang Long narrowed his eyes, containing a killing intent, realizing that the other party had come to slap him in the face. Young and reckless, do you not want to live anymore? Zhang Long sneered inwardly. Although the opponent was masked, Zhang Long could still gauge his age from his exposed skin. Chapter 31. Eliminating the threat. My subordinates do not kill nameless ghosts. Who are you two? Wang Xiaowen spoke to the other two men. You arrogant brat. Even if I have to tear down the council hall today, I will capture you and shred you into pieces. Ma Hanhan wouldn't indulge Wang Xiaowen's temper, and right there, he hurled a large iron hammer at him in anger. Boom! The skylight of the council hall was instantly blasted open, and countless tiles fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Wang Xiaowen also took the opportunity to drop into the opposing side of the three men. Names are just aliases, they're inconsequential. I'm here today just to eliminate the roots. Facing the three leaders, Wang Xiaowen remained unfazed by their oppressive aura and spoke coldly. It seems you've meddled in affairs that don't concern you. Where are my 100 men? Zhang Long was finally enraged. This was a complete disregard for them, almost as if they were invisible. They're dead, Wang Xiaowen said, gripping a rusty knife, wearing a black scarf, coldly devoid of any emotion. There was no need to ask further. Han, old ghost, take care of him. Zhang Long issued a final ultimatum. It was clear they had come looking for trouble, and his 100-man team was probably never coming back. You bald bastard, you actually invited wolves into the house, bringing the enemy right to Payoma village. If I find you, I will definitely shred you into pieces. Zhang Long had basically figured out the whole situation. The three brothers hadn't left the village recently, so the enemy couldn't have been brought by them. Recently, Only the bald man had taken a 100-man team to carry out a food raid, and now they hadn't returned, but instead brought this brat. The bald man must have already died at this brat's hands. However, did he think Paoma village was a place you could come and go as you pleased? Since you've come, then stay forever. Zhang Long sneered coldly. This brat was really too arrogant. Suddenly, a knot formed in Zhang Long's heart. As the saying goes, a fierce dragon can't cross a river. Since this brat dared to come, he must have some abilities. Zhang Long narrowed his eyes and began to proceed with caution. Ha ha ha, you brat, you finally come down. Since you're down, there's no need to leave. You'll regret your arrogance. Shan Hammer. Ma Han unleashed all his might, revealing his postnatal 8th layer strength as he effortlessly spun the massive iron hammer in his hands, charging it with power, and slammed it down at Wang Xiaowen. Boom. Instantly, the entire council hall trembled slightly, creating a 1-meter deep pit in the ground, demonstrating the immense force of Ma Han's strike. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaowen wouldn't fall for it. No matter how strong the force, if it didn't hit the target, it was meaningless. This brat has some skill. Han, let's work together to take him down. He doesn't understand what rules are on our turf. Boom. Old Ghost also unleashed his aura, matching Ma Han, also possessing postnatal 8th layer strength. Seeing that the brat was not weak, he intended to team up with Ma Han to kill him. Ghost Shadow Step. In the next moment, Old Ghost's speed suddenly increased, fast enough that others could only catch a glimpse of a shadow. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaowen was not an ordinary person. Moreover, his thunderbolt speed surpassed Old Ghost's Ghost Shadow Step. Whoosh! As Old Ghost closed in on Wang Xiaowen, his dark dagger flickered as he continuously attempted to deliver a fatal blow. But Wang Xiaowen was not weaker than him and gave him no opportunity. Humph! Just a bunch of clowns. Thunderbolt. Whoosh whoosh, a thunderbolt erupted, and Wang Xiaowen moved as swiftly as lightning, effortlessly reaping lives. You are actually this strong. Old Ghost, being the first to get close, had his throat cut by Wang Xiaowen, blood gushing out, dying with eyes wide open. You were pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ma Han also had his throat cut by Wang Xiaowen. Since he was slightly farther away, he was only attacked after Old Ghost. Both of them died from the same move by Wang Xiaowen. Who on earth are you? Don't come near me. You are simply a devil. Zhang Long was terrified. This brat killed his 2 brothers with just one move. Even if he wanted to kill them, one move would definitely not suffice. Who the hell is this guy? How can he be so strong? Bald bastard, what kind of enemy have you brought to Paoma village? You should die. Zhang Long was in shock, cursing in his heart. Damn it, I must take this opportunity to escape. Only by fleeing will I have a chance for revenge. Zhang Long originally did not dare to compete with Wang Xiaowen, turned around, and ran towards the exit of the council hall. This was the only way he had a slight chance of survival. Damn people shouldn't exist in this world. Thunderbolt. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhang Long's head fell, his body and head separated, his neck, the size of a bowl, was empty, blood spraying everywhere. The source of evil that is Paoma village must be completely eradicated, restoring peace to the world. Wang Xiaowen's eyes were cold, having killed the 3 leaders of Paoma village. He felt no guilt, only because he had killed those who deserved to die. Chapter 32. Thunderbolt Mastery. Wang Xiaowen walked out of the council hall, looking up at the sky. Dark clouds pressed over the city, rolling and blocking out the sun, making the entire day seem like night. At this moment, Wang Xiaowen's mood was not beautiful. He did not like killing, nor could he tolerate evil. He was not a saint, nor would he preach compassion. He was just a person with a conscience who acted when he saw injustice, not seeking rewards, only wanting his conscience to be clear and in accordance with his heart. He knew there was still much darkness and oppression in the world. He couldn't control everything, but as long as he didn't see it, once he encountered it, within his power, he would eradicate the darkness and restore peace to the world. The weather changed suddenly. It was going to rain. Wang Xiaowen murmured. Crack! The heavy black clouds seemed to suffocate, and suddenly, a bright light exploded from within the clouds, illuminating half the sky. A lightning bolt, like a serpent, flashed across the sky, followed by the roar of thunder, rumbling like the beating of thousands of drums. Behind the thick black clouds, the electric snake appeared, like an aurora. Very dazzling. Wang Xiaowen watched the scene before him and fell into enlightenment, standing still, motionless. The heavy rain poured down, with large raindrops hitting Wang Xiaowen's body, as if he felt nothing. After a long time, Wang Xiaowen opened his eyes. They were deep, with a gleam of sharpness shining in his dark pupils. He had comprehended Thunderbolt to mastery, But unfortunately, his own strength was insufficient to match the rhythm of Thunderbolt, diminishing its power. At this moment, Wang Xiaowen had endless hope for his strength. He longed for power. The rain continued to fall, and the thunder had ceased. There were still things Wang Xiaowen needed to do that were not finished. Payoma Village, Qingyang Hall. Ha ha. This one is even more tender. It should taste even better. A beautifully made-up young man, only 18 years old, wore a loose and exquisite robe that was very disheveled. His skin was even fairer than that of a woman. He walked unsteadily, and his body was somewhat frail. Although he enjoyed luxury every day, he couldn't withstand the daily consumption. His consumption was from indulging with women. In front of him was a girl bound to a large bed. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from the shackles, only able to cry helplessly. Inside the Qingyang Hall, 15 girls were still bound, their innocent big eyes filled with tears, red and swollen, full of helplessness and despair. Beside the girls stood an old woman, around 60 years old, well-maintained, looking more like a beautiful woman in her 40s. These girls had all been tied up by her own hands. In the old woman's eyes, there was love and indulgence as she looked at the handsome man in front of her. This old woman was Lin Yueme, the mother of the leader Zhang Long. Zhang Long's wife was named Yu Rong, known for her outstanding beauty. She caught the eye of the young master Xiao Ke from the great general Xiao Zhantian's family, and was secretly taken away by him, ultimately becoming one of Xiao Ke's concubines. Based on various clues, Zhang Long speculated where his wife might be. So he sneaked into the general's residence. There, he found his wife Yu Rong, wanting to bring her back, but ended up being betrayed by her. His wife connected with the dark guards of the general's residence, brought Xiao Ke there, along with a group of guards. And Zhang Long ultimately became a prisoner in the general's residence. The word prisoner was stamped on him at that time, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. It took 8 months for the swelling to go down, but the mark of prisoner could only be removed by cutting flesh. Zhang Long spent 2 years in the general's prison. While his wife lived a comfortable life in the general's residence, he was eating pig food, barely edible. Fortunately, Zhang Long had an old acquaintance named Li Yuan, who worked as a strategist in the general's residence. After a long time without seeing each other, Li Yuan's words made General Xiao Zhantian agree to let Zhang Long go, on the condition that Zhang Long would pay tribute in the form of grain every year. After Zhang Long was released, he became a bandit, gathering hundreds of former soldiers and settling in the Debi Mountains, engaging in banditry. Before becoming a bandit, Zhang Long was a military commander in the Great Jin Kingdom, managing hundreds of soldiers. Lured by Zhang Long, he gathered a large group of troops to camp in the Debi Mountains. Chapter 33 Zhang Qinglong. Zhang Long's mother was named Lin Yueme. Lin Yueme gave birth to her first child at 16. Due to a hard life and the Zhang family recruiting wet nurses, Lin Yueme met the young Zhang Long when she was just 16. Zhang Long's mother, unable to produce enough milk, had to rely on Lin Yueme's milk to raise him. Lin Yueme's husband was a soldier who died on the battlefield when she was 30, leaving her a young widow. After struggling to support her family for 6 years, she grew tired of the daily grind. At 36, while working odd jobs in the general's residence, she learned of Zhang Long's plight and believed he would become her pillar of support, so she abandoned her family and rushed to the Debi Mountains. In a situation where a widow who had waited for 6 years met a widower, they quickly became entangled. Lin Yueme gave birth to a son at 37, who is now the handsome man residing in Qingyang Hall, Zhang Qinglong. As for her previous home, Lin Yueme no longer cared. She abandoned her family to seek Zhang Long's wealth and glory. Lin Yueme succeeded. She lived the lavish life she desired. After robbing grain from ordinary people, Zhang Long became uncontrollable, desiring food, treasures, and beautiful women, committing countless murders. The women he seized were forced into submission, and once he lost interest in them, he would give them to his soldiers. Those women became playthings for the soldiers, often abused and discarded like garbage in a well, where their bodies were disposed of. The well at Ma Zhai was very cold, having become a burial ground for sorrowful women. Lin Yueme noticed Zhang Long's drastic change in character. When Zhang Long indulged himself, Lin Yueme was selectively forgotten. The only reason Zhang Long kept Lin Yueme around was that she had given birth to his son, Zhang Qinglong. Lin Yueme had given up on Zhang Long. Her eyes now only held her son, Zhang Qinglong. Her level of indulgence had almost no bottom line. Even when Zhang Qinglong mistreated girls, Lin Yueme tolerated it. Simply because her son liked it, she wouldn't stop him. Moreover, Zhang Qinglong's actions were also part of his training. He practiced a technique called in-gathering art. Since Zhang Qinglong enjoyed it, neither Lin Yueme nor Zhang Long intervened, leading to such scenes. The girls could not withstand Zhang Qinglong's torment. It didn't take long before they would perish on the spot. Zhang Qinglong himself could not even count how many girls had fallen into his hands. He was not afraid of retaliation, as a tall figure stood before him, his father. Zhang Long Wu Ma Zhai, Qinglong Hall. The cries of the girls echoed one after another, but Zhang Qinglong and Lin Yueme seemed not to hear, turning a deaf ear. Ha ha ha, you're new here, right? You'll definitely feel very comfortable. This feeling is amazing. Zhang Qinglong looked at the girl lying on the bed, his eyes shining with interest. After quickly shedding his embroidered robes, he pounced directly onto the bed. Lin Yueme showed no reaction. This was her son, and she hoped her son would be comfortable, not wanting him to miss out on the beauty of others. She's a bit thin. I'll have to feed her well tomorrow, so she'll be stronger. Lin Yueme muttered, looking at her child's frail body. Little darling, I'm coming. Cry. The louder you cry, the more excited I will be. Zhang Qinglong's eyes burned with desire. He could hardly wait. Just as Zhang Qinglong was about to act on the girl, the closed doors of the hall were suddenly kicked open. The dark Qinglong hall was suddenly illuminated by an external light, brightening the hall significantly. At the entrance of Qinglong Hall, an unexpected figure appeared, holding a bloody rusty knife. Chapter 34 Zhang Qinglong's Fall. Who are you? This is not a place you can enter. Get out of here. Zhang Qinglong shouted angrily, as he hated being interrupted when he was in the mood to proceed, fearing that it might affect his performance. If he couldn't perform, it would be more painful than being killed. The sudden appearance of the person nearly scared him into impotence. While Zhang Qinglong was filled with fear, he was even more furious. Which team are you from? You have no business here. Leave now. Even if you completed your mission, you wouldn't collect your reward here. This is Qinglong Hall. Guards, quickly throw this person out. Lin Yueme said with a frown. Ma Zhai had 500 soldiers divided into 500-man teams, but unfortunately, one team had already been dispersed by Wang Xiaowen. Outside, there was silence, and no one responded to Lin Yueme's words. Who exactly are you? Lin Yueme suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in her heart, realizing something was off due to the unusual silence. Normally, at her command, guards would appear. Since she had already given instructions, the guard she expected did not show up, which was not in line with reason. The unusual situation must have something sinister behind it. Lin Yueme had a bad premonition. Did you not hear my mother telling you to leave? Do you believe that I can call my father here? Do you still want to stay in the running horse village? Zhang Qinglong was extremely furious, especially since the person at the door was ruining his plans, which made him even more agitated, so his tone was very unfriendly. You're right. I really don't want to stay in your running horse village. Wang Xiaowen sneered. Longer. This person is not right. Be careful. Lin Yueme immediately reminded Zhang Qinglong, fearing that her child still didn't understand the situation. Guard. Lin Yueme was desperate and shouted loudly toward the door, hoping someone would come to rescue them. Unfortunately, it was eerily quiet outside, with not a ripple in sight. Don't waste your effort. The people outside can't hear you, Wang Xiaowen said coldly. What do you want? I have women here. Even I can give myself to you. I beg you, let my child go. He is innocent. Lin Yueme quickly shielded Zhang Qinglong, pleading with Wang Xiaowen. Mother, step aside. Don't beg him. I can handle this. Zhang Qinglong was furious. He had always had everything he wanted growing up, and never had anyone dared to defy him like this. It was simply looking for death. Longer. Run quickly. Mother will hold him off. You are no match for him. Lin Yueme hurriedly tried to stop the rampaging Zhang Qinglong. Mother, get out of the way. I am already strong. Ordinary soldiers are no match for me. You just need to watch. Zhang Qinglong was in a rage, pushing Lin Yueme aside, and finally had the chance to draw the long sword hanging beside him, striking directly at Wang Xiaowen. I don't care who you are. You have ruined my mood today and dared to defy me. In this running horse village, that is a death sentence. Go die. Zhang Qinglong shouted loudly, swinging the long sword at Wang Xiaowen. Longer no? Lin Yueme screamed in despair, horrified, regretting her weakness. With just a push from her child, she fell and could not stop him at all. Humph, just a beast. Wang Xiaowen shook his head, looking at the flawed Zhang Qinglong. Is this really the strong person you talk about? A flower in a greenhouse, just raised to look good. It can't withstand the wind and rain. With just a sword move, even a child can strike with more momentum than you. People like this only bully innocent girls. I don't know how many innocent people have died at his hands. Such a person is not worth mourning. Wang Xiaowen looked at Zhang Qinglong with no emotion, as if he were looking at a dead man. Suddenly, Zhang Qinglong, who had been filled with righteous indignation, loosened his neck, watching as his body moved forward on its own. Then, he completely lost consciousness, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. Thud! Zhang Qinglong's head fell to the ground, his face covered in rouge, stained with blood, making his face even more stunning. Chapter 35 Lin Yueme Longer. How could you be so reckless? Lin Yueme was in immense pain, watching her child die before her eyes, feeling powerless. This kind of pain was something she had never experienced before, far worse than heartbreak. She had already abandoned one child before, feeling deeply guilty. She had chosen to abandon her family to live better. Now, she had finally had another child. Although the man was a jerk, the child was innocent, so she poured all her love into the second child. But now, her second child had been killed, right before her eyes, and the pain was almost enough to make her faint. Lin Yueme held Zhang Qinglong's head, heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. She was truly devastated. Everything around her turned dark. Her only support had just died. What was the point of her living? Yes, there was that man. Longer was also his child, and he would definitely avenge Long. Lin Yueme's tears were almost dried up, although she had come to despise Zhang Long later on. Only Zhang Long could avenge Longer now. Yes, I need to find him. I need to find him. Lin Yueme stumbled out, heading straight for the council hall. Wang Xiaowen did not kill Lin Yueme because he did not see any life-threatening behavior from her. You are free now, go home. Wang Xiaowen walked into the Qinglong hall and spoke softly after unbinding the 16 girls. But I don't know the way home. Big brother, I have no home anymore. One girl started crying. Big brother, please take us home. Another girl begged tearfully. The 16 girls had just survived a great disaster and were very unsettled. Now that they were saved, they felt a sense of relief and began to cry. This was a cry of fear. Big brother still has some things to do. You wait here for a while, and I will come to pick you up once I'm done. Wang Xiaowen said gently. Okay, big brother, hurry, Chuyer wants to go home. The girl raised her tearful eyes and said obediently. Wang Xiaowen nodded, then stood up, took Zhang Qinglong's corpse, and walked out of the Qinglong hall. The reason for taking Zhang Qinglong's corpse was to prevent any other unforeseen events that might involve the 16 girls. He walked out of the Qinglong hall, directly heading outside, and then discarded Zhang Qinglong's body. Running Horse Village, Council Hall. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the area. Lin Yueme held her head, crouching down in pain, feeling weak as she collapsed to the ground, and the tears that had already dried up began to flow again. After a moment of heart-wrenching pain, Lin Yueme stared blankly at the 3 already cold corpses before her, dazed for a long time, muttering to herself, lost in thought. Why? Why is this happening? What have I done wrong? Why is heaven punishing me like this? After a long time, Lin Yueme weakly stood up and walked straight out of the council hall. Here. She had lost everything. No man, no child. What was she still doing here? As for the enemy who killed her child, if Zhang Long could be killed, it would be easy to kill her. Is revenge hopeless? Lin Yueme murmured. I still have one child. I need to find Honor. I am still Honor's mother. Honor will forgive me. Honor will definitely forgive me. Lin Yueme weakly walked to her room, taking her belongings and Zhang Qinglong's corpse, wandering aimlessly toward the outside of Running Horse Village. This time she left, she would not return. She only took what belonged to her. As for other things, like Zhang Long's corpse, Lin Yueme did not care. Zhang Long had already hurt her deeply. If it weren't for wanting to avenge her son, Lin Yueme wouldn't even want to go to the council hall. Running Horse Village, Running Horse Camp. This is where the 5 soldier teams reside. Zhang Long relied on these 5 groups of soldiers to burn, kill, and plunder in various places, committing acts of violence against men and women alike. How many female corpses were taken out from the well at the Rumma camp? Chapter 36, The Women's Quarters. Rumma camp, Rumma base, the women's quarters. There are 50 young and beautiful peasant women living in the women's quarters. These women were chosen by the bandits during their resource plundering. The bandits would knock them out and then transport them into the Rumma camp in horse-drawn carriages. Among the 50 stunning women in the women's quarters, there are mothers, newlywed young women, and unmarried girls. Once taken by the bandits, their only identity is that of women in the women's quarters. The women in the women's quarters are essentially there for the pleasure of the bandits. These women are trampled by the bandits in turns every day. The women of the women's quarters are the shared property of all the bandits, powerless to resist as they are continuously violated. Many women, unable to endure the daily trampling, choose to commit suicide. Others are trampled to death by the bandits. In the women's quarters, beauty is a sin. As soon as the bandits enter the women's quarters, their first choice is always the beautiful women. Within days, the beautiful woman will be trampled to death. The bandits then dispose of the corpses of the trampled women like trash, throwing them into the Runma well, where the bodies become bloated from soaking in the water, and their beautiful forms are utterly distorted. In the women's quarters, there are screams, gasps, sounds of strikes, and sounds of excitement. The smooth flesh is intertwining, and souls are colliding. The roars of beasts and the humble sobs fill the air. Tears are the most powerless of all. Drink. Wang Xiaowen, wearing a black scarf, sneaked into the Runma camp and saw the bandits training inside. They were wearing armor and performing various exercises, their loud shouts filling Wang Xiaowen's ears. Truly, these are bandits who, even after becoming robbers, do not forget to train daily. Wang Xiaowen looked on coldly. He did not like these bandits. Even if they had been soldiers before, once they became robbers for a day, they remain robbers for life. The sins on their bodies cannot be washed away. Hiss. Then, Wang Xiaowen saw the women's quarters, and even with 2 lifetimes of experience, the scene before him shattered his worldview. Beasts, all a bunch of beasts. Wang Xiaowen gasped and quickly suppressed the surge of anger within him. He struggled to hold back, his clear eyes turning red, especially upon seeing a woman's corpse lying next to him, completely naked, her body bruised and battered beyond recognition. You look unfamiliar. Who are you? At that moment, a bandit trampling a woman spotted Wang Xiaowen and felt he was very strange. He was certain he had never seen him before. Someone here wants your life. Wang Xiaowen said coldly. Everyone, pay attention, there's an outsider. The bandits sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted, warning the other bandits nearby. Pucci. The bandit who questioned Wang Xiaowen was already dead beneath the woman he was trampling, her white belly exposed. The woman under the bandit screamed in fright, her voice echoing throughout the scene. Instinctively, she curled up, trying to hide, trembling in fear. Her scream acted as a fuse, immediately drawing the attention of the bandits. Brothers, an outsider has mixed in and killed one of our people. Let us all go after him and take him down. Our people are not someone this little brat can kill. Let us get him together and avenge our fallen brothers. Charge, let us take him down together. To ensure that the secret of the Runma camp is not leaked, this person must die. He must be eliminated. In an instant, most of the bandits present withdrew from the women, putting on their clothes and rushing toward Wang Xiaowen. The women beneath them turned pale with fear, hiding and trembling. What should we do now that they are going to kill? Where can I hide? Will I get hurt? The women were terrified. Chapter 37. A group of pitiful people. The clash of both sides in combat had already turned into close quarters fighting for the 2 sides. It was either you die or I die. In the narrow women's quarters, the sounds of battle, the clash of blades, curses, screams, and anger came in waves. The scene was unfolding like a chaotic symphony. Wang Xiaowen's eyes grew wilder. Facing the increasing number of bandits attacking him, he felt a hint of excitement. Perhaps there was a combative factor flowing in his blood. Long knives danced wildly, and blood splattered everywhere. Blood on the ground began to pool, gaining the power to flow, forming a river. Around Wang Xiaowen, the bodies of bandits lay strewn about. Faced with the attack of over 100 bandits, he dared not let his guard down, opting instead to use speed to kill. Wang Xiaowen's greatest pride was his speed, as fast as the wind. As soon as the bandits gathered in sufficient numbers, he would switch battlefields, slipping away like an eel, making the bandits feel as though they could never catch him. Wang Xiaowen's thunderous speed had reached perfection in his training, and he was now even faster than before. Now, Wang Xiaowen resembled a great tiger penetrating a flock of sheep, being desperately attacked by the already frenzied sheep. The sheep believed they could exhaust the great tiger with their numbers, unaware that a great tiger is still a great tiger, until the sheep sharpened their claws. The great tiger was virtually invincible. Rusty blades passed through, splattering blood, as one bandit after another fell at Wang Xiaowen's feet. Although the bandits were numerous, they were merely a rabble. If given time, he could kill them all in one go. The women's quarters had been cleansed with blood. Beneath the mountain of over 100 corpses, blood flowed like a river, spreading outward. The air was thick with the stench of blood, enough to make one gag. Severed limbs and torsos were scattered everywhere, creating a real hell on earth. This man is so strong. Such a man, even with his face covered, is still so handsome. Is he here to save us? Will he kill us women too? The women present both admired Wang Xiaowen and trembled in fear. Now in their eyes, Wang Xiaowen was no different from a world-destroying demon king. The sounds of the massacre had already spread. The bandits training outside had rushed in to join the battle against Wang Xiaowen. The slaughter continued, and severed limbs were still flying everywhere. How could he be so strong? Who exactly is he? Why did the three leaders only equip us with long knives instead of bows and arrows? Otherwise, we could have turned this kid into a porcupine. Damn, this kid is too strong. What do we do now? We've already lost 200 brothers, and he shows no signs of tiring. How can he be this strong? Are you still going to kill? Kill my ass. This man is invincible. We should run quickly, or else our lives will be lost too. The opponent's cultivation level is too high. With such a major incident occurring, the three leaders haven't come, so they are likely in grave danger. We have the numbers, but our strength is weak. Killing him is nearly impossible. Even if we exhaust him, he can escape at any time, and we won't be able to kill him. I think we should escape while it's chaotic, unnoticed. That's the safest way. As long as we get away from here, there will be a chance to rise again. Is it not foolish to fight to the death here? By the time Wang Xiaowen had killed 200 bandits, the corpses at his feet had piled up like a small mountain. The bandits, seeing Wang Xiaowen still full of vitality, were filled with despair. We must escape. This kind of person is unbeatable. Hey, wait for me. Let's go together. The bandits, frightened by Wang Xiaowen's ferocity, had never seen someone so ruthless before. He had killed hundreds, which was too brutal, even more so than they were. Hurry and run. If that evil spirit catches up, we won't be able to escape. The bandits were inviting each other to band together to venture outside, which would provide them with a bit more security. Chapter 38. Unilateral suppression. Wang Xiaowen stood atop the corpses of 200 bandits, filled with a murderous aura, drenched in blood, looking as if he had just emerged from a sea of blood. The rusty blade glinted with warm blood, fresh droplets falling onto the mountain of corpses, making the bandits' bodies appear even more vivid. Run. This person is a killing god, a devil, a demon who kills without blinking. So brutal. Is he still human? He's simply a monster, a wicked ghost. If we are to run, now is the time. If we don't, once that evil spirit comes for us, we might not get another chance. The bandits, who had originally charged forward, were now scared into submission upon witnessing Wang Xiaowen's ferocity. They looked at him standing amidst the sea of blood and corpses, overwhelmed by his fierce aura and his ruthless killing speed, which was so fast it only left shadows. They were so shaken that they couldn't muster the will to fight back. The bloodied figure shrouded in a black scarf didn't seem tall, but had deeply imprinted fear into the hearts of the bandits. Wang Xiaowen's eyes were blood-red, decisive in his killings. As he continued, it became an instinctual slaughter. His speed was like a gale, and his blade was fatal, turning into the bandit's nightmare. Gradually, the enemies before him diminished, and his blood-red eyes began to regain clarity, the fierce killing intent weakening. By the end, there were no living bandits left in front of him. Looking up, he saw that the remaining bandits had all quietly escaped while he was occupied. They are all a bunch of damned beasts. Unfortunately, I couldn't destroy them all due to my limitations. Wang Xiaowen's gaze had regained its clarity. After calming down and confirming he had suppressed the surging killing intent, he slowly approached the women in the brothel. He chuckled. Killing me would be fine. I don't want to live anyway. Living is just suffering. Killing me would end everything. In my next life, I won't be a beautiful woman again. Is it finally going to end? I've waited a long time for this day. Come and kill me. Do it quickly to lessen the pain. My innocence is gone. Now I am just a withered flower, a fallen willow. What is the point of living? I don't have the courage to end it myself, so let you do it for me. I should thank you for that. The women in the brothel didn't want to live anymore. As women, they had lost their most precious virtue and had been trampled by the bandits. Already harboring thoughts of death, this was also the reason they hadn't thought of escaping. At the beginning of the slaughter, their bodies instinctively reacted to avoid harm, trembling in fear. But later, as they adapted, most of the women began to hope, hoping that the other party would take action to kill them. They didn't want to live like walking corpses. What was the point? It would be better to die directly and suffer less. As long as one is human, they will eventually die. Living like this is worse than dying sooner and ending the pain. I am not a mindless killer. I won't kill you. You don't have to be afraid. From now on, you are free. You can go home. Wang Xiaowen tried to maintain a gentle smile. He knew that his current appearance was hard not to fear, especially since he was facing these pitiful people. Their will to survive was already weak. If he frightened them further, it would be his fault. Go home. How could I dare to go home? Where can I find that warm home now? One of the women thought of her newlywed husband and her home, but now she felt unworthy of her family's care. I have a child. I want to find my child. Kind sir, where is this place? Can you take me to find my child? I don't even know how my child is doing, or whether they are alive or dead. Another woman's eyes lit up with hope again. She had been despondent, feeling like her broken body could die at any moment. In this hellish place, she had seen no hope. Now, the hell before her had been broken open by a kind person, allowing her to see the dawn again and igniting a longing in her heart for her child who still needed her care. Chapter 39, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Once we get out of here, we will see the village. Then you can go home. Don't lose heart. Your loved ones and children are waiting for you to return. Wang Xiaowen spoke gently. But I am so scared. I am so afraid my husband will abandon me. Woo-woo. One woman sobbed, thinking about the consequences she might face when she returned home. As soon as she spoke, the expressions of the women in the brothel darkened further, and their hearts became even more oppressive. Once their families learn of their experiences here, they would surely cast them aside like worn-out shoes and would be very disdainful of them. Surviving is the priority. Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. As long as you are alive, there will always be a way to face everything. Wang Xiaowen felt pity for the experiences of these women. He could only offer them encouragement and hope. He was powerless to do more. Each of them had their own life paths. When they return, whether their families accept them or disdain them, there will always be a way out. Let us go. I will take you out of the Dabi Mountains. You gather your things. I will be back soon. Wang Xiaowen instructed and then left the brothel, heading toward the warehouse in the bandit stronghold. Yes, I need to tidy myself up. I want to see my child. In my current state, I might scare the child. A mother's eyes sparkled with complex emotions, filled with both anticipation of seeing her child and fear of facing her husband's questions, leaving her anxious. Although she was forced into this disaster by fate, she still felt sorry for her husband and her family. The women in the Qingyang mansion had mostly prepared themselves for death in advance. They never expected that their fate would take a turn. Inside, they felt both anxious and vaguely hopeful, with a deep sense of grievance, hoping that a warm home could embrace and accept them. They also had to treat the happenings here as an unspeakable secret, forever buried in their hearts. Wang Xiaowen walked to the side of the warehouse, looking at the large lock on the iron door. His gaze was calm, and then he suddenly kicked the connection point of the iron door. Crack! Boom! The connection point of the iron door couldn't withstand Wang Xiaowen's immense strength and was directly blown apart, causing the massive stone that secured the iron door to explode. The connection point of the iron door was now devoid of any pressure point, allowing him to easily step into the warehouse. The treasures here were all stained with blood. The Magi had committed countless sins to obtain these items. Wang Xiaowen looked at the glowing yellow and white objects in the warehouse, feeling no significant surprise. His attitude towards these items was one of indifference, considering them as something useless yet regrettable to discard. Although they all appeared yellow and white at first glance, there were also various miscellaneous items inside. Following the principle of better to find a mistake than to miss out, Wang Xiaowen began to rummage through the contents, hoping to find some treasures that would be useful to him. Copper Skin, Iron Bone, a top-tier body refining secret technique. This is a great treasure. I've been looking for a body refining technique for a long time. Unfortunately, he had never encountered one until now, and finally, he found a copy. A top-tier body refining technique of the Xian rank, which wouldn't be of low value. A smile finally appeared on Wang Xiaowen's face. This trip to Maijai was not in vain, as he had obtained a valuable treasure. However, why would the three leaders of Maijai throw away such a good technique into the warehouse? Was there some hidden reason? Wang Xiaowen was puzzled. The three leaders of Maijai were not fools and surely knew the true value of Copper Skin, Iron Bone. I want to see the real reason why they kept this technique under wraps. With questions in mind, Wang Xiaowen began to read through the Copper Skin, Iron Bone book, wanting to understand if there were any drawbacks to practicing it that made the three leaders of Maijai avoid it like the plague. Chapter 40. Burning down Maijai. So that's how it is. This secret technique is simply a beast that devours medicinal pills. How many precious herbs would it take to nourish this Copper Skin, Iron Bone? The three leaders of Maijai couldn't afford it, but I, Wang Xiaowen, can. Wang Xiaowen laughed happily. He still had several century-old medicinal herbs in his space ring. He was currently stabilizing his foundation and wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation, so the herbs in the ring could be used for other purposes. Using these medicinal herbs from the space ring to refine his body was simply perfect. Once his physique was strengthened, it would help him stabilize his cultivation, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. Great, this copper skin. Iron bone is simply a secret technique tailor-made for me. It's just right for me. Wang Xiaowen was very satisfied, and his smile grew wider. Let us keep these treasures. Who knows when they might come in handy. Besides, there's plenty of space in my space ring. Wang Xiaowen looked at the yellow and white items scattered on the ground, took out his space ring, and with a sweep, all the yellow and white items in the warehouse were transferred into his space ring. Will the big brother come back? In the dim Qingyang Hall, a very young girl said uneasily. I don't know, Sister Xiaoya. I'm so scared. What if the big brother doesn't come back? It's been so long, and he still hasn't come. What if he doesn't come back? A little girl in a small white dress said with big, fearful eyes. I don't know either. The big brother told us to wait here for him, so we should wait for him. The big brother is a good person. He won't lie to us. Xiaoya, wearing a small blue dress, was also a bit anxious, but she was trying to encourage herself. If the big brother didn't come, the consequences they would face were unimaginable. They would have to face hunger, thirst, and no one to take care of them, especially the younger children. So, Xiaoya still wanted to stubbornly believe that the big brother would definitely come because he was their hope. Creak. The door of Qingyang Hall opened, and Wang Xiaowen walked in with a smile. Little girls, the big brother is here to take you home. Wang Xiaowen smiled at the anxious girls, trying to convey warmth and hoping to dispel their unease. Big brother, you finally came. Xiaoya has been wanting you to come for a long time. Big brother. Xiao Cui wants to go home. Can you take me home? Big brother, I'm so scared. I'm so scared that you won't come back. So scared that you will forget us. As soon as Wang Xiaowen entered Qingyang Hall, the group of girls ran towards him, their big eyes sparkling with hope as they surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Big brother. You're hurt. You have so much blood on you. Woo-woo. Big brother, are you okay? How are you? Big brother, you should heal your wounds first. You've lost too much blood. It could be life-threatening. The girls, seeing that Wang Xiaowen was still covered in blood, thought he was gravely injured, and their big eyes glimmered with tears. Don't worry, I'm fine. The big brother will take you home right now, Wang Xiaowen said with a smile. Qingyang Mansion. Wang Xiaowen led the girls towards the Qingyang Mansion, where the women had already tidied up. They looked at Wang Xiaowen with a mix of complexity and anxiety. In their hearts, they were still very conflicted, but since fate had given them a second chance at life, they would naturally strive for their happiness. Since everything is ready, let's go. I'll take you all away from this sinful place. Wang Xiaowen looked at the women in the Qingyang Mansion, who were all ready, and then led everyone out of my zhai. Forget it, I'll just set this place on fire. It will also serve as a cremation for the hundreds of ruthless bandits' bodies. Putting an end to it all, Wang Xiaowen led the group out of my zhai. Then, with a great fire, he burned the sinful place of my zhai to the ground. Chapter 41. Body Evolution. Wang Xiaowen walked not far from my zhai, where he stepped on the air vent he had deliberately left behind for the bald man, causing it to collapse. I found you a good burial spot. May you rest in peace. Remember to be a good person in your next life. After collapsing the air vent, he led the girls down the mountain. Linen Town, Dongshan Village. All right, I'll leave you here. The rest of the journey is up to you. Wang Xiaowen smiled at the women he had saved. Linen Town was not very big, and these women should already know the way home. Even if some didn't, others could help each other. Once they reached a place with people, the women would be completely free of danger, and since that was the case, he should leave. Live well, life is precious. Take care of yourselves, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, big brother. Xiaoya waved goodbye. After Wang Xiaowen said his farewells to them, he moved away from the crowd and continued walking into the mountains. The reason he went into the mountains was mainly because of the bloodied clothes he was wearing. If he walked onto the street, he would definitely be mistaken for a murderer and arrested. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he needed to take a shower and change his clothes. That was the most important thing for him to do at the moment. Splash! Wang Xiaowen found a lake and took a refreshing bath, then changed into a set of servant-disciple clothes from the Qingyang Sect. Indeed, the saying that changing clothes changes one's mood is not wrong. After changing into new clothes, he felt completely refreshed, and the somewhat gloomy feeling from before had completely disappeared. Earlier, he hadn't worn the servant-disciple clothes from the Qingyang Sect while coming down the mountain to avoid drawing attention, so he had only worn ordinary clothes. Now, those ordinary clothes had become blood-stained and were completely ruined. He buried them in the ground and had no intention of wearing them again. It's been a while since I left. I should go back to the Qingyang Sect and take a look. After changing his outfit, Wang Xiaowen headed towards the Qingyang Sect. It was already dark. He walked around the servant hall of the Qingyang Sect and noticed that the 300 servant disciples were still doing their usual chores, which made him feel satisfied before he left the Qingyang Sect again. Zhang Feng and Bailey Hao had managed the servant hall very well for him. If he went back, it would only disrupt their arrangements. Wang Xiaowen was not that idle. He still had a lot of things to do. Once again arriving at the cave 1,000 meters up the mountain, he took out the remaining few precious herbs, 100-year-old Bailing grass, 2 150-year-old Huang Jian, and 1 large spirit fruit. I hope the effects of practicing the secret method of copper skin iron bones 1T disappoint me. Otherwise, it would be a huge waste to use so many 100-year-old herbs. Wang Xiaowen looked at the large herbs he had just taken out, feeling a bit reluctant. Whose precious herbs are blown in by the wind? Well then, let us start now. Wang Xiaowen began swallowing the 100-year-old herbs and then calmed his mind to operate the copper skin iron bones secret method. Through the operation of the secret method, he slowly dispersed the medicinal power throughout his limbs and body. The medicinal power was being absorbed by his skin, organs, meridians, muscles, and bones, these internal body tissues. The medicinal power was not converted into cultivation, but was used to strengthen the body itself. This was a process of overall evolution for the internal body tissues. It was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It had an evolutionary effect on the organs, meridians, bones, cells, muscles, skin, and even facial features. Therefore, practicing copper skin iron bones was destined to be a long process. Because it involved the overall evolution of the internal body, the consumption of spiritual herbs was also very high. If he wanted to evolve into an iron body, the few 100-year-old herbs he had just consumed were simply not enough. Time flew by, and it had been 13 days since he began practicing copper skin iron bones. During these 13 days, apart from going to acquire opportunity points, Wang Xiaowen had spent almost all his time practicing copper skin iron bones. Chapter 42. Evolving into iron skin. In the 13 days that Wang Xiaowen practiced copper skin iron bones, the system was very supportive. All the opportunities during these 13 days were 100-year-old herbs. In order to practice copper skin iron bones, he had already consumed 23 100-year-old herbs. The pain in his heart made him feel like spitting blood. So many 100-year-old herbs, if converted into cultivation, would have been enough for him to level up several times. However, he was practicing copper skin iron bones, and he hadn't evolved even a single level. He was not anxious. He could take his time. He had the capital to continue consuming herbs for copper skin iron bones. This was also the reason why the 3 leaders of the Ma Zhai had not practiced copper skin iron bones. It consumed too many 100-year-old herbs. Wang Xiaowen closed his eyes, and the internal tissues of his body were still absorbing the medicinal power of the 100-year-old herbs. His internal tissues were like a newborn child, absorbing energy that could evolve into an 8-year-old child. Wang Xiaowen focused his mind. He continued to operate the copper skin iron bones secret method. Giving up halfway was never his principle. His principle was, if he was going to do something, he had to do it until he was satisfied. After absorbing the 25th 100-year-old herb, which also marked his complete depletion of resources, suddenly, he finally felt the imminent opportunity arriving. Finally full, it wasn't easy. Give me evolution. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent sound from within Wang Xiaowen's body, and all the internal tissues were evolving. Wow. The feeling of evolution was so comfortable, like eating honey. Wang Xiaowen's expression was very relaxed, as if his frown was about to melt away. He felt like a person who had slept for a month finally waking up, feeling lazy all over. Wow, I'm actually going to become this dark. When he noticed his skin, he stood up completely. He found that his skin was covered with a thick substance that looked like black mud. I have so many impurities in my body. 2,500-year-old herbs really weren't wasted. The effect was fantastic. Just this evolution of my body has at least added decades to my lifespan. It was definitely worth it. Wang Xiaowen was very satisfied. The copper skin iron bones secret method was indeed a great treasure. Splash! He jumped into a clear lake and gave himself a thorough wash. After he had removed all the black spots, he noticed that he had become much whiter. His previously wheat-colored skin had turned into baby white skin, smooth and refreshing. The small scars and acne marks on his body had all transformed into baby white skin, and the texture of his skin was very good, soft, warm, and elastic. I must have evolved into the iron skin of copper skin iron bones. Aside from the good whitening and restoration effect, I wonder how the defensive power is. The elasticity. Warmth and sensation of my body have not changed. There is no feeling of stiffness that one might expect from increased defense. Next, I'll have to test the most important defensive power. Wang Xiaowen took out a kitchen knife from his space ring. This kitchen knife was an ordinary iron knife, capable of cutting through large bones of pigs and cows, slicing and shredding without any issues. Usually, he only used the kitchen knife for cooking, but today, he treated himself as a dish and lightly cut a line on the back of his hand with the knife. Sizzle. The iron clashed, and sparks flew. Hey, not bad. Wang Xiaowen gradually grew bolder, and the force he used with the kitchen knife increased. Starting with a tentative amount of force, the sharp knife struck his hand without causing injury. Then he increased the force to 5 levels, and he found that the sharp knife still did not hurt him, only leaving a white mark on the back of his hand. Wang Xiaowen was astonished. The effect of the body evolution exceeded his expectations, and he felt even more satisfied. Until he exerted 8 levels of force, the kitchen knife in his hand actually broke a notch against the back of his hand, and he had actually ruined his knife with his tender white skin. The back of his hand that had been cut by the knife was still uninjured, with only a deeper white mark and a hint of redness. Very good. That is excellent. It's just right to repay me for feeding you so many 100-year-old herbs. He felt even more satisfied, as if his body was about to float away. Thinking back, Wang Xiaowen was pretending, saying that if the other party could chop him, he would consider himself defeated. However, the opponent didn't believe him, and when they really swung their weapon, they discovered that they truly couldn't harm Wang Xiaowen at all. Eventually, they ended up bowing down in submission at Wang Xiaowen's feet, becoming his subordinate. Just imagining this scene made Wang Xiaowen feel delighted. Now, with his cultivation at the postnatal 10th level, his one-handed strength was already 10,000 pounds. This meant that if someone at the postnatal 10th level tried to chop him, they wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Not bad at all. A bright light of excitement burst forth from his clear eyes. With this copper skin iron bone secret method, as long as he evolved it to a certain extent, he could say that even if he wanted to die, it would be difficult. Chapter 43. Black Piranha. Now, he had really run out of any century-old medicinal herbs. While the copper skin iron bone was good, it consumed too much. Wang Xiaowen looked at the space ring, which was already devoid of century-old herbs, feeling a bit sentimental. Becoming stronger certainly came at a price. Fortunately, what was extremely precious to others, the century-old herbs, weren't too difficult for him to obtain, as he frequently encountered them due to his luck. So, he just needed to wait patiently for the system's opportunities. Time passed, and at midnight, the system was about to arrive. He wondered what kind of opportunity the system would guide him to this time. Wang Xiaowen was filled with anticipation. Ding! Daily opportunity system detection in progress. The system has detected a green opportunity located 15,000 meters northeast of the host. Does the host require navigation? The system's mechanical voice inquired. Yes, I need it. Wang Xiaowen affirmed. The green navigation direction arrow has been activated for the host. After saying this, the system vanished. Finally, it transformed from a white opportunity to a green one, but he didn't know what exactly was inside the green opportunity and how it differed from the white one. With eager anticipation, Wang Xiaowen looked at the green arrow in front of him and immediately followed its direction, eager to see what surprises this new green opportunity would bring him. He ran 14,000 meters toward the green arrow, and then a huge hot lake appeared before him, with bubbling water and steam rising from the clear surface. However, the green arrow in front of him plunged directly into the boiling lake, remaining still. This clearly indicated that the opportunity point was located within the boiling lake. System, you really keep up with the times. I suspect you've developed self-awareness. Just yesterday, I wouldn't have dared to jump into this lake. But today, it's just a bit hot water. For someone like me with iron skin, it won't harm me at all. I just need to hold my breath, and if only I had a breath-holding pill. What's 1,000 meters? I can swim over while holding my breath. Once I get what I need, I'll just come back up. This opportunity is still within reach. Wang Xiaowen took a deep breath and plunged into the boiling lake, diving as quickly as possible. He didn't have much time and couldn't afford to delay. He shot down into the lake like a bolt of lightning, moving at incredible speed. As he descended into the boiling water, he suddenly saw a massive black shadow looming ahead, measuring over 100 meters in size. Compared to this enormous creature, Wang Xiaowen felt like a newborn baby, utterly insignificant. My time for holding my breath is already tight, and now this guy is coming to mess with me. What bad luck. Oh no, that black shadow is coming straight for me. This creature is clearly a gigantic being. If it decides to eat me, who will I complain to? I must hide. He quickly scanned his surroundings and found a large red water plant, hiding behind it to avoid the looming danger. Just as Wang Xiaowen settled in, a 100-meter-long black piranha swam past him. Its black scales were like blades, and its interlocking teeth were sharp. This creature was definitely a carnivore. Fortunately, the eye on the side of the giant fish facing him was blind. Otherwise, if it spotted him as a living person, it would surely come after him. He estimated that he wouldn't withstand a few bites from its sharp teeth before meeting his end. Wang Xiaowen hid beside the red water plant, feeling the urge to curse the system. Is there a host as unlucky as me? If you want to change hosts, just say so. If it weren't for my luck, I might already be in the belly of that black piranha, being digested. Chapter 44. Black Piranha 2. Wang Xiaowen quietly hid behind the red water plant, not daring to move. Fearing that even a slight motion would disturb the boiling water around him and attract the attention of the black piranha. The black piranha swam gracefully through the water, clearly having come out because it was hungry and in need of food. It passed by a patch of red water plants, which it recognized as edible and seemingly quite delicious. Just as Wang Xiaowen thought the black piranha would swim past, it suddenly turned and took a bite of the water plant right in front of him. The sheer force of its bite made him shudder, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. You dead black fish, once I get stronger, I'll roast you for a drink, Wang Xiaowen thought in shock, realizing he was hiding right next to the red water plant that the black piranha had just eaten. If it decided to take a bite of the plant he was hiding behind, he would be swallowed along with it. But he didn't dare to move. If he did, the surrounding water flow would betray him, and he would die even faster. He had to stay vigilant, and reluctantly, he drew his knife. After taking a bite of the water plant, the black piranha released a bubble. Then it spotted another delicious red water plant nearby and prepared to take a bite. Hey, are you really blind? My luck is so terrible. If you dare to bite, I'll have to fight you. Don't think your size intimidates me. My thunder blade isn't to be trifled with. Even with his usually good temper, Wang Xiaowen was on the verge of exploding with frustration at his bad luck. Just as the black piranha was about to bite the nearby red water plant, it suddenly sensed a slight disturbance in the water. Out of curiosity, it turned its massive head and discovered a 10-meter-long brown crocodile. The 10-meter brown crocodile had obviously noticed the black piranha and wasn't willing to wait to be eaten. It quietly retreated, preparing to disappear without a trace while the black piranha was busy feeding. However, the slight disturbance in the water ultimately caught the attention of the black piranha. The 10-meter brown crocodile felt a sinking sensation in its heart. It had ultimately been discovered by this behemoth, so it needed to be more careful. It became increasingly cautious. The black piranha, encountering such a good meal, would not let it go easily. With a flick of its tail, covered in black scales, it created massive waves and shot directly toward the 10-meter brown crocodile. The waves stirred up by the black piranha nearly flipped Wang Xiaowen out of the water, but fortunately, he held on tightly. However, with the motion of the red water plants, he swayed along as if dancing. Though the gigantic waves made him look somewhat comical, Wang Xiaowen felt a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed he was somewhat fortunate. Now that this guy had a new target for feeding, it would no longer pay attention to the red water plants. If this continued, he naturally wouldn't have to fight this giant. His main goal was still the green opportunity provided by the system, and his underwater time was limited. He hoped they wouldn't waste his already tight underwater time. Wang Xiaowen now felt like a little chick in front of two gigantic creatures, hoping they would make space for him, but clearly, he had no awareness of his own smallness. The black piranha, seeing the 10-meter brown crocodile cautiously retreating, immediately showed its fierce demeanor and opened its mouth filled with interlocking fangs, lunging directly at the 10-meter brown crocodile. Compared to the 10-meter brown crocodile, the black piranha was like an adult compared to a child. The difference was very obvious. Just as the black piranha attacked, the 10-meter brown crocodile turned around and put all its strength into fleeing through a narrow and complex path. If it didn't fight for its life, it would become the black piranha's fish waste by tomorrow. Chapter 45. Another corpse. The black piranha's enormous black-scaled tail waved in the hot water, along with its pair of black fins, flowing down with the massive force generated. The entire huge black body of the black piranha dashed toward the fleeing 10-meter brown crocodile like a flying arrow. Even though the 10-meter brown crocodile was cunning and acted quickly, the gap in power was simply too great. After a few tail swipes from the black piranha, it bit down on the 10-meter brown crocodile that was about to escape successfully. The 10-meter brown crocodile looked at the rock crevice it was about to reach, feeling very unwilling. If only it had been a little faster, it could have escaped, but unfortunately, it was just a bit too late. However, that small distance costed its life. The 10-meter brown crocodile let out a wail filled with regret and then fell silent. Crack, crack. As the black piranha closed its fangs, the surrounding area was stained red, the blood of the 10-meter brown crocodile spreading through a 100-meter radius of water, turning it crimson. The bite of the black piranha was so fearsome that even someone like Wang Xiaowen, with a tough body, found it unsettling, let alone the 10-meter brown crocodile. The black piranha's bite was thorough. Once it clamped down on the 10-meter brown crocodile, it was a fatal strike, and even a defensive crocodile could hardly escape death. Can you please eat further away? Wang Xiaowen mumbled, feeling that his breath was running out and his time was becoming even more limited. It was all this giant's fault. Otherwise, he would have already returned. Fortunately, the black piranha had a very large mouth. The entire 10-meter brown crocodile did not last more than 2 minutes in its jaws before being reduced to nothing but bone fragments. Then, the black piranha continued to swim around underwater, feeling satisfied. Finally gone, Wang Xiaowen sighed in relief. He immediately seized the little remaining time he had to hold his breath underwater and darted like a lightning bolt toward the location marked by the green arrow in front of him. Wang Xiaowen quickly reached a nearby area of water and stopped, as the green arrow indicated that this was his destination. Another corpse, he murmured as he looked at the pale corpse that appeared before him. After seeing this corpse, Wang Xiaowen recalled another corpse he had seen before, the one in the small cave where the black bear resided. He had obtained the thunderblade from that cave, which also contained a corpse. He had already buried that corpse, allowing it to return to dust. He then looked around again. Aside from the water plants and the lake bed, there was nothing else. This corpse has nothing. Do I have to carry this pile of bones back? Wang Xiaowen was puzzled. The previous corpse had a ring and a rusty knife. But this one clearly had nothing. Where could the opportunity be hidden? Senior, may you rest in peace. I have no choice but to move your remains. Please do not blame me, he thought silently, fearing that speaking would waste the oxygen left in his body. After paying his respects, Wang Xiaowen prepared to move the corpse. However, before he could make a move, the corpse in his view was pushed aside by the water flow, revealing a black ring that had been pressed down by the vertebrae. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity. I am eternally grateful. Wang Xiaowen did not dare to delay. His breath was running low. After obtaining the black ring, he had to return. Otherwise, if he suffocated, it would be too unjust. He bent down, took the black ring in his hand, and did not rush to look inside. Instead, he darted toward the lake's surface, speeding faster than when he dove down. Splash! Wang Xiaowen finally broke through the boiling water's surface, his head emerging into the air. He gasped for breath, quickly replenishing the oxygen his body was missing. Once the oxygen in his body was saturated again, he felt a wave of relief, knowing he was out of danger. Chapter 46. Breaking through to the innate on the surface of the clear lake. Mist was rising, and bubbles were still rolling on the surface. At this moment, Wang Xiaowen was rowing on the clear lake, heading toward the shore. After 10 minutes, he finally reached the shore of the clear lake. Now, he had completely recovered. His expression very calm, though there was a hint of expectation in his brow. Senior, since I have obtained your ring, it is naturally impossible for me to abandon your remains at the bottom of the clear lake. Since I have received your favor, it is only right to do something within my power in return, Wang Xiaowen said calmly. He then took out a skeleton from his spatial ring, which was the one from the bottom of the clear lake. Wang Xiaowen was not a selfish person. Since he had accepted the other's kindness, he naturally should repay it. He looked around the environment, chose what he considered the best feng shui spot, and buried the skeleton from the lake bed right there. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. A little kindness deserves a response. I never owe anyone anything. Wang Xiaowen turned and left, heading toward the small cave where he often practiced. Time passed, and in half an hour, Wang Xiaowen had covered the 15,000-meter distance. He walked into the small cave, sat cross-legged on the mat, and took out the black ring he had brought up from the bottom of Qing Lake. I took such a big risk to bring you out from the bottom of Qing Lake. I hope the things inside the black ring will surprise me, Wang Xiaowen said eagerly. His bright eyes sparkled, and he had a vague feeling that the contents of the black ring would surely satisfy him. Even his system defined this opportunity as a green opportunity, indicating that the items inside the black ring were definitely different from the treasures he had obtained before. I hope the things inside won't let me down. Wang Xiaowen was very much looking forward to the surprises the black ring might bring him. Then, He projected his consciousness into the black ring, and the next moment, he was stunned on the spot, followed by a wave of ecstasy. This is incredible. There's actually a bottle of innate elixir and 3 bottles of gathering energy elixir, not to mention the other items. Just these 2 types of elixirs are enough to elevate my power to the innate realm. It truly lived up to being a green opportunity. The items inside were indeed very precious. Just the innate elixir alone. How many cultivators wish they could get even one in their dreams? Wang Xiaowen was extremely happy. With the innate elixir, he had hope of reaching the innate realm. Some disciples of the Qingyang Sect work hard for 10 years to accumulate points, and they might not even be able to exchange for a single innate elixir. This shows just how rare the innate elixir is. After seeing the innate elixir, Wang Xiaowen was already very satisfied, and then he continued to check the other items inside the black ring. There was also a secret technique called footsteps without trace. 20 medium-grade spirit stones, surprisingly 10-century-old medicinal herbs, and some scattered wealth. He had really hit the jackpot. It was truly a green opportunity with so many good things. His face was full of joy, and the smile on his lips was almost uncontainable, since the innate elixir was in place. And after his body evolved to the iron skin stage, his physical quality was already very solid. The issue of an unstable foundation could no longer occur in him. Therefore, it was now the right time for him to advance towards the innate realm. Wang Xiaowen's clear eyes burst with fiery light. As long as he reached the innate realm, he could generate an innate cyclone within his dantian, thereby drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At that time, his power would undergo earth-shattering changes. And in this world where power is paramount, his energy would also be greater. Since everything was ready, then let us start now. Wang Xiaowen calmed his mind, sinking his energy into his dantian, and after discovering that the spiritual energy in his dantian was already very abundant, he smiled with satisfaction. To advance to the innate realm, he needed to be prepared in 2 ways. First, he must have an innate elixir to communicate with the innate spiritual energy and open his innate cyclone. Second, the spiritual energy in his dantian must be sufficient. Otherwise, if his dantian is empty, he would not have the explosive power to break through his own shackles. Chapter 47. Achieving innate. With that said, let us begin. After swallowing a gathering energy elixir, the medicinal power of the elixir melted instantly in his mouth, and the surging power directly caused a tumult in his meridians and dantian. His goal was to break through his own limits and directly open the shackles of the acquired extreme realm in his dantian. Only in this way could he use the innate power from the innate elixir to successfully create an innate cyclone. To open the acquired extreme realm, he needed to forge his own spiritual power to be exceptionally resilient. Wang Xiaowen was originally at the 10th level of the acquired realm and had undergone body tempering, making his body even tougher. His spiritual energy had also been tempered, just slightly suppressed by him. At that time, he planned to temper his body first, then refine his energy, so the spiritual energy in his dantian was already close to its limit. Now, with the immense power of the gathering energy elixir, it directly flooded his already near-saturated dantian, pushing it to its maximum capacity. Now, break through for me. Boom. The shackles of the acquired extreme realm in his dantian had been shattered, and he then felt a tremendous force within his body ready to feed back. He absolutely could not let this feedback force disrupt his dantian. Whether the innate elixir could harness this force to form an innate cyclone depended on it. Without hesitation, before the enormous feedback force arrived, he directly swallowed the innate elixir. If it were an ordinary cultivator, without the innate elixir, being impacted by the force of the acquired extreme realm would definitely cause their dantian to explode, unable to withstand that power. But he was different. He had already tempered his body to a copper skin and iron bone level, and even if impacted by the force of the acquired extreme realm, he could remain unscathed. He would just feel uncomfortable, so to avoid such a predicament, he would never take such a risky action without other means. The shackles of the acquired extreme realm had opened, allowing communication with innate power, but what was lacking was a fuse. Now that he had swallowed the innate elixir, it was equivalent to igniting the fuse. Boom. A tremendous change occurred in Wang Xiaowen's dantian. With the ignition of the fuse, the forces that broke through the acquired extreme realm feedback directly drilled into the fuse, and under the influence of innate power, they immediately transformed into an innate cyclone of the acquired extreme realm. Because this fuse was also external, the innate spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged directly into his dantian. In the blink of an eye, An innate spiritual energy vortex formed above Wang Xiaowen's head, with countless innate spiritual energies being poured into his acquired extreme cyclone. In the innate realm, the spiritual energy vortex only had this one opportunity to appear. Seizing this rare chance, of course, the more it filled, the better. Such opportunities would not come by easily in the future. After 2 hours, the spiritual energy vortex above his head had calmed down. At this moment, the acquired extreme cyclone in his dantian had undergone earth-shattering changes. The spiritual energy within his acquired extreme cyclone had completely transformed into innate spiritual energy through the spiritual energy vortex. From this moment on, Wang Xiaowen was truly an innate powerhouse. Innate spiritual energy exerts a dimensionality reduction effect on acquired spiritual energy, which is the origin of the saying that beneath the innate, all are but ants. Now that he had connected with the innate spiritual energy from the outside world, the innate cyclone in his dantian was constantly being replenished by the external innate spiritual energy, though the replenishment speed was not that fast. It was only because of the effect of the spiritual energy vortex that he could fill the innate cyclone in 2 hours. However, the spiritual energy vortex would only appear this once. In the future, replenishing innate spiritual energy would not be so quick. If battles were too intense, and the consumption of innate spiritual energy was too great, it could take 10 days to half a month to fully restore the innate spiritual energy without using rare materials. The innate realm has very few innate spiritual energies that can be communicated with from the outside. Chapter 48. First day at Qingyang Sect. Wang Xiaowen opened his bright eyes, and they became even deeper. He had a feeling that his 5 senses had become clearer. His hearing, smell, vision, touch, and taste were all more acute, and his thinking had become quicker. Is this the feeling of being innate? Wang Xiaowen closed his eyes, comfortably using his mind to sense the energy in this world. He could feel the innate spiritual energy drifting in the air. The innate spiritual energy was not absorbed by him because his innate cyclone was already filled and could no longer take in any more. He stood up, shaking his entire body, and the cracking sounds of his bones made him feel refreshed. His expression was somewhat eager, as he was keen to test the extent of his current strength. The sky was still dark, but the stars were bright tonight. Wang Xiaowen stepped out of the small cave, and it seemed there was a light in his eyes. He could now see clearly in the dark, making the night feel like day. It felt as if a hidden dragon was concealed within his body. After some exploration in the darkness, he discovered that his one-handed strength was at least 30,000 pounds, meaning he was now at least 3 times stronger than before. To be able to test his strength freely, he had brought out the power testing device from the Qingyang Sect, which was idly sitting in the miscellaneous disciples' quarters. So taking it out wouldn't cause any issues. After stretching his muscles and bones, he immediately felt invigorated, even finding the green leaves on the trees beautiful. As dawn approached, he returned to the small cave to consolidate his cultivation, needing to fully adapt to his sudden surge in power. The sun rose in the east, casting fiery red sunlight upon the earth, awakening all sleeping beings. He remained in the cave, continuing his seclusion without coming out. The morning bell rang, and the disciples of the Qingyang Sect began their busy day, dealing with various chores, eliminating bandits, and slaying monsters. Each day passed in this manner. However, today, the disciples of the Qingyang Sect seemed a bit different. Their eyes reflected anticipation, longing, as well as confusion and unease. This was the first day of the month, the day when the Qingyang Sect distributed benefits to its many disciples. The miscellaneous disciples could each receive 2 bottles of herbal essence for cultivation, while the outer disciples could each receive 10 low-grade spirit stones. After receiving their own bottles of herbal essence, the miscellaneous disciples could not calm their hearts. Today was the day of the sect's welfare distribution, but it was also the day of trouble for them. Was there ever a time on this day when no one among the miscellaneous disciples quietly perished? In the past, it was Li Ling who openly oppressed and robbed them. Now with Wang Xiaowen, the miscellaneous disciples felt uncertain about his attitude towards them. Thus, their hearts grew even more uneasy. They dared not use the herbal essence they received, fearing that Wang, the steward, would settle scores later. If they could not present the herbal essence to Steward Wang, what would they do? They might very well face a beating from him. If that happened, some of the miscellaneous disciples could very likely never wake up again. Did it have anything to do with Steward Wang? In the miscellaneous hall, Zhang Feng looked at by Li Hao and asked. According to custom, today they were supposed to collect herbal essence from the 300 miscellaneous disciples, but now with the change to Steward Wang. And since he was not one of Wang's trusted aides, Zhang Feng found himself at a loss. He was not a trusted aide, but Bai Li Hao was, which was why he came to Bai Li Hao for a feasible plan. Maybe he lost track of time while having fun outside. I'll go ask him. Bai Li Hao was not a mind reader who could predict what Steward Wang would do regarding the herbal essence. If he took matters into his own hands, he might offend Wang Xiaowen, which would be unnecessary. After all, Wang Xiaowen was the real steward of the miscellaneous disciples, and Bai Li Hao was merely managing 300 of them for him. The herbal essence might involve some complexities, so it was better to be cautious. Zhang Feng reminded him. He had previously followed Li Ling and had no idea where all the herbal essence Li Ling collected ended up. But he was sure it was not privately taken by Li Ling. Otherwise, Li Ling's cultivation level would not be so low. If he had so much herbal essence to assist him, Li Ling's level could not still be only at the 6th layer of the acquired realm. As for where the herbal essence actually went, that was a secret only Li Ling knew. Li Ling would never tell his subordinates about something that could damage his own authority, so it was perfectly normal for Zhang Feng to be unaware. Zhang Feng just felt that something was amiss, so he specifically reminded Bai Li Hao to be careful with how Wang Xiaowen handled the herbal essence. Chapter 49. Strongly collecting protection fees at 10 in the morning, Wang Xiaowen was stabilizing his realm in the small cave when his communication jade began to vibrate. Upon answering, he heard Bai Li Hao's voice. Xiaowen, the sect is distributing herbal essence today. How do you plan to handle it? Listening to Bai Li Hao's voice, Wang Xiaowen fell into deep thought. Not long ago, when he was still in the Qingyang Sect, the outer sect steward Li Kuan had specifically sought him out and issued a serious threat, demanding 290 bottles of herbal essence as a protection fee. If he didn't comply, he would definitely be taught a lesson by Li Kuan and his men, risking his very life. To be on the safe side, he decided to keep 1 bottle of herbal essence for himself from the 300 miscellaneous disciples. That way, if needed, he could avoid disaster, and if not, he could return it next month. It was a strategy that allowed for both offense and defense, ensuring his own safety. Unfortunately, when Li Kuan had come to find trouble with him last time, he and assessed Li Kuan's strength, only seeing that one of Li Kuan's subordinates, the Black Monkey, was at the 9th layer of the acquired realm. If he had known Li Kuan's true strength, he wouldn't have been so timid. It was better to be cautious for now. When Li Kuan came to collect his protection fee, he would adapt to the situation. Wang Xiaowen remained silent for a moment, then formulated his next plan. Howzy, you and Zhang Feng find the miscellaneous disciple Lu Xiaowang. Have him back you up. You all go collect the protection fees from the 300 miscellaneous disciples, charging each of them 1 bottle of herbal essence as a protection fee, and leave the other bottle untouched. Wang Xiaowen communicated his plan to Bai Li Hao through the jade. After receiving Wang Xiaowen's plan, Bai Li Hao, along with Zhang Feng and the others, began executing the task of collecting herbal essence from the miscellaneous disciples. I knew it. Steward Wang is just like Steward Li Ling. What is the difference? He still wants to squeeze our herbal essence. We are the easiest to bully, one miscellaneous disciple angrily remarked. Just moments ago, 1 bottle of herbal essence from his hands had been forcibly taken by Bai Li Hao and his crew. All right, stop complaining. It's already good that Steward Wang didn't take your other bottle of herbal essence. If it were Li Ling, would you still get to keep that other bottle? Be content, said another miscellaneous disciple next to him, who had also just lost a bottle of herbal essence. His mentality was much more accepting. Every steward collected the herbal essence from the miscellaneous disciples, so why wouldn't Steward Wang? They didn't even resort to violence, which was already quite decent. This morning, after I received 2 bottles of herbal essence, I was worried when I saw Steward Wang didn't come to collect, but now that Bai Li Hao has taken it, I feel much more at ease, another miscellaneous disciple said, feeling relieved. Now, the other bottle of Baijiao liquid in their hands truly belongs to them. Steward Wang is much stronger than the previous Steward Li. Every time I complete a task and earn points, he helps me exchange them for Baijiao liquid. I've already advanced to the 3rd level of the acquired realm this month. I originally thought Steward Wang wouldn't collect our Baijiao liquid, but I was too naive. The Baijiao liquid in our hands was still forcibly taken away by them. In the end, they revealed their true nature. And Steward Wang is just as detestable. Among the 300 servant disciples, some are unwilling to accept this. Steward Wang clearly treats us servant disciples well. So why is he treating us like this now? Is it because of those few people like Bai Li Hao and Zhang Feng? The servant disciples looked at Bai Li Hao and his group with questioning eyes, filled with hostility. Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Many servant disciples have already died at their hands. Do you want to be next? Don't you remember Xiao Chong, who just died not long ago? He was beaten to death by these people. Among these people, only Li Lin escaped after being defeated. The current group is still the original underlings of Li Lin. Do you really think these people want to resort to underhanded tactics to harm others? Will there be fewer people dying at their hands? Some servant disciples began to advise their companions, hoping they wouldn't act impulsively. It's not worth losing your life over a bottle of Baijiao liquid. Chapter 50 Return to Qingyang Sect. Qingyang Sect, Outer Sect Hall. Li Kuan is resting in his room, preparing for the next external mission. A dark-skinned man is sitting cross-legged beside him, sharpening a knife. He is usually very indifferent, but when he looks at the large black knife in his hand, a hint of warmth inadvertently shows in his eyes. This knife is the only item his senior sister gave him. She ultimately married someone else, and unfortunately, it wasn't him. That day, he buried this black knife along with his love for his senior sister. Although he is sad, he has to admit that his senior sister married the right person and is very happy every day, seeing his senior sister living so joyfully. He slowly let go of her in his heart, burying the last bit of love deep inside and wishing her everlasting happiness. However, good times didn't last long. His senior sister eventually died during a mission, and the man she married took over her wealth, resources, and connections. The once loving couple went on a mission together, but their fates were completely different. One died from a blade, while the other remained unscathed and took all of the senior sister's resources. There's no way this wasn't suspicious. The dark-skinned man wouldn't believe it. So he picked up the black knife his senior sister gave him again. This black knife was carefully chosen for him by his senior sister, matching his height and very heavy, perfectly suited for him. He plans to use this knife to avenge his senior sister. The man his senior sister married is none other than the Outer Sect steward, Li Kuan. On the day of his senior sister's death, the dark-skinned man investigated that mission, knowing that several people from the sect had died. He continued to dig deeper into the investigation, but eventually, he stopped. The final results, perhaps only he knows. In Li Kuan's room, a person entered. Li Kuan opened his eyes and saw the visitor, not surprised. Lin Yao, have you done what I instructed you to do? Li Kuan asked calmly. Wang Xiaowen has already sent people to collect the Baijiao liquid from the servant disciples. I believe it won't be long before he sends the collected Baijiao liquid over. Lin Yao replied with her beautiful eyes wide open. Humph, if he dares to play tricks, I will make sure he doesn't see tomorrow's sun. In that case, this person is quite obedient and can be my flag. Let him adapt this month. Next month, I'll increase his share of Baijiao liquid to 330 bottles. The servant disciples receive 600 bottles of Baijiao liquid each month. Taking 330 bottles from him is already giving him a lot of face, Li Kuan said coldly. Hee. I can't wait to see Wang Xiaowen's expression when he hears this news. Lin Yao was also looking forward to the drama, her face full of interest. As night fell, Wang Xiaowen had stabilized his innate realm and came out from a small cave. He returned to Qingyang Sect, went to the back mountain, caught a wild rabbit, and started a fire. The vibrant flames crackled as they roasted the rabbit, casting a red glow on Wang Xiaowen's baby white cheeks. Xiaowen, you finally came. You must have had a great time outside these days. By Li Hao, familiar with Wang Xiaowen's place, moved a wooden stool out and looked at the increasingly golden rabbit enviously. He also wanted to go out and play. He had been in Qingyang Sect for 8 years without ever going out. Now he felt like a bird trapped in a cage, eager to fly out and see the outside world. Outside is very chaotic. For you now, going out isn't safe. So, you should obediently help me keep an eye on the 300 servant disciples. If there's anything good, I'll take care of you. Wang Xiaowen patted by Li Hao's shoulder and smiled. Wang Xiaowen wasn't misleading by Li Hao. He was sincere. It was safer for Bai Li Hao to stay in Qingyang Sect. Chapter 51 The collision begins. This is the Baijiao liquid you wanted, a total of 300 portions. Be honest with me, what is really going on? This isn't your style. You've never liked those who rob and plunder. Bai Li Hao furrowed his attractive brows, looking at Wang Xiaowen, confused as to why his style had changed so dramatically after becoming the servant steward. You want to know? Wang Xiaowen took the redwood box Bai Li Hao handed him, smiling mischievously. This redwood box is filled to the brim with 300 portions of Baijiao liquid, freshly collected from the 300 servant disciples today. Humph. You can talk or not. I'm not eager to know. As soon as Bai Li Hao saw Wang Xiaowen's tone, he became displeased. His proud self had never known what it meant to ask for help. Don't worry, I naturally have my reasons. On the other hand, you've made quite a bit of progress. You've reached the 6th level of the acquired realm. You've really put in a lot of hard work. Wang Xiaowen sincerely praised Bai Lihao. How do you know? I've clearly hidden my cultivation level. Bai Lihao was astonished. He thought he had hidden it well. Where did he expose himself? To want people to be unaware, one must first not do anything to attract attention, Wang Xiaowen said with a mysterious expression. In reality, Wang Xiaowen's cultivation had already reached the innate realm, and only someone at the innate realm could gauge another's strength based on the aura they emitted. Without reaching the innate realm, one couldn't communicate with the aura of another's body, hence unable to judge their strength. You must have discovered it on the day I broke through. That is how you knew, Bai Lihao concluded. However, what's so surprising about breaking through to the 7th level of the acquired realm? You are the real anomaly, having unconsciously broken through to the 7th level a month ago. Who knows if you've continued to improve since then? Bai Lihao looked at Wang Xiaowen's relaxed and calm demeanor, filled with fighting spirit. He believed that one day, Bai Lihao would surpass Xiaowen. As for Depeng, Wang Xiaowen placed the redwood box aside and smiled at the determined Bai Lihao. He is currently working hard in seclusion. Last month, during the steward selection, our cultivation almost drove him crazy. He is only at the 3rd level of the acquired realm now, which is indeed quite low. If he doesn't put in more effort, he will fall further behind us. If he doesn't want to be looked down upon, he can only continue to strive. Bai Lihao thought of Depeng's fighting spirit and felt the same way. If he didn't work harder, he would likely be left behind by Wang Xiaowen. Wang Xiaowen, you are really busier than I am. It's not easy to find you. A cold voice suddenly came from not far away. And then 3 men of different shapes were walking towards Wang Xiaowen. Who are they? They don't seem friendly. You need to be careful. Bai Lihao instinctively felt that the 3 men approaching were up to no good and warned Xiaowen. Howsy, take this redwood box to my room. You can't help here. Wang Xiaowen calmly patted the redwood box. Upon hearing this, Bai Lihao felt a bit unhappy, but knowing that the other party was indeed stronger than himself, he didn't argue with Wang Xiaowen. Then I'll go first, you take care. Bai Lihao carried the redwood box into Wang Xiaowen's room, placed it inside, and then came back out to stand beside Wang Xiaowen, ready to face the situation together. Why did you come out again? Wang Xiaowen was surprised. This brother was truly loyal, willing to stand up for him knowing he was in trouble. Such people are rare nowadays. All right, you can just watch from the side. But don't intervene. Wang Xiaowen reminded him, still not at ease. Chapter 52. Collision with Li Kuan. It turns out that Steward Li has come to visit. I wonder what he wants. Just to be clear, the roasted hare I made today is for myself. Wang Xiaowen looked at the 3 men approaching, remaining seated on the wooden bench, carefully roasting the hare he had just caught. Bai Lihao sat beside Wang Xiaowen, using a sharp knife to cut slits into the golden roasted hare to ensure the meat cooked thoroughly inside. The sharp knife could cut both hare meat and human flesh, and Bai Lihao's action was obviously a warning gesture aimed at the 3 men. However, Li Kuan seemed to ignore it completely, as if he hadn't seen Bai Lihao at all, not even casting a glance his way. To Li Kuan, Bai Lihao was like a child wielding a wooden sword, posing no threat whatsoever. Li Kuan saw no value in Bai Lihao, so he didn't take him seriously. I don't care who you are. One day you will pay for your arrogance today. Bai Lihao, being a proud person, couldn't tolerate this insult. Just as he was about to explode and beat Li Kuan, he remembered Wang Xiaowen's instructions to never act recklessly. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, turned his proud head aside, and refrained from looking at the 3 men. Choosing to ignore them, Wang Xiaowen looked at the 3 men across from him. A cold, burly middle-aged man he recognized as Li Kuan, the steward of the outer sect, and a dark-skinned man wielding a heavy knife, which Wang Xiaowen also remembered due to the distinctiveness of the large black knife that only someone with considerable strength could handle. The 3rd man was very handsome, holding a flower fan, someone Wang Xiaowen had never seen before. At first, Wang Xiaowen thought he was a beautiful woman because of his overly delicate appearance, but upon noticing his Adam's apple and flat chest, he confirmed that he was indeed a man. Wang Xiaowen, let's not beat around the bush. What did you promise me last month? Have you forgotten that you made me come all the way here? You really have quite the audacity, Li Kuan began, his tone cold and clearly filled with anger. He had only seen a servant-disciple act arrogantly before Wang Xiaowen. There were others who dared to act arrogantly in front of him, but the problem was that a mere servant-disciple had no right to do so. The agreed 290 bottles of herbal liquid that you, Wang Xiaowen, failed to deliver. and you have the audacity to ignore me without any explanation. Do you think you are someone special? Li Kuan's anger surged even more upon seeing Wang Xiaowen so leisurely. I have a poor memory. What did I promise you? Wang Xiaowen hadn't forgotten. He clearly remembered saying he would consider it, without explicitly agreeing. If Li Kuan wanted to interpret that as a promise, that was his issue. The moment Wang Xiaowen spoke, shock filled the room. Even Bai Lihao didn't he expect Wang Xiaowen to be so bold. Are you crazy? He is the steward of the outer sect. And the other two are also outer sect disciples. We can't afford to provoke them. Don't cause trouble. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. Bai Lihao quietly reminded him, genuinely worried. The reason he had the courage to cut the hair with a knife was to enhance their advantage. Hoping the other party would think twice about acting rashly since they had a weapon. He thought they could sit down and negotiate. But he didn't expect Xiaowen's first words to be so confrontational. If they encountered someone with a bad temper, they would just rush into fight. Xiaowen was being reckless this time. Chapter 53. Collision with Li Kuan too very well. It seems you are treating my words as mere wind. Since you can't remember my kind words, I have no choice but to use other methods to make you remember. Li Kuan's eyes began to turn cold, and an aura of rage emanated from him. The negotiation had clearly broken down. When two stubborn people clashed, it could only result in explosive sparks. Xiaowen, you are truly foolish. Bai Lihao was bitterly smiling inside. He knew Xiaowen was stubborn, but he didn't expect him to be this obstinate. Now that such a situation had arisen, how should they handle it? It seems I have to trouble senior sister Yuan again. Bai Lihao felt very anxious and took out the sound transmission jade. Senior sister Yuan, I need help urgently. I've encountered some trouble, and I ask for your assistance. Bai Lihao activated the transmission jade and urgently conveyed his message. Truly, the young bull is not afraid of the tiger. You must be only 18, right? I have to say, you really have guts, but unfortunately, you've offended the wrong person, and the consequences will be severe for you. Lin Yao waved his flower-folding fan. His beautiful and interesting eyes spoke. In his eyes, everything in front of him was like a good show, but the kid in the play was too naive. It's a pity that at such a young age, he is about to fall. Having offended Lord Li, in the Qingyang Sect, you have no future left. You might die unexpectedly in your home tomorrow. Do you really think you can casually offend someone just because they are a person? If you have no strength, do you truly believe anyone can sit securely in the position of outer sect manager? Lord Li has been able to hold the position of outer sect manager for so many years because of his terrifying combat power. Lin Yao's beautiful eyes looked at Wang Xiaowen, as if he was looking at a living dead person who was about to die. You are just a mere servant manager. Based on past records, right now, your cultivation level is only at the 8th level of the acquired stage. With such little strength, you dare to be so arrogant towards the outer sect manager? You are just asking for death. The black monkey's gaze was indifferent as he looked at Wang Xiaowen, whose face was expressionless. A brainless, naive kid like this was not worth his attention. He gripped the big black knife, standing half a step behind Lord Li. His cold, indifferent eyes looked at Li Kuan in front of him, and his gaze deepened. Knowing that he did not have absolute confidence in defeating the opponent, he could only turn his cold eyes elsewhere, waiting for the right moment. Black monkey, that kid makes me uncomfortable. Go take care of him for me. Just make sure he is still breathing. Li Kuan's angry gaze had faded, replaced by a calmness that treated life and death lightly. He no longer saw any value in using that kid for someone who was no longer useful to him and dared to confront him. He could only turn the other into a corpse. For someone who was about to die, he wouldn't waste his anger on them because it wasn't worth it. It's about to start. Why hasn't senior sister Yuan come to help? If only I could stall for a little longer. Bai Lihao hoped to buy some time, and senior sister Yuan was already on her way to reinforce. I see you shouldn't look for anyone else. I want to fight you right now. Aren't you the outer sect manager? I challenge you now. I think the position of outer sect manager is pretty good, and I, young master, have my eyes on it. Please vacate a spot for me. As soon as Wang Xiaowen's words fell, everyone present almost suffocated. This level of seeking death was truly rushing to die. What a wonderful age. Isn't living good enough? Why seek death? Lin Yao shook his head, his beautiful eyes looking at Wang Xiaowen with some pity. What a good age. What a pity. Hee, you have guts, you have blood. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. Hot-blooded people usually die quickly. What a pity. The brain is such a good thing, but unfortunately, you don't have one. The black monkey looked at Wang Xiaowen with a hint of pity in his indifferent heart. Chapter 54. Beating up Li Kuan Humph. Then I'll give you this opportunity to challenge me. I just hope you're not too weak. Otherwise, it would be too boring for me to beat you up unilaterally. Li Kuan stepped forward, his cold eyes looking down at Wang Xiaowen, who was still sitting on the wooden bench. Lin Yao and the black monkey stood half a step behind Li Kuan, one with a playful expression and the other with a cold demeanor. What happened to Xiaowen? Is this still the Xiaowen I know? Bai Lihao was also very confused about how Xiaowen dared to challenge the outer sect manager. Could it be that Xiaowen's strength had significantly improved again? Acquired 9th level? Or even acquired 10th level? Bai Lihao kept guessing in his heart. He had known Xiaowen for a long time. Although Xiaowen was stubborn, he was never reckless. There must be a reason he dared to challenge the outer sect manager. Though he didn't understand, he didn't stop him. Suddenly, he thought of another possibility. What if Xiaowen had been hiding his true strength all along? Xiaowen was not someone without reason. His initially tough attitude could be seen as stubbornness, but directly confronting the strongest outer sect manager among the three was not something that could be explained by mere stubbornness. I have a feeling that Xiaowen must have his own confidence. When things seem out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. Xiaowen, how much more are you hiding? Today, he saw too many surprises in Xiaowen. What had Xiaowen experienced outside these days that gave him such courage? Bai Lihao pondered in his heart. He just watch. Wang Xiaowen stood up directly and immediately displayed a speed like the wind, lifting Li Kuan's collar on the spot. His enormous strength lifted Li Kuan's strong body, as if he were lifting a little chick. He lifted Li Kuan's collar and slammed him downwards. Boom. Li Kuan's head made direct contact with the ground, and the massive shock force caused him, who was already stunned, to experience another tremendous impact, making his head throb painfully. His vision blurring. How is this possible? You must have reached the innate realm. Otherwise, how could I, a peak-acquired cultivator, not withstand even one of your moves? Li Kuan was not a fool. From the moment the opponent made a move, he already understood the situation. He lost without injustice. As an acquired cultivator, challenging an innate powerhouse was simply seeking death. This kid is truly cunning. Clearly, he has already reached the innate realm and knows our cultivation levels well. Yet he didn't reveal a word and directly used provocation to draw me out for a beating. This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Completely unkind. Li Kuan regretted it deeply in his heart. He was actually opposing an 18-year-old innate cultivator. This was simply living impatiently. What was the difference from seeking death? Innate. Bai Lihao was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. When did Xiaowen become innate? Innate. He was only at the 6th level of the acquired stage, while Xiaowen had already become an innate powerhouse. In the Qingyang Sect, even the weakest innate cultivator was an inner sect disciple. Xiaowen was already qualified to become an inner sect disciple. Bai Lihao's inner turmoil was immense. He thought that in a few months, he would be able to catch up to Xiaowen's cultivation level. But now, no matter how proud he was, he felt a sense of helplessness. The gap between them was getting wider and wider. How could he catch up now? Wow, this guy is really hiding deep. He has actually reached the innate realm. I thought he was looking for death. Lin Yao looked at Wang Xiaowen, and a fiery light sparkled in his beautiful eyes. He had heard of innate experts at the age of 18 before. Those were all exceptional talents carefully selected by major sections. And he had discovered a buried genius. As long as he could latch onto this brilliant talent, Lin Yao would also rise with the tide. This was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 55. Beating Li Kuan 2, so that's it. It turns out my vision was too limited. An 18-year-old innate expert. This is definitely a genius buried by the Qingyang Sect. He Houzi watched Wang Xiaowen fiercely beating Li Kuan and felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Seeing Li Kuan being beaten made him feel incredibly relieved. If he could, just one beating wouldn't be enough. I give up, stop hitting me. At this moment, Li Kuan was being held by Wang Xiaowen by the collar, crashing violently into the ground several times. Luckily, his body was sturdy enough. Otherwise, he would have fainted. Of course, this was also because Wang Xiaowen had deliberately moderated his strength. In the Qingyang Sect, under everyone's watchful eyes, if he dared to kill Li Kuan, it would trigger the sect's bottom line, which would bring him no benefit at all. Therefore, Li Kuan absolutely must not die at his hands, even if he fainted. Li Kuan was clearly not a good person, and he must have many enemies. If he were to be eliminated during this time, and the Qingyang Sect placed all the blame on him, what would he do? He couldn't be that scapegoat. Giving up already? Aren't you too easy to beat? Wang Xiaowen looked down at Li Kuan on the ground. It's my fault for not recognizing the great mountain and offending you. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. Li Kun immediately admitted defeat and changed his tone. Then why did you have the guts to threaten me before? Wang Xiaowen teased. Slap. Slap. It was my little brother who spoke wrongly. I'm willing to accept punishment. Please don't hold it against me. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Li Kun was using his large hands to slap his own cheeks, truly going all out. And his cheeks quickly swelled up. What a ruthless person, harsh to others and harsh to himself. It's better to avoid such people in the future. Lin Yao watched Li Kun self-harming, feeling an immense wariness in his heart. Such a person was either a hero or a tyrant, definitely not a good character. He Houzi watched Li Kun begging for forgiveness like a little dog, and a sense of satisfaction surged within him. Whether you stay or go depends on your future performance. Give me your Outer Sect badge, and I'll take the position of Outer Sect manager from now on. Alright, stop hitting. You're making it seem like I'm the one who's vicious. Wang Xiaowen didn't want this guy to ruin his reputation. He also knew this was Li Kun acting out a strategy of feigned weakness to eliminate the grudge in Wang Xiaowen's heart, a tactic of retreating to advance. Little brother Lin Yao, I pay my respects to the boss. My cultivation is low. Please don't despise me. Lin Yao immediately bowed and respectfully said. With such a good backing, he naturally wanted to attach himself at once. Missing this opportunity would make it hard to find such a chance again in the future. Lin Yao lowered his proud head, his attitude very sincere. He hadn't even fully subdued Li Kun. Little brother He Houzi, I pay my respects to the boss. And I hope the boss will grant me a favor. He Houzi also bowed and said respectfully. Oh, so Xiaowen has become the Outer Sect manager just like that? Who will manage all those affairs in the servant hall? Bai Li Hao's handsome mouth dropped open wide. This situation truly exceeded his expectations. Houzi, this responsibility has no use for me now, so I'll leave it to you. Just don't cause any trouble for me. Wang Xiaowen took out the servant badge and tossed it into Bai Li Hao's hands and instructed him. Don't worry, Xiaowen, I won't let you down. Bai Li Hao was overjoyed. As long as he got the servant manager badge, he could leave the Qingyang Sect. This caged bird could finally fly out and see the outside world. You all are quite good. I'll accept you as my little brothers. As long as you don't give me any trouble, I won't bother with you. Wang Xiaowen looked at Lin Yao and He Houzi with satisfaction. Chapter 56. Senior Sister Yuan alright. If you have nothing else, you can all go back. After finishing the beating, Wang Xiaowen sat back on the wooden bench and continued roasting the wild rabbit meat in his hands. Lin Yao felt a bit regretful. He hadn't managed to latch onto such a promising big leg. His wish to rely on a big leg to cut down decades of hard work now seemed impossible to fulfill. Boss, we will prepare a nice room for you in the Outer Sect hall, so please take some time to move over. Lin Yao said respectfully. He genuinely hoped to flatter this lord. Perhaps one day, a casual pointer from him could save him decades of effort, so why not? Exchanging some small services for valuable guidance would be a huge profit for him. If I want to go, I'll go myself. You all just go back. Wang Xiaowen's tone was neither warm nor cold, calmly saying. Lin Yao knew he hadn't gained the other's attention. Helpless. He took the still swollen-faced Li Kun back to the Outer Sect hall. Oh no, it's burnt. What a pity. Looking at the wild rabbit meat that had turned golden brown, Wang Xiaowen discovered that one part had actually been burnt, and he felt a bit disappointed. This matter has finally passed. Those guys really almost scared me. I really didn't expect that, Xiaowen. You had already reached the innate realm. How long has it been? Or was the strength you showed before not your true strength? Bai Li Hao sighed with lingering fear. If Xiaowen hadn't displayed his unexpectedly terrifying strength, this matter wouldn't have ended so easily. If that had happened, both he and Xiaowen would have been beaten up by the opponents, which would have been considered light. In serious cases, it might even threaten their lives. If Wang Xiaowen left some secret moves on Li Kun to ensure he wouldn't survive until tomorrow, the Qingyang Sect wouldn't be able to find evidence to prove he did it. He could also escape, just like how Li Lin, who was poisoned to death by Zhang Feng, had secretly dealt with those servant disciples without being pursued by the Qingyang Sect. The bottom line of the Qingyang Sect is to keep dirty matters from being exposed. They mostly turn a blind eye. Those big shots in the Qingyang Sect also don't want to spend too much energy on these trivial matters, wasting their precious time. Guess what? Wang Xiaowen cleaned the burnt wild rabbit meat with a small knife, smiling with delight. Little lord, your brother is really not simple. He has already reached the innate realm and stabilized his power. Given his current control over innate power, he must have been at this level for a while. A slightly plump girl with freckles, dressed in the disciple robes of the Qingyang Sect, deliberately accentuated her curves. She walked up to Bai Li Hao, wrapped her arms around his, and smiled affectionately. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Bai Lihao's face turned a bit awkward, and he spoke uncomfortably. Sister Yuan Yuan. It's nice to see you again. I must thank Sister Yuan Yuan for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come assist us, Wang Xiaowen said, cutting a piece of roasted wild rabbit meat and sharing it with Zhao Yuan Yuan generously. Little brother, you're quite impressive. You're a friend worth getting close to. No wonder my little lord is both grateful and jealous of you. It turns out you're quite the talent. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yuan Yuan, a little admirer of my little lord. We've met before. Last time, my little lord almost got into trouble, and I must thank you for your timely help. Otherwise, my little lord would have been in real danger, Zhao Yuan Yuan said generously. Sister Yuan Yuan, can we avoid such hugging in public? Bai Lihao's pale face turned red as he felt uncomfortable. He wanted to voice his discontent, but dared not get angry with her. He looked quite pitiful, akin to a little wife, which amused Sister Yuan Yuan, who enjoyed teasing him. Xiao Haozi, you're finished. You're completely under Sister Yuan Yuan's spell. You probably can't escape her grasp. With your proud personality, look where you are now, truly a case of overcoming pride, Wang Xiaowen commented, seeing Bai Lihao's bashfulness for the first time and stroking his chin, feeling quite pleased. Chapter 57. Granny Huang outside Wang Xiaowen's house. The three of them, Bai Lihao, Wang Xiaowen, and Sister Yuan Yuan, sat on wooden benches enjoying their meal. The fully roasted wild rabbit, golden all over, had become their feast, and they were relishing their food. Brother Wang, your cooking skills are not bad. Do you have a partner? Would you like me to introduce a few? I have several beautiful friends who are strong, but can't find suitable partners. With your conditions and abilities, I believe one of them would take a liking to you. Sister Yuan Yuan said as she ate the roasted rabbit and did not hold back her compliments. Sister Yuan Yuan maintained her composure as a noble lady, her demeanor gracious and calm. She was the eldest princess of Zhao country, a subordinate force of the Qingyang Sect, with exceptional talent recognized by the inner sect elders from a young age. At 5, she was brought into the Qingyang Sect by Granny Huang, an inner sect elder and the grandmother of the current sect master, highlighting Granny Huang's significant status within the sect. Sister Yuan Yuan, with her sweet and generous personality, loved to play, so managing to set aside half a day for cultivation was quite a feat. Granny Huang understood her lively nature and was not overly strict. As long as she did not neglect her cultivation, she would indulge Sister Yuan Yuan's whims. Junior Brother Xiaowen, your cultivation has already reached the innate stage, making you eligible to become an inner sect disciple. Would you like me to recommend you to Granny Huang? She's very nice, and joining her will not be a loss, Sister Yuan Yuan suggested while enjoying her roasted rabbit. Then I'll bother Sister Yuan Yuan, Wang Xiaowen agreed. He was not just agreeing to Granny Huang, but to Sister Yuan Yuan as a friend who could look out for him among the peers, which would help avoid many troublesome incidents. Given the other inner sect elders' ambiguous attitudes, his best option was indeed with Granny Huang, as Sister Yuan Yuan could take care of him. All right, after we finish this rabbit, I'll take you to see Granny Huang, Sister Yuan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. And you, little lord, I've given you so many resources. Yet you're only at the 6th level of the postnatal stage? You need to work harder and strive to surpass Junior Brother Xiaowen soon. I'm always waiting to be surpassed by you. Sister Yuan Yuan's focus quickly shifted to Bai Lihao, cheering him on. Bai Lihao silently ate the roasted rabbit, feeling the pressure mounting on him. Am I not working hard? I've been trying. It's just that Xiaowen is a freak. Competing with a freak, of course. I feel stressed, Bai Lihao thought to himself, though he would never admit to being inferior to others. That would be harder than killing him. After they were full, the three parted ways. Bai Lihao returned to the servant area, where he was now the head of the servants, and he needed to plan his departure from the Qingyang Sect carefully. Sister Yuan Yuan took Wang Xiaowen directly towards the inner sect area to meet Granny Huang. Wang Xiaowen remained calm. He wasn't nervous. What was meant to happen would eventually come. He followed behind Sister Yuan Yuan, stepping towards the inner sect area. In the Qingyang Sect, at the Huangshan courtyard, belonging to Granny Huang and part of the inner sect area, each elder had their own small courtyard. Granny Huang's courtyard was more simply yet elegantly arranged, filled with a sense of time passing. Chapter 58. Entering the Huangshan courtyard. Inside the ancient Huangshan courtyard, there was a flourishing fire mulberry tree, standing tall with deep roots. Under the tree sat a simple old woman, her wrinkled face clad in plain clothes. She looked old, yet her spirit was vibrant, and judging by her energy, living for several more decades wouldn't be a problem. The old woman's gray attire was very clean, and her time-worn eyes gazed down the Qingfeng mountain as if lost in memories, filled with helplessness. Despite appearing vigorous, the Qingyang Sect was actually decaying, even her granddaughter. The current sect master had to distance herself from the sect to avoid unnecessary risks. For the current sect master, the Qingyang Sect was undoubtedly a ferocious beast. The previous sect master had died within its confines, a horrifying lesson that lingered vividly in her mind, preventing her from taking risks. Granny Huang, Yuan is here to see you again, Sister Yuan announced as she entered the Huangshan courtyard with Wang Xiaowen, her lively presence bringing more vitality to the tranquil space. Oh, it's Yuan. Find a place to sit. I want to entertain you, the old woman replied. Grandma Huang heard senior sister Yuan's voice and knew that the energetic and mischievous girl had come. Turning around, she saw Wang Xiaowen beside senior sister Yuan and unconsciously nodded. At such a young age, you've already stepped into the innate realm. Your foundation has been reforged, and you are a child with a certain amount of fortune. Since Yuan is willing to bring you here, I naturally can't go against her wishes. Here, take this. It's the inner disciple token of the Qingyang Sect. From now on, you will be an inner disciple of my Huangshan courtyard. I don't like those complicated and tedious formalities. They are too troublesome. You can just call me Grandma Huang like Yuan does in the future. Grandma Huang said kindly. Respectfully, I bow to you, Master, Wang Xiaowen said, not being careless. As a master, Grandma Huang could say that, but as a disciple, especially a newly accepted inner disciple, Wang Xiaowen couldn't act that way. Ancient rites should not be discarded. Since Grandma Huang had become his master, it was reasonable to show respect. Well, you are quite good, a nice child. This is a gift for our first meeting. Work hard and don't let me down. Grandma Huang nodded in satisfaction at Wang Xiaowen. Last time, it was because of Yuan's introduction that she had affection for him, and she gave him a good affirmation. This time, it was because she was genuinely satisfied with him. The child was steady and composed, not arrogant or impatient, and he had the potential to become something great. Moreover, his physical foundation had been remarkably altered, making him a treasure body with vigorous blood energy. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. I am extremely grateful, Wang Xiaowen said, surprised at what was in front of him. Such a generous gift made him respect his master even more. Grandma Huang gifted Wang Xiaowen a complete cultivation technique, the innate Qigong, which spanned the entire innate realm. This technique was exactly what Wang Xiaowen lacked at the moment. Grandma Huang also gave him a sound transmission jade. With this jade, no matter where Wang Xiaowen was, he could contact her immediately for help with difficult problems. To receive such a generous gift right after their first meeting was already a significant sign of importance. Other inner elders would generally give their disciples a probationary period of several months or even years before they were satisfied with their performance and would then grant them cultivation techniques for their practice. Wang Xiaowen had effectively skipped this layer of examination and directly received the cultivation technique. It was undeniable that his performance had made Grandma Huang very satisfied, feeling that the child's character did not require such examinations. Having lived for hundreds of years, she could easily assess a child of this age. Chapter 59, Xiao Wendong Bang 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 in the Qingyang Sect, Outer Sect Hall, in Li Kuan's room. The room, which usually had someone to serve him, was now empty except for Li Kuan. At this moment, he was angrily smashing everything in the room he could see, destroying the decorations and furniture into pieces. Broken furniture was scattered all over the floor, and the once tidy room was now in complete disarray. Li Kuan's cheeks were still swollen and red. The two subordinates, Lin Yao and Black Monkey, who had always followed him, had disappeared since he was forced to call Wang Xiaowen boss. It was simply too realistic. Damn Wang Xiaowen. You are so ruthless, secretly cultivating to the innate realm just to slap my face, right? I'll smash you to pieces. Li Kuan raised his hand and smashed his beloved teapot into pieces, ceramic shards falling all over the ground. After a long time of venting his anger, he gradually felt tired. He had worked hard in the Qingyang Sect for so many years, but after being smashed by Wang Xiaowen a few times, his status had returned to square one. His reputation and status were completely trampled down, all becoming Wang Xiaowen's stepping stone as the latter stepped on his head to rise. He felt incredibly unwilling, but what could he do? He couldn't fight back, and he had no ability to contend with Wang Xiaowen anymore. He slumped down at the table, looking defeated. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Li Kuan's room was knocked on, and without his consent, a young figure walked in. Oh, what's going on? Why are you so angry? The figure was dressed in the robe of an inner disciple, holding a precious sword that gleamed with silver light, looking very noble. This figure appeared to be about 26 years old, with a sharp face, thin lips, and small, long eyes that held a hint of ruthlessness. It was obvious that he was someone who easily bore grudges. Oh, it turns out to be young Master Qiao visiting. I apologize for my negligence. Please, young Master Qiao, let us talk outside. Upon seeing young Master Qiao's arrival, Li Kuan immediately understood why he was there. Perfect. I was just worried about how to deal with Wang Xiaowen. Now, you've brought me a very sharp knife. Even if Wang Xiaowen has just stepped into the innate realm, how can he compete with Qiao Wendong? Qiao Wendong is the direct descendant of Elder Qiao from the inner sect. It would be easy for him to eliminate you. Who told you, Wang Xiaowen? To offend me without any background? I want you to die without knowing who killed you. A vicious look flashed in Li Kuan's eyes, quickly replaced by an expression of pain and grievance, which, combined with his swollen cheeks, looked quite comical. Young Master Qiao, you must help me. That Wang Xiaowen, relying on his newly attained innate strength, snatched away my outer sect management badge and 500 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, he even hit me. Look, my face is still swollen like a pig's head. Li Kuan cried pitifully to Qiao Wendong, looking as aggrieved as possible with his pig-like face. What? He snatched away those 500 low-grade spirit stones. Initially, Qiao Wendong looked at Li Kuan as if he were a clown performing. But when he heard that the 500 low-grade spirit stones he came to collect had also been snatched away, his expression changed. Good Lord, you even dare to snatch food from my mouth. You're simply looking for death, just because you have just broken through to the innate realm. You think you're impressive? I broke through years ago. If I find out where you are, I'll make sure you don't even recognize your own mother. And you, useless piece of trash, can't even guard my 500 low-grade spirit stones, and let someone snatch them away? What use do I have for you? Bang Qiao Wendong, in a fit of anger, kicked Li Kuan 2 meters away. Li Kuan was knocked down, trembling all over, not daring to plead for mercy, knowing that this master would only vent his anger and then it would be over. He just needed to endure this period for now. Chapter 60. The devious Li Kuan, that 500 low-grade spirit stones are not yours. They are the 500 low-grade spirit stones I had to snatch from 100 outer disciples because you forced me to do so. The outer disciples resent me, but you all benefit from it. You are a bunch of ingrates. To maintain your reputation, you don't even allow me to reveal a word about it. You are all a bunch of heartless wolves, not a single good person among you. Li Kuan was hiding aside, filled with resentment. He resented Wang Xiaowen for stepping on him, and he also resented Qiao Wendong for treating him like a beast, allowing them to beat and scold him at will. He felt unwilling, but no one would come to seek justice for him. He couldn't fight Wang Xiaowen, and he couldn't fight Qiao Wendong even more. Moreover, behind Qiao Wendong was his father, who was one of the inner elders of the Qingyang Sect. Right now, he had nothing to resist them with. He could only temporarily avoid any direct confrontation with either of them to maintain his own safety. I hope you two can tear each other apart. It would be best if Qiao Wendong could kill Wang Xiaowen over the matter of the 500 low-grade spirit stones. That would be the most satisfying revenge. Li Kuan thought bitterly. Who is Wang Xiaowen? Qiao Wendong asked angrily, unable to contain his fury. This month, he had finally gotten the chance to collect the offerings from the outer disciples and thought he could cultivate properly. But then such an incident occurred. His offerings were snatched away midway. How could he tolerate that? Wang Xiaowen is a steward in charge of the miscellaneous tasks. When I was collecting the herbal liquid, he was supposed to submit. I didn't expect him to have already broken through to the innate realm and turned against me on the spot. He not only took my outer steward badge, but also snatched the 500 low-grade spirit stones I had just collected. And he hasn't submitted the 270 bottles of herbal liquid he was supposed to this month. Li Kuan immediately prostrated himself on the ground, anxious and fearing that Qiao Wendong would continue to vent his anger on him, and cautiously spoke. Good, Wang Xiaowen. You think you can rebel just because you have some ability, huh? You've offended me, and let's see how I will make you pay. Qiao Wendong was furious, even finding Li Kuan, who he usually found pleasant, to be irritating now. Useless thing, can't even handle a miscellaneous steward, and just knows how to bring me trouble. Qiao Wendong left angrily without looking back. Wang Xiaowen, you'll soon know the consequences of offending me. You think you're strong? I'll find someone even stronger than you to deal with you. Let's not even talk about whether you can defeat Qiao Wendong. Even if you do, what about Elder Qiao? Qiao's father? This mountain is so heavy, let's see how you bear it. Dare to offend me, Li Kuan? That's your fate. Li Kuan sneered coldly. Feeling his face no longer hurt and his heart no longer weary, his revenge was about to be fulfilled. Then, his mindset gradually recovered. And all he had to do next was wait for the good news he wanted. Wang Xiaowen would definitely not admit to taking the 500 low-grade spirit stones that the outer disciples had offered. After all, low-grade spirit stones were consumables that could be used up in one night. Even if he said he didn't take them, Xiao Wendong had to believe him. At that time, Wang Xiaowen clearly had such a good opportunity. Even snatching the outer steward badge, was it unexpected that he took the 500 low-grade spirit stones? This was a reasonable thing, right? Moreover, he was determined that it was Wang Xiaowen who took them. This was a loss for you, Wang Xiaowen. If you dare to offend me, you must pay a price. How could I let you off easily? Li Kuan laughed coldly in his heart, even though both sides of his cheeks were swollen like a pig's head. However, his indifferent gaze was filled with anticipation for the show. Since Wang Xiaowen dared to offend him, it was completely normal for him to trip Wang Xiaowen and use underhanded tactics. Such insidious actions were exactly what he was most willing to do now. The more Wang Xiaowen suffered, the happier he would be. After Xiao Wendong left, Li Kuan stood up, brushed off the dust that had settled on him, and walked toward his room, which had been smashed to pieces by him. Chapter 61. Battle with Xiao Wendong. As night fell and the sky darkened, lights were lit in Wang Xiaowen's steward room. He had become an inner disciple of the Huangshan courtyard, and this was his last night in this steward room. Tomorrow, he would move into the inner building of the Huangshan courtyard, where all the inner disciples lived. He was also curious about who else lived there besides senior sister Yuan. Bang! Suddenly, the wooden door at the entrance of his room was kicked open, making a loud bang as the powerful force shattered the door into pieces, rendering it unusable. Wang Xiaowen was startled, looking at the wooden door that had been kicked in. Its surface cracked all over, and a hint of coldness appeared in his clear eyes. I don't know what this senior brother means. This is the first time I've met you today, and I haven't offended you before. Don't you think you're being too much by barging in like this? Wang Xiaowen was not a saint. Having been bullied like this naturally ignited his anger. However, his demeanor was still decent, and he only questioned the intruder without making a move. You know what it means to bully someone? Today, I will bully you for sure. You even dared to touch my things. You must be tired of living. The intruder was Xiao Wendong, who looked at Wang Xiaowen with anger and said, What I just did was already light. Today, I will give you an even bigger surprise, one you will never forget. Boom. Xiao Wendong unleashed his aura, belonging to the third layer of the innate realm, pressing towards Wang Xiaowen. Aren't you very impressive? Aren't you very strong? Today, I really want to see just how powerful you are and how strong you can be. After releasing his aura, Xiao Wendong let out a cruel laugh and charged toward Wang Xiaowen with all his innate strength. It's just the third layer of the innate realm. It's only 2 small steps above me. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? You really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can squeeze at will? Even a clay figure has some temper, and Wang Xiaowen wanted to see whether his iron body could withstand the power of the innate realm. As Xiao Wendong charged in angrily, Wang Xiaowen did not retreat, but instead charged toward Xiao Wendong. Boom! The two struck out at the same time, and both were forced back by the impact. The innate power that spread out after their clash directly blew apart the small room where Wang Xiaowen was. This ordinary wooden house could not withstand the power of their collision at all. Wang Xiaowen's force was 30,000 pounds, while Xiao Wendong's was 38,000 pounds. When nearly 70,000 pounds of force exploded, unless the house was made of iron, any wood would be shattered to pieces. Wang Xiaowen's power was slightly weaker than Xiao Wendong's. However, his main reliance was his iron body, not his attack power. Wang Xiaowen wanted to see just how much force his iron body could withstand from the innate realm. After the two collided, Wang Xiaowen took 1 step back more than Xiao Wendong, and besides that, nothing else happened. To his surprise, the palms that had collided with Xiao Wendong were only slightly red, and there were no signs of injury to his bones. Through this collision, Wang Xiaowen has already realized the limit of his iron body defense. Currently, he can only withstand attacks from innate 4th-level powerhouses. If it exceeds this level, he would probably end up bleeding. Crack, how is that possible? Why is your body so strong? My hand bone has actually been shattered by the recoil from your body. You must have practiced the horizontal training technique. No wonder you're so arrogant. You truly have quite a few trump cards. Xiao Wendong was extremely surprised. He never expected that despite his higher realm, after exchanging a palm strike, he would be the one injured first. He never dreamed that it would turn out this way. Chapter 62. Xiao Wendong comes to pick a fight. I underestimated you. No wonder you dared to steal my things. You really have some skills. Xiao Wendong came in a rage, thinking he could easily suppress Wang Xiaowen, but unexpectedly, he ended up losing. Faced with this result, his anger only intensified. This matter won't be resolved so easily. Just wait. You dared to break my bone, and once I recover, I will definitely find someone to settle this score with you. Xiao Wendong vowed viciously in his heart. When did I ever steal your things? Wang Xiaowen couldn't figure out why the other party was so furious. He was sure he hadn't provoked him, and this was the first time they had met today. Then let me ask you, did you steal anything from Li Kuan? Are you Wang Xiaowen? How is it that after reaping so many benefits, you still want to quibble? Xiao Wendong sneered in anger. Is that what you're talking about? I thought it was something serious. It's just an outer sect manager's badge. If you want it, I can give it to you right now. What's the big deal? Why are you so angry that you even kicked down my door? Where am I supposed to sleep tonight? Wang Xiaowen said, confused. Don't dodge the main issue. Who said it was just because of that outer sect manager badge? I'm talking about the 500 low-grade spirit stones. Have you already refined them? No wonder your strength has increased so much in such a short time. You really are ruthless and black-hearted. Xiao Wendong said resentfully. Thinking about the things that belonged to him being refined by the other party made him extremely unhappy. It felt like his woman had cheated on him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. The more he looked at the guy opposite him, the angrier he became, with veins bulging on his forehead. That guy Li Kuan actually had 500 low-grade spirit stones at that time. I was careless, truly careless. What a loss. If I had known, I would have taken some out casually. I could have made a fortune from that. After hearing Xiao Wendong's words, Wang Xiaowen realized that he had missed out on such a large sum of wealth, and he truly regretted it. Keep acting. Continue your performance. Do you really think I would believe your tricks? Just wait. I will call for reinforcements soon and beat you half to death. Xiao Wendong saw Wang Xiaowen's expression of regret and couldn't believe it. Those 500 low-grade spirit stones had probably already become your cultivation, right? Who are you trying to fool here? You said Li Kuan had 500 low-grade spirit stones, and he also said I took them? Wang Xiaowen confirmed with Xiao Wendong again. Don't pretend. You swallowed those 500 low-grade spirit stones, didn't you? What do you mean by acting here? It's only because my strength is insufficient that I can't break your defense. If not, I would definitely make you pay. Xiao Wendong held his painfully throbbing arm, cold sweat pouring down, still shouting defiantly. Since Li Kuan wanted to give me those 500 low-grade spirit stones, if I don't take them, wouldn't I be letting down his good intentions? Wang Xiaowen rubbed his fists and headed towards the outer sect hall. What is he going to the outer sect hall for? Does he really not have them? Or is that Li Kuan trying to deceive me? Xiao Wendong followed Wang Xiaowen to the outer sect hall, his face filled with confusion. In the outer sect hall, inside Li Kuan's room, his space was already cleaned up very well. Those precious items he had broken had already been cleared away. At that moment, he was drinking a little wine. Although his swollen face still hadn't gone down, making him look a bit comical, he couldn't help but feel happy. He had successfully tricked young Master Qiao into finding trouble with Wang Xiaowen. Surely, Wang Xiaowen was being beaten up by young Master Qiao right now. Bang Manager Li. I still want to thank you for sending me 500 low-grade spirit stones. Such a big gift. Where did you put it? Are you coming to get it yourself? Or should I help you get it? Wang Xiaowen looked at Li Kuan, who looked like he had seen a ghost, and sneered. Chapter 63. Li Kuan gets beaten. Manager Wang, why are you here? You've truly brought light to my humble abode. Would you like some tea? I have some fine green tea here. Li Kuan was sweating profusely, realizing that the visitor was not friendly. Although he was nervous inside, he still forced himself to appear calm. Then he tried to change the subject, hoping to sidestep the issue of the 500 low-grade spirit stones. Young Master Qiao was clearly tricked by me to go find Wang Xiaowen. Why is he now fine, like nothing happened? Did young Master Qiao not get the chance to find trouble with him? Also, how did Wang Xiaowen find out about the 500 low-grade spirit stones I received? In that case, I can only implement a delaying tactic. As long as I stall until young Master Qiao has beaten him half to death, then the grievances between us can be reversed, and I can deal with him later. Li Kuan thought quickly, deciding to avoid the other party's sharpness and wait for young Master Qiao to take action. Drink tea? Manager Li, I won't drink tea. I'm here to discuss the 500 low-grade spirit stones. Didn't you say you would hand them over to me? Have you forgotten? Wang Xiaowen coldly laughed at the composed Li Kuan. When did I say I would hand over those 500 low-grade spirit stones? And another thing, which bastard leaked the news about the 500 low-grade spirit stones to you? During this time, You must have recruited some outer sect disciples as your subordinates. You probably got the news from them. So, that's why you came to me for the 500 low-grade spirit stones. Li Kuan gritted his teeth, hating that he wanted to beat those outer sect disciples to death to vent his anger. But just hating is useless. How should he face this disaster? The key is, this disaster hasn't been beaten by young Master Qiao yet, and now he knows about the 500 low-grade spirit stones I received. How can I trick him now? This disaster isn't like young Master Qiao, who can be easily fooled. This guy is not easy to deceive. Li Kuan thought to himself, his face showing a troubled expression. Manager Wang, I don't know what you're talking about. What 500 low-grade spirit stones? I don't have that many low-grade spirit stones. Li Kuan forced a respectful bow and a forced smile, while feeling wronged inside. This disaster had already beaten him to this state. And yet he still didn't want to let him go. Really? Then where did you put the 500 low-grade spirit stones you received? Don't tell me you didn't accept those 500 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Xiaowen would not indulge him. This guy simply needs discipline. That 500 low-grade spirit stones have already been submitted to the Inner Door Senior Brothers, and they are no longer in my possession. Li Kuan was sweating profusely and, after a moment of thought, lied without hesitation. I don't care who you submitted them to. I just want to see those 500 low-grade spirit stones today. If you can't produce them, you'll have to face the consequences yourself, Wang Xiaowen said coldly as he looked at Li Kuan. You dare to shift the blame to the inner disciples above you after they have come down to settle accounts with me? Let's see if those inner disciples agree with you. Wang Xiaowen sneered inwardly at Li Kuan's forced calm demeanor. You dare to deceive me? You said you handed those 500 low-grade spirit stones to Wang Xiaowen, and now that you are facing him, you claim you gave them to the inner disciples. It looks like you want to die? Boom Xiao Wendong, overhearing Li Kuan's double-tongued words outside, felt a surge of anger and directly charged into Li Kuan's room, kicking him 10 meters away. Young Master Qiao, what are you doing here? Li Kuan exclaimed in shock. How could young Master Qiao be here? This made things difficult. Xiao Wendong's kick was not light. It directly caused Li Kuan's internal organs to jolt, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. How dare you ask me why I'm here? If I hadn't come today, I wouldn't have known that it was you all along trying to deceive me. Using me as a knife to kill someone, right? You've got some nerve. Do you want to die? Xiao Wendong looked at Li Kuan's pained expression, his anger rising even more. He was simply asking for trouble. Chapter 64. Li Kuan gets beaten. Wang Xiaowen stood aside, silent and not intervening. Merely watching Li Kuan get beaten, a faint smile always on his face. Can't you feel comfortable unless you stir up trouble? The last time outside my room, I was already quite polite to you. Those pig heads on both sides of your face were still made by you. Now, in your attempt to retaliate against me, you've plotted against that guy with the small eyes. Your scheme was successful. He indeed came to confront me. But you didn't expect that he lost in a contest of strength against me, which gave me the opportunity to clear my name. Since you framed me for the 500 low-grade spirit stones, I have to come here to retrieve them. Otherwise, I would be at a huge loss. Getting beaten to death is what you deserve. This is the karma you've created. Who can you blame? Wang Xiaowen watched Li Kuan kneeling on the ground, too afraid to get up, while coldly laughing to himself. Looking again at the guy with the small eyes, who was still fuming with anger, he muttered to himself, this guy really holds grudges. After being used once, he wants to beat someone half to death. Xiao Wendong didn't have Wang Xiaowen's patience. Upon realizing he had been used by Li Kuan, he raised his fist and started hitting Li Kuan. Dare to use me? I'll beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. If it weren't for the rules in Qingyang Sect prohibiting murder and wanting to maintain my father's hypocritical reputation, you would have been stabbed through with my sword long ago. I'm going to teach you a lesson for using me. Xiao Wendong, considering his father's reputation prevented him from killing Li Kuan, could only vent his anger by punching and kicking Li Kuan. Please, stop hitting me. I submitted the 500 low-grade spirit stones. They are in the big box in my room. Please, let me off this time. Li Kuan, beaten to the ground, begged for mercy, wailing. At this moment, he dared not show any arrogance or cunning. In front of two fierce men, he could only compromise to save his life. After Xiao Wendong finished dealing with him, Li Kuan curled up, trembling. It wasn't out of fear. His muscle tissues were injured, unable to maintain a normal blood supply system, resulting in insufficient blood flow within his body, causing his entire body to tremble in pain. How could this happen? Young Master Qiao's arm is broken. It can't be caused by Wang Xiaowen, can it? Seeing their situation, young Master Qiao clearly had a bit of apprehension towards Wang Xiaowen, indicating they had crossed paths. And young Master Qiao was even injured. What is this Wang Xiaowen capable of? It's understandable that he could defeat me. It shows he is quite deep. But young Master Qiao has been a master for several years. How could he not handle Wang Xiaowen? This is truly puzzling. If I had known Wang Xiaowen was so mysterious, I wouldn't have provoked him at all. Although Li Kuan was seriously injured, fortunately, he hadn't damaged his brain. And at this moment, he was regretting his actions. At least you know your place. Just beating you isn't enough. Once you're a bit better, you'll go mine iron ore for 3 months. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you. Xiao Wendong finally calmed down and stepped aside, looking at Li Kuan with a cold snort. Okay, Li Kuan, although beaten badly, at least managed to save his life, trembling as he replied. He tried to get back on his feet, but found it too painful after several attempts. So he chose to lie on the ground and let his injured body slowly recover. Once he regained some strength, he would be able to get up slowly. Wang Xiaowen walked over to the large box that Li Kuan mentioned contained the 500 low-grade spirit stones, opened it, and saw it was filled to the brim with low-grade spirit stones, probably exceeding 500. Li Kuan's hands are also not clean. Wang Xiaowen sighed inwardly as he looked at the full box of low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 65. The ownership of the big box. This box of low-grade spirit stones belongs to me. Do you have any objections? At least I fought with you. Which inner door courtyard are you from? Wang Xiaowen asked the man who liked to look at people with slanted eyes. My name is Qiao Wendong, an inner disciple from Duanxiao Courtyard. My father is an elder in Duanxiao Courtyard. Although I am temporarily suppressed by you, it's because I don't want to go all out. If I really wanted to deal with you, I have plenty of ways to do so. So don't be too arrogant. Qiao Wendong, despite being at a disadvantage against Wang Xiaowen, still retained his arrogant nature, showing no sign of being suppressed. You'd better not touch this box of low-grade spirit stones because there's a benefit group behind it. I'm not the only one profiting. But this month it's my turn to collect. If you touch what's inside, it's like poking a hornet's nest. And a bunch of people will come to settle accounts with you. Your strength is not weak, but within that benefit group, there are plenty who can deal with you. So you'd better not be self-righteous and ruin your future. Although Qiao Wendong didn't tea like Wang Xiaowen, he had to admit the latter's strength. Moreover, Wang Xiaowen was younger than him, yet stronger, indeed a rare talent. I've confirmed your strength. You qualify to be an inner disciple in our Duanxiao Courtyard. If you're interested, I can help recommend you, Qiao Wendong said earnestly. I appreciate your kind invitation, but I've already joined Huangshan Courtyard. Wang Xiaowen shook his head and declined. It turns out to be the Huangshan Courtyard. You are really fortunate. That place is known for its imbalance of yin and yang. I only just learned that there are male disciples in Huangshan Courtyard. It's truly strange. Qiao Wendong looked at the person in front of him with envy. If I could enter Huangshan Courtyard, that would really be a feast for the eyes, as it's a gathering place for beautiful women from Qingyang. Just looking at their bright eyes would be good enough. However, aren't they not accepting male disciples? What is the situation with this person in front of me? Could it be that I'm being deceived again? Qiao Wendong looked at the person in front of him with suspicion. Wang Xiaowen, right? You really can't take this box of items with you. Otherwise, you will face endless trouble. Let me take it instead, after all. I don't have the final say in this matter. Qiao Wendong got back to the point with Wang Xiaowen, starting to discuss the ownership of this box of low-grade spirit stones. All right, you can take it. Wang Xiaowen, wasn't he the kind of person who couldn't he let go? This matter involved too much. Behind this guy in front of him, there was an inner sect elder's father. What about the other characters in this interest group? Don't they also have other backers? It's hard to say. In any case, he had plenty of opportunities and didn't care about this small gain. After saying this, Wang Xiaowen turned around and left Li Kuan's room, walking out. Quite perceptive, you have some strength, but unfortunately, you lack backing. Huangshan Courtyard is just a bunch of women. How strong can they be? In Qingyang Sect, if you don't have some backing, you still won't be able to get by? Qiao Wendong was very satisfied with Wang Xiaowen's choice. Although he originally came to collect these low-grade spirit stones, the process was a bit tortuous, but fortunately, he was still quite satisfied with the outcome. Remember this, when your injury heals a bit, get out and mine iron ore. If I find out you didn't do it, I won't be so polite to you. After warning Li Kuan again, Qiao Wendong took the box of low-grade spirit stones and walked out, quickly disappearing from sight. Finally over. I am also a peak practitioner of the acquired realm. Already part of the main combat power of Qingyang Sect. I don't believe that in Qingyang Sect, even if you, young Master Qiao, are arrogant, you wouldn't dare to openly kill me. Do you really think I am a servant disciple? Even if I die, no one will care? But that guy was too ruthless, beating me to the point where I probably won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Truly ruthless. Li Kuan lay on the cold ground in a big character shape. Now he had regained some strength and could move slightly. Chapter 66. The black knife stabs the heart. Wang Xiaowen walked out of Li Kuan's room and directly left Qingyang Sect, heading towards the small cave where he often practiced. That small cave had already become his second home, in a distance of 10,000 meters. He only took 20 minutes to arrive at the small cave. He took out the innate qigong given to him by Granny Huang, read it carefully, pondered over it, and then began to cultivate. Time passed, and 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days of rest, Li Kuan had already recovered 5 levels of strength. Xiao Wenden had only damaged his muscle tissue and hadn't harmed his cultivation foundation, so he was recovering quickly. The Qingyang Sect Iron Mountain Mine is located 30,000 meters away from Qingyang Sect, and there are miners working 24 hours a day in this iron ore area. Many of the miners in the iron mine are disciples of the sect who have made mistakes. And there are also many ordinary people selling their labor for a few pieces of silver, struggling to feed their families. In the mine, beside the working miners, there are overseers holding long whips, watching closely. If the overseers discover any lazy miners, they will immediately whip them. If struck by their whips, the miners will have long bloody marks on their bodies. The busy, intense mining operations continued, and today a new miner appeared in the mine, Li Kuan, who had just been assigned here. A few days ago, he was still the outer sect steward of Qingyang Sect, arrogant and untouchable, surrounded by little brothers every day. But now, he was like a phoenix with its feathers plucked, waking up earlier than a chicken, sleeping later than a dog, and eating worse than a pig. He had to be watched closely by the overseers, and his body had already developed 3 bloody marks from being whipped. Every morning, when he entered the mine, he still wore clean robes, but as soon as he came out, he looked like he had fallen into mud. He was so dirty that he seemed to have rolled around in muck, and even his face seemed to be covered in mud. Yet, despite this, Li Kuan remained calm. Even if he was stuck in the mire, as long as he was alive, he would rise again sooner or later. Li Kuan worked in the iron mine for 6 days, and his condition was good. Although he was doing hard labor every day, his body foundation was solid, and instead of collapsing, his injuries had healed to 8 levels. Not far from the iron mine, there was a latrine where the miners went to relieve themselves. Today, a visitor appeared near the latrine, an unexpected guest wearing a black veil and dressed in black, who had evaded the patrols and was hiding in a place, waiting for an opportunity. The figure in black had a look of anticipation in his eyes, and his hands trembled with excitement, showing a hint of impatience. He had chosen a very clever position, having observed it for several days, and found it was a place that the patrols rarely checked. Moreover, this location was close to the latrine, and the patrols were reluctant to approach it except when necessary. This had become his best ambush point. The figure in black crouched in this hidden spot, completely still like a stinky, hard rock. Occasionally, people would pass by, and to avoid being exposed, he could only try to hide, minimizing his presence and aura, striving to blend into the darkness. Nature calls, and since Li Kuan hadn't begun fasting, he naturally had to go to the bathroom. In the evening, after finishing work in the iron mine, he didn't go to the filthy place he was currently living in, a place worse than a doghouse, dirty, messy, and stinking. He would rather sleep in a cave than go there. He headed straight for the latrine, feeling the urge. After he finished relieving himself and felt light, suddenly, a sharp black knife pierced through his heart. Chapter 67. Li Kuan's commission. Who wants to kill me? Li Kuan's consciousness was fading, and the warm feeling in his body was slowly diminishing. He struggled to turn his head and was surprised to see a familiar face. Hey ho, why do you want to kill me? Li Kuan looked at the increasingly blurry black figure and the black long knife embedded in his heart, feeling his blood seeping through his robe. His warm blood dripped onto the ground, turning the calm earth a deep red. Why? Of course, it's to avenge Sister Luer. How cruel you are, even willing to kill your beloved wife. Sister Luer's greatest mistake was marrying you, a heartless beast. The black monkey finally succeeded in taking revenge, but in his heart, he did not feel the relief that comes after vengeance. Instead, it was just silence. If he could, he would rather Luer and Li Kuan be together for a long time than for both of them to die. This was not the result he wanted to see. It turned out that it was for Luer, and he indeed owed her. She was the one he had killed with his own hands. You avenged her, and it is understandable. If it were you in my place back then, you would have made the same choice. Li Kuan's consciousness was becoming increasingly blurry as he thought of the wife who had died at his hands. All he could do was sigh and feel helpless. If he could, he wouldn't want to kill his own wife. After all, they were a newlywed couple without children, receiving the blessings and good wishes of their fellow disciples. He did not want to see his wife's downfall. Even in death, your thoughts are so filthy. During that tune competition, many people witnessed you killing Sister Luer. She died with a knife piercing her heart. You are a butcher, a demon. If you truly have regrets, go down and tell Sister Luer face to face. The black monkey did not believe Li Kuan's ghostly words at all. Just as Li Kuan was about to completely die, suddenly, his expression seemed to spark a moment of clarity, perhaps because his obsession remained, or more like heaven had given him a fleeting moment. Sighing at the memory of Luer, Li Kuan's mind fell into a sea of memories of her. Then, in his moment of clarity, Li Kuan let out a heavy sigh. He still held some obsession in his heart, hoping that the black monkey, who was so determined to avenge Luer that he would take risks, could help him fulfill his obsession. Luer was unfortunate. She was targeted by an evil spirit that possessed her body within the tomb. At that time, Luer's soul had already been taken over by the evil spirit, and she was already dead. Luer struggled against the evil spirit's invasion, and just when she was about to give in, her kind heart did not want the evil spirit to be unleashed upon the world. It was Luer herself who asked me to kill her physical body. Only by doing so could both she and the evil spirit die. After she spoke those words, she was completely occupied by the evil spirit. Her eyes turned black, and I, in great pain, had no choice but to strike down the evil spirit that had taken over Luer's body. I was also very sad and desperate. Just after I acted, someone broke into that secret chamber and witnessed me killing Luer. Fearing that I would silence him, that person fled. Later, a battle for the innate pill broke out in the tomb, and many people died inside. You must have investigated my killing of Luer and spent quite some time on it. Now that I have been cut off from life by you, I know you are seeking revenge for Luer. I do not hold it against you. I will repay the debt I owe Luer in the underworld slowly. The innate pill from that tomb competition eventually fell into my hands. I originally planned to break through to the innate realm after some time. Unfortunately, I am ultimately fated to have no connection with the innate realm. After I die, that innate pill will be left for you. I hope you can bury my and Luer's graves together, and consider that innate pill as a thank you. During this moment of clarity, Li Kuan slowly recounted the situation at that time. In the end, his face grew paler until he took his last breath, without fully conveying his request. Chapter 68. 5 Elements Foundation Building. After hearing Li Kuan's explanation, the black monkey fell into a brief silence. He now realized that the results he had investigated were not the whole truth. It was precisely because the truth he had uncovered was flawed that it directly led to Li Kuan's death at his hands. Reflecting carefully, to be honest, Li Kuan had always taken good care of him, and he had never guarded against him, simply because he was a loyal junior brother to him and Luer. As a result, Li Kuan died at his hands, and it was under the guise of avenging Luer. The black monkey now understood that his path of revenge was nothing but a joke. If what Li Kuan said was correct, he had actually killed the wrong person. If you had told me earlier, you wouldn't have died. The black monkey spoke with regret and sorrow, his expression darkening. He held Li Kuan's corpse and turned to leave the iron mine area, disappearing into the night. Time passed swiftly, and a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this year, Wang Xiaowen's cultivation level had reached the 9th level of the innate realm, and he was getting closer to the next stage of foundation building. His green opportunities, aside from the remains found at the lake last time, had mostly been white opportunities, which was why he had only reached the 9th level of the innate realm in a year. Once cultivators reach the innate realm, the next level becomes even more difficult, and the resources consumed only increase. However, Wang Xiaowen was not in a hurry. He was very satisfied with his current level. He did not lack opportunities. Instead, he feared an unstable foundation. If his Tao collapsed later on, and he was unable to advance, that would be the greatest tragedy. If it truly came to that, the final result would be that even if Wang Xiaowen had enough opportunities, he would likely be powerless to turn the tide. Now, at the 9th level of the innate realm, he could unleash a force of 60,000 Jin with one hand. And combined with the fully mastered Thunderblade and the footwork secret manual he found in the remains, Windless Steps, which he had also cultivated to perfection over the past year, he could move with a speed akin to lightning, fast enough to only see a flash of blade light. The Windless Steps could complement the Thunderblade, allowing for increased speed, and he could even run on the tips of the wind, provided he ran fast enough to create wind tips around him, enabling him to walk on air. The Huangshan courtyard was merely a small courtyard. It appeared small, but this depended on what it was compared to. If compared to the Qingyang Sect, which was 10,000 miles away, the Huangshan courtyard was indeed just the Huangshan courtyard. The land area of the Huangshan courtyard was 1,500 square meters, including the elders' residence and the inner disciple small buildings. Wang Xiaowen had been assigned a small building, and he was very satisfied with the facilities and environment inside. The previous servant quarters were completely incomparable to the current Huangshan small building. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Wang Xiaowen's room was knocked on, and after receiving his permission, Sister Yuan walked in. Sister Yuan, is there something you need? Wang Xiaowen asked in surprise. If there was nothing, I wouldn't come here. Forget it. I won't joke with you. I really have something to discuss with you today, Sister Yuan said, somewhat uneasily. Okay, go ahead, Wang Xiaowen replied, sitting cross-legged on the mat. Nodding curiously at Sister Yuan. I'm going out to search for the 5 elements carriers to forge the 5 elements foundation. I probably won't return to the sect for a short time. Junior brother Xiaowen, I'm entrusting you to take care of Xiao Langjun for the time being. Sister Yuan entrusted him. Sister Yuan, Haozi has already worked hard to reach the innate realm, and he is in the Huangshan courtyard. He won't run into any trouble. So don't worry. You, on the other hand, need to be careful outside, Wang Xiaowen advised. I know, just keep an eye on Xiao Langjun in the Huangshan courtyard. I'm leaving now. After senior sister Yuan explained her instructions to junior brother Xiao Wenzi, she walked outside. She had reached the point in her cultivation where she needed to find a foundation-bearing object. Establishing a foundation is a critical turning point for cultivators. Very few can surpass it. Achieving a successful foundation is not easy and requires finding 5 elemental-bearing objects as the foundation, which will allow one to forge a 5-element platform above the primordial cyclone. The perfect integration of the 5-element lineage is essential for establishing a 5-element foundation. Chapter 69. Green Opportunity. It was late at night, and a light drizzle was falling outside. The frogs in the mountains had quieted down, and only the birds that woke up at midnight were chirping a few calls. At the stroke of midnight, it was time for the daily system opportunity to arrive. Ding! The daily opportunity system is detecting. The system has detected a green opportunity located 18,000 meters to the northeast. Does the host need navigation guidance? The system's mechanical voice stated. Of course I need it. Wang Xiaowen's bright eyes sparkled. It's been so long since the last green opportunity. Finally, there's another one. From my previous experience with a green opportunity, whatever is in this one will definitely not be an ordinary item. Wang Xiaowen was very much looking forward to it. The green navigation marker has been successfully activated. After activating the guiding arrow for Wang Xiaowen, the system disappeared. I can't wait to see what treasures are in this green opportunity. Wang Xiaowen stood up, walked out of the small courtyard in Huangshan, and his figure shot out like a streak of light towards the outside of Qingyang Sect. Wang Xiaowen's speed had significantly improved. The distance of 15,000 meters that used to take him 30 minutes now only took him 20 minutes. Looking at the familiar, boiling lake surface ahead, Wang Xiaowen was a bit surprised. So this green opportunity is in an old place after all. I knew there had to be something remarkable beneath Qing Lake, and it seems my guess was right. The last predecessor's remains were at a distance of 15,000 meters, and this time it's 18,000 meters away, just 3,000 meters apart. It can't be another set of remains, right? No matter what, he decided to reach the location first. The green arrow was pointing towards the bottom of Qing Lake, and his bright eyes were filled with eagerness. He took a water avoidance pill from his spatial ring, put it in his mouth, and then dove straight into the water of Qing Lake, splashing a spray of water on the boiling lake surface. With the help of the water avoidance pill, he no longer needed to hold his breath since the pill provided an endless supply of oxygen. He had acquired the water avoidance pill from a white opportunity point. Diving into Qing Lake, he swam like a fish living in the clear waters, heading straight towards the direction indicated by the green arrow. Wang Xiaowen had not swum long before he arrived in the territory of the black piranhas. The black piranhas were searching for food, and, sensing the ripples from his swimming, their powerful black tails whipped up massive waves as they charged straight towards Wang Xiaowen. Their speed in the water was swift, like a straight line, and their massive bodies surged toward Wang Xiaowen with tremendous pressure. The black piranha opened its mouth, filled with sharp teeth. Measuring a full 30 meters in height, which was a stark contrast to Wang Xiaowen's height of just 1.8 meters. The black piranha displayed its sharp fangs and created ferocious waves as it lunged at Wang Xiaowen. It habitually swung its massive head from side to side, causing the surrounding waters to become even more turbulent. Damn, running into this big black fish again. If it were a year ago, I would have run as far away as I could upon seeing you. But now, I can just run, and you won't catch up to me. Even if I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't be impossible. But killing you wouldn't benefit me at all, so let's leave it at that. You can play by yourself. Wang Xiaowen calmly faced the ferocity of the black piranha. With a flash of lightning, his figure had already shot over 100 meters away, easily escaping the hunting range of the black piranha. Roar! The black piranha snapped at empty water, growing even angrier. It whipped up the surrounding waves and immediately turned to chase after Wang Xiaowen, who had transformed into a streak of lightning. Unfortunately, the other party was simply too fast. It couldn't catch up at all, so it gave up the chase and returned to its territory, searching for food of its own. Humph! You should thank my mercy for not taking your life. Otherwise, you would have become a cold corpse by now. After Wang Xiaowen noticed that the creature had not followed him, he resumed his normal speed and continued swimming toward the direction of the green arrow. Chapter 70. Red Big-Headed Fish Gurgle. Gurgle. The closer Wang Xiaowen got to the specified location of the green opportunity, the more he noticed that the water temperature in this area was becoming increasingly scorching. Even the surrounding fish were reluctant to swim in this region. It was far too dangerous for them. One careless move, and they could end up rolling their eyes and being boiled into a pot of fresh fish soup. I'm almost there. Just 500 meters to go. Wang Xiaowen swam like an arrow in the boiling lake water. With his iron skin, he felt no discomfort even in boiling water. Even if the temperature were to double, it wouldn't affect him at all. Hey! Finally found the source of the boiling water in Qingyang Lake. Wang Xiaowen saw an area where dense, high-temperature bubbles were concentrated, with scalding hot water continuously spreading outwards. Reaching the surface of Qingyang Lake, anyone with a fear of clusters would surely suffer upon seeing this sight. But fortunately, Wang Xiaowen did not. Without hesitation, he dashed straight toward the direction indicated by the green arrow. Roar! Just as Wang Xiaowen plunged into the heated water area, he felt a chilling sensation. In front of him was a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, ready to snap down on him. Damn, what terrible luck! Stepping on the wave, Wang Xiaowen immediately executed the stepping wind without a trace technique, and in an instant, a violent wave emerged around him. Using this surge, his speed increased even further. Swish! Roar! Inside the underground cave of the boiling water area, the massive, 50-meter gaping mouth closed in an instant, capturing the surrounding fish with its giant jaws, causing blood to spill and turning the water red. The giant mouth closed again, and the blood within was forcefully propelled to the surface of Qingyang Lake by the hot steam. It bit down once, then again. There were no less than 5 red, big-headed fish residing inside, each over 100 meters long. Wang Xiaowen, observing the deadly scene that nearly claimed his life, gasped in shock. Just its massive head occupied half of its body. As he looked around, he spotted 500-meter-long red, big-headed fish. I am becoming increasingly interested in what is causing such mutations in fish. The black piranha outside is one thing, but the 5 red-headed fish inside are clearly even more terrifying. Wang Xiaowen looked around and was clearly much more cautious. Before he came, he was somewhat dismissive, but now he couldn't afford to be careless. If this place could mutate red-headed fish, it could also potentially mutate other large fish species. The saying ants can kill elephants is not just a casual remark. The red-headed fish here are not weak. If several of them teamed up to attack him, he could also risk falling here, so he had to be on guard. With a distance of another 1,000 meters, he still needed to be careful and avoid being discovered by them to prevent any trouble. Wang Xiaowen swam cautiously, trying to minimize the ripples in the water so that the few red-headed fish wouldn't detect his presence. Suddenly, one of the red-headed fish noticed him and immediately shot a burst of red flames toward him. The bright red flames surged toward Wang Xiaowen with intense heat. Damn, they found me. Looks like I need to speed up and shake them off. Wang Xiaowen thought to himself that this was not good and immediately increased his speed, shooting away like a bolt of lightning. With a splash, the remaining 5 red-headed fish quickly noticed him and charged toward him, creating a straight line of water as they surged forward. Chapter 71. Purifying Fire Lotus. With 500 meters left to the green opportunity, he had to avoid the hunting red-headed fish. Wang Xiaowen's speed was like a streak of lightning in boiling water, racing toward the point of green opportunity. 6 red-headed fish were chasing him, their fins and tails thrashing wildly, cutting through the water like arrows. They opened their gaping, menacing mouths, ready to bite the small figure in front of them. Just as he saw one of the red-headed fish coming at him for a side interception, Wang Xiaowen decisively executed the wind step technique, pushing his speed to the limit to narrowly escape the jaws of the ferocious red-headed fish. The 50-meter-high, blood-red mouth of the red-headed fish snapped empty, and upon realizing its hunting failure, it became furious, quickly changing direction and creating massive waves as it chased after the small figure that had escaped its jaws. Wang Xiaowen did not dare to relax. He held his breath and pushed his speed to the maximum. In just a few breaths, he covered the 400 meters. Great. It seems heaven is watching over me. Seeing the scene in front of him as he was chased by 6 red-headed fish, his bright eyes filled with surprise, and he continued to speed forward with excitement. The 6 red-headed fish noticed a cave ahead and immediately slowed down, quickly changing direction to avoid colliding with their massive heads in the narrow cave. However, the tremendous force from their rapid charge created surging waves that uprooted the water plants around the cave, causing mud and stones to fly as the enormous waves made it seem like the ground sank slightly. What a vicious bunch. Wang Xiaowen had entered the narrow cave and stood at the entrance, watching the 6 red-headed fish return in frustration after failing to hunt him. He couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. No wonder the system sent me here. If my wind step hadn't matured and I couldn't stack the speed of thunder, I might have been crushed by their speed. If I encountered that situation, it would have been quite dangerous. Wang Xiaowen thought to himself, I really want to see what this green opportunity is that has crazily boiled a clear lake's water. Without the supply of underground water, this clear lake might be dried up by it. Inside the cave, he curiously looked around while continuing to dive deeper, eager to see what lay at the bottom of the cave. After descending 50 meters, the opportunity finally appeared before him, a red flame lotus. Surrounding the lotus was a 50-meter cavern filled with red flames. So it's a fire lotus. Could it be the legendary? However, why do I feel something is off? The temperature of this fire lotus seems insufficient, about 200 degrees. Wang Xiaowen sensed the surrounding temperature, which puzzled him. This fire lotus seemed a bit underwhelming, but its medicinal properties should be excellent. Otherwise, how could it deserve the treatment of a green opportunity from the system? 200 degrees of temperature had no effect on his iron-skinned body, so he walked up to the red fire lotus. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the copper skin iron bone secret technique, gradually absorbing the medicinal power of the red fire lotus through his body cells. After absorbing the medicinal power, Wang Xiaowen's body cells acted like a child who hadn't eaten for days, frantically absorbing the power within the fire lotus and continuously evolving. This is really a good thing. The lower temperature is even better. A lower temperature is more suitable for my body's absorption without worrying about damaging internal organs. Otherwise, if I hurt myself, it wouldn't be worth it. Wang Xiaowen smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 72, Purifying Fire Lotus 2. As the sun rose, Wang Xiaowen was still absorbing the medicinal power of the fire lotus in the cavern. His internal organs and cells were greedily evolving, and fortunately, the medicinal power of the fire lotus was vast enough to satisfy his enormous appetite. The last time he obtained various items from the green opportunity, including pills and techniques, which together satisfied the criteria for the green opportunity. However, this time, it was just a 200-degree red fire lotus. In other words, just this red fire lotus could equal the total of the last green opportunity, showing the extraordinary nature of this red fire lotus. Wang Xiaowen's copper skin iron bone technique consumed a lot of medicinal materials. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that copper skin iron bone was a big eater of medicinal materials. Despite this big appetite, a night had passed, and the fire lotus still appeared fully potent, showing no signs of being depleted. Wang Xiaowen continued to operate the copper skin iron bone technique, and after absorbing the medicinal power for a whole day, the power of the red fire lotus began to weaken. The medicinal power was decreasing, and his body cells had evolved to the brink of sublimation. The medicinal power of the red fire lotus was being consumed, its heat was diminishing, and the water bubbles around it were also decreasing. Gradually, the boiling bubbles in the entire clear lake disappeared as if they had suddenly evaporated. The clear lake remained hot water, but it wasn't scorching anymore, and the temperature was slowly returning to normal. Under the fire lotus cave, the red fire lotus in Wang Xiaowen's hand gradually became more ethereal, and finally dissipated into the air, completely absorbed by him. without the support of the red fire lotus. The red flames still burning in the fire cave resembled sparks without a source, slowly extinguishing. Wang Xiaowen closed his eyes, his entire form enveloped in fiery red flames. His body evolution still ongoing. He was now like a burning fireman. Gradually, his skin became darker, as if it had completely shed its shell, undergoing a transformation. Slowly, the water temperature of Qinghu returned to normal, and the mist above the lake disappeared. The entire Qinghu returned to tranquility. At dusk, as the sun set, the surface of Qinghu was illuminated in fiery red, with fire clouds floating above the lake. Beneath the cave, the red flames around Wang Xiaowen had extinguished, revealing a charred body, resembling a chick that had been roasted in a fire pit all day. When peeled, it left a pile of black ash, with smoke curling around. Wang Xiaowen still kept his eyes closed, quietly waiting for the moment his body would completely transform. Suddenly, the cells in his body had evolved to their extreme stage. And that feeling of new evolution finally came. He had waited for this moment for a day and a night. Let me evolve. Boom! Suddenly, the layer of charred skin attached to his body was blown apart by his spiritual power, and his body looked like a newly born baby, all fiery red. The originally bright pupils now took on the shape of red fire lotuses, and his eyes were burning, radiating heat. This fire lotus had not dissipated. It had actually planted itself in my body, purifying my internal spiritual energy. This is a great treasure. Wang Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially been disappointed with this red fire lotus, thinking what use was a mere 200-degree fire? If it were that kind of otherworldly fire that could instantly destroy everything, that would be impressive. However, he did not expect that the surprise the fire lotus brought him would come later. According to the records in the copper skin iron bone's secret technique, my body should have evolved to the bronze level. This was not easy. Fortunately, this fire lotus was excellent, feeding my cells for a day and a night, which allowed me to reach my second evolution. Wang Xiaowen's bright eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. Evolving to the bronze level meant that his body's defense strength and resistance to impact had greatly increased. Fortunately, this fiery red skin was slowly returning to normal, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to meet anyone. He watched as his skin gradually returned to its fair color, and the little awkwardness in his heart disappeared, restoring his former carefree spirit. Since that's the case, I want to test how much of my strength this new skin can withstand. After having this thought, Wang Xiaowen quickly took out a steel knife, forged from fine iron, and began testing various strengths on his new skin. The final result surprised him greatly. Even when he used his full strength, his skin did not break. It merely left a layer of red marks from the impact. Then, am I not invincible below the foundation establishment stage? Wang Xiaowen's eyes lit up, and a sense of pride grew in his heart. He was no longer considered weak. He now had the strength to fight. Gulp, having not eaten for a day and a night, and with the energy in his body nearly consumed by this evolution. What should he eat? He stood up, lazily stretching his legs. His current state was like a person just waking up, full of energy. Crackle, his joints popped like beans frying in a hot fire, and Wang Xiaowen enjoyed this sound, feeling so comfortable that his eyebrows almost lifted. All right, time to find some food. Today I want to eat fish. Those red-headed fish I saw earlier looked delicious. Wang Xiaowen thought of the roasted fish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and involuntarily swallowed. I usually don't kill, but if you insist on being my ingredients, I don't mind being a chef to reward my hungry body. He took out the rusty knife from his spatial ring, slung it over his shoulder, and with a carefree smile, he stomped his foot and dashed toward the cave entrance. Roar at the cave's exit, a red-headed fish happened to be nearby. Upon seeing the small creature that had scurried into the cave earlier, it immediately opened its mouth to bite. Crackle, the red-headed fish let out a wail as its sharp fangs, which could bite through anything, met the hardness of steel, breaking several of them and causing it to scream in pain. Forget about 30 years in the east and west, even after a day and a night. I am no longer someone you can provoke. Since you're a dish, come to my bowl, hee. Wang Xiaowen chuckled, seeing this big guy in front of him merely as a hearty meal. Thunder. Although Wang Xiaowen was in the mouth of the red-headed fish, he still wore a carefree expression, calmly delivering a thunderous strike that pierced from the fish's mouth through to its head. Swish in an instant. Bright red blood splattered like a fountain, staining the entire lake area. The other red-headed fish that had been rushing toward him immediately turned and fled at the sight, retreating as far as possible, quickly disappearing from view. What a pity, I only caught one. but it should be enough to replenish my energy. Wang Xiaowen laughed freely, effortlessly lifting the 1,000-pound red-headed fish as if it were a piece of dried fish and headed toward the lake's surface. Crackle, the fire blazed, and the fish was placed on the grill. Roasting a 100-meter-long red-headed fish was no easy task. Wang Xiaowen took some time for this roasted fish, laying down a 100-meter-long pile of firewood underneath the grill, which ignited with a spark from his purifying fire lotus. To ensure the fish's meat was fragrant and tender, he personally wielded the knife, turning it with wooden skewers for even heating. Watching the fish turn golden brown and the dripping oil sizzling, his insatiable stomach growled even more. Wang Xiaowen sat on a wooden stump, resting his chin on his left hand, holding the roasting fish skewer in his right, his eyes filled with anticipation. He watched as the fish turned golden and crispy, the corners of his mouth curling up in a carefree grin, as his throat involuntarily swallowed saliva, and his stomach occasionally rumbled. He turned the wooden skewer with one hand, effortlessly flipping the 1,000-pound golden fish to change its position for roasting. Time passed. 2 hours went by, and he had quietly salivated for 2 hours. Finally, it was time to dig in. But first, he needed to sprinkle some salt. Otherwise, how could it taste good with just the aroma of fish? Wang Xiaowen extinguished the fire and patiently seasoned the well-cooked red-headed fish. After the big-head fish was fully flavored, he finally indulged himself, eating with great pleasure and a carefree attitude. After finishing every last bit, he let out a satisfied burp and packed up the remaining roasted meat, storing it in his spatial ring to enjoy later. It would have been nice to have some wine, but unfortunately, he hadn't brought any, which diminished the experience. Wang Xiaowen shook his head in regret. After finishing, he headed back to the sect. With a loud burp and a sprightly demeanor, he bit into a small wooden toothpick and confidently made his way to Qingyang Sect. At Qingyang Sect, in the Huangshan courtyard, Granny Huang had been away for the past few days and had yet to return. As night fell, 3 men stood at the entrance of Huangshan courtyard, all dressed in magnificent attire that exuded an air of wealth and nobility. Among them, one man stood out for his arrogance and was in his prime. He remained motionless, his inherent nobility and domineering aura evident without any need for display. Behind him stood 2 men. One was the fierce and indifferent Xiao Wendong, who was positioned half a step behind the arrogant man, willingly lowering himself to be a subordinate. The other was an elderly man whose aura was unfathomable. His position was such that he could fully defend the arrogant man, indicating that he was the latter's protector. I never expected that after being away for just a year, someone would dare to challenge me. Has the time away made these newcomers think that I, Lin Batian, am a soft persimmon that anyone can step on? Wang Xiaowen, right? I don't care what your reasons are. Since you've harmed my people, we cannot resolve this peacefully. Now that my adopted son is dead, you must accompany him in death. Lin Batian stated domineeringly. Wendong, is that Wang Xiaowen definitely in Huangshan courtyard? Why hasn't he come out yet? Lin Batian asked coldly, looking at Xiao Wendong. Reporting to Lin Yi, I've already inquired within Huangshan courtyard, and Wang Xiaowen indeed hasn't returned. He is still outside. Xiao Wendong replied respectfully, eager to please. Lin Yi, yes here, that's him. Xiao Wendong's keen eyes spotted Wang Xiaowen strolling leisurely along the path and immediately alerted Lin Batian. Humph. Tonight, I will make him accompany my adopted son in death. Those who dare to provoke me without understanding the background of their opponent will pay the price once they act. Lin Batian coldly remarked, staring at Wang Xiaowen, who was walking down the road. As Wang Xiaowen walked by Huangshan courtyard, he felt an arrogant and domineering gaze fixated on him, causing an uneasy premonition to rise in his heart. Chapter 75 Lin Batian 2, Are you Wang Xiaowen? As Wang Xiaowen approached, Lin Batian turned to face him, asking with an imposing demeanor, Yes, what do you want? Wang Xiaowen cautiously looked at him. Although he was carefree and unrestrained, he was not foolish enough to seek death. Among the 3 men, he could not see the cultivation levels of 2, especially the elderly man, who gave him a significant sense of danger. The arrogant guy among them also exuded a stronger aura than his own. Either of them was not someone he could handle right now. If it came to a fight, even with his bronze skin, he could be defeated, so he had to be cautious. Did you secretly kill Li Kuan? Lin Batian's gaze turned cold as he spoke. Li Kuan is dead. Wang Xiaowen was surprised. He truly had no idea about Li Kuan's demise. Li Kuan was known for bullying disciples, so it was quite normal for him to die when he lost power. What was the relationship between him and this guy? He looked at the arrogant man with suspicion, realizing that his status in Qingyang Sect was likely significant, considering even Xiao Wendong, who had an inner sect elder backing him, had become his follower. Who exactly was he? I don't care whether or not you are the real killer. Since I see you have a motive for murder, you must die. Faced with the killer of my adopted son, I would rather wrongfully kill than let one escape. You, with the strongest motive and the greatest suspicion, I've investigated you. You've suffered losses under Qin Er's hand and almost died, so your motive for revenge is the deepest, making you the most likely to have killed my Qin Er. Therefore, you must die, Lin Batian stated coldly, looking at Wang Xiaowen as if he were already a dead man. Qingyang Sect forbids killing. If you dare to violate the sect's killing prohibition, the elders of Qingyang Sect will not let you go. Wang Xiaowen sensed the murderous intent emanating from the man. His heart sank. This guy was truly reckless enough to come here to kill him. What a joke. I certainly know about Qingyang Sect's prohibition against killing, but I am the youngest elder of Qingyang Sect, named Lin Batian. This prohibition only restrains you disciples. It is ineffective against us elders. Therefore, no one can save you today. You must die, Lin Batian said domineeringly and mercilessly. I didn't kill Li Kuan. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Wendong. He was there at the time. Wang Xiaowen quickly explained for himself. He had been afraid of encountering such a situation at that time, which was why he didn't act against Li Kuan. Now that Li Kuan was dead and the other party couldn't find the real murderer, they were starting a killing spree, dragging all those with grievances against Li Kuan down to accompany him in death. The opponent's strength was too overwhelming, and they were not a match. What to do now? Unfortunately, Granny Huang had not returned today, and he simply could not withstand this domineering madman. What to do now? Wang Xiaowen's mind began to race as he thought of ways to escape this deadlock. I've said it before, I want to ask about the truth. I also said I'd rather wrongfully kill than let one go. Your desperate struggle is useless. Save your strength and wait for death obediently, Lin Batian coldly stated as he watched Wang Xiaowen trying to find a way to struggle. In your next life, make sure to keep your eyes wide open before acting. Lin Batian coldly looked at him, retrieving a long sword from his spatial ring, ready to strike. He is the man I want to protect. You cannot harm him. Just then, a cold female voice interrupted, and soon a woman in a light blue long dress stepped forward with icy strides to the entrance of Huangshan courtyard. Her arrival chilling the air significantly. Sister Qingya, the opponent is strong. You need to be careful, Wang Xiaowen reminded her. You go inside the courtyard and don't come out, Huang Qingya said to Wang Xiaowen in a still cold tone. I'm not a burden. Wang Xiaowen was not intimidated. His pride was strong, and as a carefree person, he would never willingly hide behind a woman, trembling in fear. That was his bottom line for dignity. Moreover, he wasn't weak. Just because he couldn't win didn't mean he couldn't escape. Chapter 76 Escape from Qingyang Sect. Bang. Huang Qingya, without saying a word, directly kicked Wang Xiaowen into Huangshan courtyard. Listen carefully, starting now. You are not allowed to step out of Huangshan courtyard, she coldly commanded Wang Xiaowen. I'm afraid you can't handle it, Wang Xiaowen thought to himself. Lin Batian, others may fear you, but I, Huang Qingya, do not fear you. Have you asked me about taking people from my Huangshan courtyard? Huang Qingya looked coldly at Lin Batian across from her, standing firm at the entrance of Huangshan courtyard without retreating an inch. Her aura was held back, always ready for battle. Among the three people opposite her, only the old man posed a threat to her. However, they were currently at Qingyang Sect, and that old man would have to be reckless to dare to touch her. As for Lin Batian, she was not afraid. They were both at the Earth-level pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, and if it came down to a real fight, the outcome was still uncertain. The Foundation establishment stage is divided into 4 major categories: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. And within these categories, there are further subdivisions: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, pinnacle, and perfect, totaling 5 subcategories. Huang Qingya, don't think that just because you have Xianyue ancestor backing you, you can look down on everyone and even interfere with my business, Lin Batian said, his eyes hiding a burning desire as he looked at the cold Huang Qingya. He had wanted to push her down for a long time. If it weren't for her backing, he would have already taken action against her. Unfortunately, the power of the deity behind her was too immense, forcing him to suppress the fiery feelings inside him. I'm standing here today. You won't take anyone away. Get lost, as far away as you can. Huang Qingya coldly issued an eviction order, her gaze unfriendly. Huang Qingya, don't think you can protect him. I'm not in a hurry. This kid will eventually be alone, and I'll wait for that moment. Lin Batian turned, and left with his people from Huangshan Courtyard. Wendong, go instruct our people to surround Huangshan Courtyard. If you see Wang Xiaowen show any signs of escaping, be sure to inform me. Also, if you can catch him yourself, it will be a great contribution. Lin Batian encouraged. Don't worry, Master Lin, I'll handle this. Xiao Wendong replied eagerly. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for not having a strong background. You broke one of my hand bones before, and we've had grievances for a long time. If I don't take action against you, who else should I target? Xiao Wendong thought viciously. What on earth is going on? How did you end up confronting Lin Batian? After the others left, Huang Qingyao walked into Huangshan Courtyard and asked Wang Xiaowen coldly. It's because of his godson's matter. I'm truly innocent in this. Wang Xiaowen explained the sequence of events and pleaded his case. Lin Batian is that kind of person. If he wants to kill you in Qingyang Sect, no one will dare to trouble him because he has Qingfeng ancestor backing him. Killing you would be meaningless, and staying in Qingyang Sect is too dangerous for you. Huang Qingyao said, her cold eyes serious. Wang Xiaowen clenched his fists, feeling extremely frustrated. What he lacked was strength. If he had the power, he wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. His people will definitely be scattered throughout Qingyang Sect. And I can't follow you every day. They will fear me, but not you. If one day you get caught by him and I can't make it, your life won't be safe. He really will kill, and many disciples of Qingyang Sect have already died at his hands. You can't stay in Qingyang Sect any longer. You're in danger of falling at any time. So, you must leave, and you must do it now. The sooner, the better. Huang Qingyao continued to advise. Lin Batian, I will definitely come back for revenge. How dare you treat me like this? I will make you pay in full one day. Wang Xiaowen thought to himself. Huang Shiji is right. She can't always be by my side. The opportunity for the other side to find an opening is very high. If I want to have a way out, my only option is to escape. As long as I have life, I won't worry about firewood. When I become stronger, I will take back everything with interest. Feeling stifled, Wang Xiaowen realized that he might not survive until tomorrow if he didn't escape. All right, I'll leave Qingyang Sect. He reluctantly nodded in agreement. Okay, let us move quickly. I'll take you away. Huang Qingyao said, satisfied with Wang Xiaowen's agreement. As a man, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, as well as being able to endure, proved that he already had ambition in his heart. Chapter 77. Worshipping the river deity Qingyang Sect, Lin Tian Courtyard. Lin Batian sat in the main seat, accompanied only by 5 of his inner disciples, while the other disciples had gone out to surround Wang Xiaowen. Soon, one inner disciple entered, feeling very anxious as he saw his master drinking tea, unsure how to deliver his message. What is going on? The sky isn't falling. If there is something, just say it. Lin Batian couldn't stand such timid disciples. As a grown man, being so cowardly was disgraceful. When he chose disciples, he was truly blind, only seeing their talent without realizing they were so timid. Wang Xiaowen was taken away by Huang Qingyao. They have already left Qingyang Sect. And our people didn't catch up. Her speed was too fast. The anxious disciple reported. Smash. Lin Batian, upon hearing this news, was furious and smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground, which shattered into pieces. The inner disciples below were immediately frightened, trembling so much that they could hardly stand. All right, go do what you need to do. That woman intervened. You're no match for her. Lin Batian waved his hand to signal the inner disciples to leave. Huang Qingyao, you're becoming more and more fascinating to me. A woman like you. Conquering you would give me a greater sense of achievement. Sooner or later, I will have you sing conquer while riding on top of you. I await that day's arrival. I believe it won't be long. Lin Batian suppressed his dissatisfaction, his gaze deep and unfathomable, not revealing what he was plotting. Lin Batian, you better wait for me. I will definitely come back for revenge. Wang Xiaowen thought to himself. Now, in my current situation, I'm being forced to escape for my life. When I return one day, I will repay everything in double. With a determined look, Wang Xiaowen walked away without looking back, realizing that this situation was actually favorable. He originally planned to go out to search for the 5 elements carriers, and now his plan was just implemented ahead of schedule. Tianhe City, located in the outskirts of Tiandu country, is characterized by a large river surrounding it, stretching endlessly for thousands of miles. At a dock, wisps of blue smoke curled up, and sandalwood lingered in the air. Under the blue smoke is an offering table, adorned with cold offerings. Beneath the offering table lies a blue stone altar, and behind the altar, crowds of people are gathered, men, women, old, and young, totaling tens of thousands. Lord River God, please bless our Tianhe city with favorable weather and peace for the people. An elderly man in official robes, holding 3 incense sticks, leads the townsfolk in worship. Suddenly, the sky roars with fierce winds, dark clouds loom over the city, and continuous thunder crashes. The great river surges with rising waves, threatening to engulf Tianhe city. If the massive waves sweep into the city, the townsfolk will suffer greatly. Many will drown, and the livelihoods of the farmers will be wiped out, leading to corpses strewn across the land. Oh, Lord River God, please spare us. We kneel before you. Faced with such an outcome, a woman holding her child immediately breaks into tears, unable to stop crying. Chapter 78, Live Sacrifice. Lord River God, spare us, spare our children. Lord River God, please show mercy and do not flood Tianhe city. The cries of the kneeling townsfolk below the altar echo, with children wailing, women weeping, men clenching their fists in despair, and some men showing deep sorrow with red-rimmed eyes. The elderly, with clouded eyes, appear numb. They have witnessed such tragedies before. However, the pleas and cries of the people do not earn the mercy of Lord River God. Instead, they seem to provoke his anger. The winds grow stronger. The dark clouds become denser, and the waves on the river rise higher. Sighing, the elderly leader who leads the worship realizes that the river goddess' stance is clear. All they can do now is comply with the river goddess' wishes. Leaning on his cane, the old man turns away, unable to face the eyes of the townsfolk. Fearing he cannot bring himself to utter the necessary words. No, Lord Mayor, let us think of another way. There must be a solution. Yes, my lord. Can you really do this? My lord, please. The cries of the townsfolk rise again, growing more intense. There is no more time to wait. The flood is coming. The river god has given them little time, and if they do not make the right choice, the entire city will be in ruins. Everyone must consider the loss that will ensue, dear townsfolk. The elderly leader feels helpless. He does not want to be cruel, but he sees no other choice. If he does not act, Tianhe city will suffer frequent floods, and soon it will become a dead city. Enough talking, prepare the boats. Prepare 30 young boys and girls for the live sacrifice to Lord River God. Please bless our Tianhe city with favorable weather. The elderly leader's face is lined with wrinkles, his white hair and beard flowing, and his back bent as if carrying a heavy burden. After saying this, his spine bends further. He knows that this decision will earn him the resentment of the townsfolk, but he feels he has no choice. Choosing between children and townsfolk is not a question of choice. It is a single-option problem with no alternatives. No, Lord Mayor, my child is only 3 years old. Just learning to walk. Isn't it too cruel to sacrifice my child at such a young age? No, I absolutely disagree. A woman cries, holding her child. Please, my lord, spare my child. She is only 1 year old, just beginning to see the world. As a mother, I cannot bear to watch my 1-year-old child die. Please, think of another way. Another woman pleads. Why are you all still standing around? Hurry up and carry out the orders. The white-bearded elder cannot bear to see such a scene. Everyone is innocent. He is innocent too. Everyone has children. He too has children. His child was sent for sacrifice decades ago, and he did it himself. Who can understand his pain? After his words, dozens of strong men begin to select children under 3 years old, regardless of gender, and carry them away to place them on a wooden boat. The waves are about to crash into the city. Hurry. The elder sees the waves swelling higher and feels anxious, urging everyone to move quickly. Under his urging, the strong men indeed speed up, and those who were previously struggling with the mothers of the children now forcibly take the children away. My child, bring back my child. The mother of the child being taken screams in agony, crying uncontrollably, some crazed, trying to snatch her child back. Chapter 79, Memorial. Hey, what is wrong with this system? It's leading me to Tianhe City, but then the signposts disappear, leaving me with just a large area and no specific location. Wang Xiaowen is quite frustrated. This lazy trick from the system will require him to expend a lot of effort searching. Finding the treasure remains uncertain. It's very likely he might not find it at all. What is this system up to? I've known you have intelligence for a long time. But why are you being so arrogant? You don't care about your host, do you? He feels helpless towards the system, unable to control it. What is happening? So many people have died, burning paper money, setting off firecrackers, and everyone is crying. Looking at the thick smoke rising from the Tianhe City dock, Wang Xiaowen is puzzled. It's not a ghost festival. 30 families burning paper money simultaneously indicates something serious has occurred. Could it be that resolving the incident here will lead the system to mark a specific blue opportunity landmark for me? He wonders, feeling as if he has triggered a hidden task from the system. Blue opportunities are an upgraded version of green opportunities. What's wrong? Has something happened? Wang Xiaowen curiously asks a crying woman. You're an outsider, right? This isn't a good place. While you haven't settled here, you should leave quickly. This place is cursed. I advise you to run as far away as you can. The woman, wearing a headscarf, looks at him and realizes he's an outsider. If she could, she wouldn't want to be in such a place. She has her family to care for, elderly and young, and her husband is not capable. Where could she escape to? Leaving home could make survival even harder. A cursed place? Can you tell me more? Wang Xiaowen asks, intrigued. I cannot say. The river god will be angry. The woman's eyes are already red from tears, but she remains fearful, worried about provoking the river god. If he is angered, it may not just be a matter of one child being sacrificed. River god? Water demon? Wang Xiaowen does not believe in such a thing. As a cultivator, if he wanted to, he could easily become the river god himself. You are courting death. It's best not to speak recklessly, even if you want to talk nonsense. Wait until I finish burning the paper money. If you bring trouble upon me, I will not spare you even in death. A woman with a headscarf shouted angrily at the other party. That's serious. Wang Xiaowen hadn't finished speaking when another woman pushed him, urging him to leave. Get out of here. You're a disaster here. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Another woman complained. Fine, I'll leave. It's not like a clay figurine has much fire left anyway. Wang Xiaowen was scolded by a group of women. He had initially wanted to help them, to do something good for them, but ended up being blamed instead, truly unappreciated. That plague god has finally left. We were almost dragged down by him. Fortunately, it seems the river god is asleep and hasn't gotten angry. Thank goodness. One of the women said while burning paper money. Yeah, if that guy stayed here, it would have been too dangerous. It's better to drive him away. That way we won't be implicated. Another woman agreed. It's just a pity for my Hong. She's only 2.5 years old. Woo-woo. One woman burning paper money thought of the child in the swaddle, so small and already gone. As she recalled her chubby child's lovely smiling face, her heart ached like a knife, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Don't be reckless. Cry if you want, but don't say it out loud. Do you want to harm everyone? A woman beside her sternly warned. Honestly, I was just trying to help, but instead, I got blamed by those older sisters. Forget it, I won't argue with them. I've also drunk most of my wine. I should find a tavern to enjoy a drink first. Wang Xiaowen was originally a free-spirited person, and he immediately threw aside the unpleasant matters. Chapter 80. Demon Extermination Alliance Waiter, please bring me your best wine, something strong. That's the kind that really hits the spot. Wang Xiaowen walked into the Rujia Tavern, sat at an empty table, and tapped on the table loudly. Sure, this is our best wine, drunken flower brew, a pot for 10 taels of silver. How many pots would this guest like? The waiter, a meticulous middle-aged man with a sweat towel around his neck, looked at the plain guest with a skeptical gaze. From his years of experience, this guest didn't seem like a child of a wealthy family. Rather, he looked like an ordinary person. However, the guest ordered the best wine right away, which was quite impressive, as if his family owned a gold mine. Regardless, he was just a waiter, responsible only for serving the guest. Whether this guest was a freeloader or not was the boss's concern. Bang! Wang Xiaowen slapped the table, startling the waiter, who quickly took 2 steps back, looking at him with uncertain eyes, unsure of what had gotten into him. Wang Xiaowen raised his hand, and the waiter was surprised to see a large gold ingot gleaming in his palm, shining brightly, which made his heart leap with joy. Such a large gold ingot. Sir, please consume more. The more you spend, the more my commission will be. If I had known I was dealing with such a big spender, I should have treated you with the top quality wine, drunken heart. What a miscalculation. The waiter's attitude changed completely, and he stood beside Wang Xiaowen with a bow, hoping that the guest would order the best items from their tavern. Actually, we also have a top quality wine, drunken heart, that is not for sale. I wonder if the guest is interested? The waiter looked at the guest with hopeful eyes, knowing that if he agreed, his life would improve significantly. No problem. Also, bring me a plate of roast chicken and a pile of peanuts. Everything else, let's exchange for wine. I want to pack up all the remaining drunken heart. Wang Xiaowen, seeing the waiter's eager gaze, did not refuse. Ordinary people have their own struggles, and within his means, he didn't mind helping a little. Sure, please wait a moment. Esteemed guest. The waiter immediately brightened up, shouting as he went to the kitchen to place the order. It was midday, the tavern was lively. and the atmosphere in Rujia Tavern was bustling. Soon, a young woman, swaying her waist, brought all the items Wang Xiaowen ordered. As she left, she threw him a flirtatious glance, a signal for further progress. He just smiled at her without saying a word. After the young woman left, Wang Xiaowen began to enjoy the delicious food. He also made sure to inquire about what was happening in the city. At that moment, he only knew that Tianhe City was a place cursed by the river god. Did you know that we established a demon extermination alliance in Tianhe City? We're planning how to go downriver to kill the river god. The river god has taken so many innocent boys and girls from our Tianhe City. This is a matter of eliminating harm for the people and winning their hearts. A red-faced man in fine clothes spoke excitedly, but with a hint of unease. Still not fully drunk and very afraid of eavesdroppers. So he spoke softly to an elderly man in luxurious clothing at the same table. How do you know this? Did they approach you? Is it because you are a coach at the Shangwu martial arts school? You know martial arts? The elderly man, upon receiving the news, was suddenly alarmed. The river god is not so easy to kill. If it were that easy, the Tianhe gang would have killed him long ago. And it wouldn't have lasted until now. He feared that if they failed to exterminate him, they might provoke the river god instead, which would lead to a disaster. And the entire population of Tianhe City would suffer. 3 years ago, Tianhe City was still under the control of the Tianqiao gang. However, ever since the river god discovered Tianhe City, he has repeatedly come to wreak havoc. After the Tianqiao gang suffered heavy losses, they abandoned Tianhe City 2 years ago, leaving it a city without a master. Due to its proximity to the great river and being targeted by demon beasts, no power dared to take the Tianhe gang under their wing as their own territory. Thus, under the rejection of many forces, Tianhe City became a masterless city, living every day under the curse of the river god. This is not about eliminating harm for the people. It is clearly pushing the entire population of Tianhe City into the fire pit. This group of people is trying to kill the entire population of Tianhe City. The elderly man in fine clothing, upon hearing this news, became increasingly worried and furrowed his brow.